Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking why I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is incredibly warm in England, but not as hot as our games are going to be. 3 teams remain, and not the 3 teams we were expecting at the start of this stage. 2 of them, but 1 more has jumped in. Ton, it should be a wonderful day to crown our champion.
It should be. It is a warm day. I've even went with a short sleeve shirt, open button. I have got a vest on underneath, don't worry. But at the same time, look, we are very, very excited for what is going to be an interesting day. Yesterday, threw up some interesting results, Brycey. We didn't expect OMiT to fall into this loser's bracket, but they'll be looking to make the run to, well, try and right the wrongs of their previous season. They got to those finals, got reverse swept. Anything will be better than that today.
Certainly will be. Well, let's have a look at our schedule so far and see how these games all play out. We'll kick off here with OMiT versus Exceptional Gaming. We'll get more into that one in just a little while. And of course, the winner will move on to fight Project 7 in our grand finals. Project 7 making their way here in some fashion. Of course, after that will be the North American side doing the exact same thing. That'll be CABAL versus Huntsmen to kick off. Winner of that up against Telluride Bush Gaming. And Tan, it has been a long road for these teams.
Yeah, it really has. Getting all the way through the season, of course, we are here in our final stage. Champs on the horizon, Paris on the horizon, EWC not too far behind that as well. It is very much, well, come down to silly season where all the prize money kinds that gets thrown into it, you are very much under pressure to perform at this stage if you want to have a future coming up in your next season, and of course for all the prize money that is on offer. But this is how things did work out yesterday. Look, I mean, it was a surprise to see Project 7 go through OMiT. A 3-2 scoreline. The Session Destroyers working out in their favor. Absolutely incredible performance from them, and they get it over the line. OMiT dropping down though, and will be going up against Exceptional, who absolutely slammed Rock Esports last night. Rock will be looking for a bounce back in Paris, but Exceptional are the ones that find themselves in the top 3.
It certainly will be. And while we get into this one and see how it's all going down, this is what they are playing for. First of all, the pro points, very important with the upcoming major. We are looking to fill our top 3 slots. We said goodbye to Rock Esports yesterday in somewhat of a shock. We can call it an upset as they drop out in 4th, and their back half of the season not looking quite as good as their front half.
No, absolutely not. I think, things have slowed down for them. Team change came through, hasn't necessarily worked out as well as they would have thought, but we do know that their performances online are what they're going to be aiming towards. I don't think they'll be too despondent by their performance over this season. I'd imagine they'll be stepping things up in time for Paris and the last stages of that season. But yeah, I think, we kind of would have expected them to be in that top 3, top 4, not too far away.
Certainly will. Of course, not just points, it is a lot of prize money as well. Ton, the champion today will get $20,000. Second will get $10,000, so we get a $10,000 grand final. But every game does matter. As you can see, that prize money jump up very, very fast. And speaking of fast, it is almost time to start getting into our game, Ton. So let's talk about our alpha match, the game that we will watch first. And this one is slightly unexpected. Exceptional making their way here. But first, let's talk about OMiT. It's Aspect, DK, Ethan, and Denza, a team that has been lighting up in everybody's kind of sphere at the moment about teams and players that may go a little bit further.
Yeah, I think realistically speaking, we looked at the squad for this season, and I think really up until yesterday, we kind of had them as the team to beat, obviously. But we had them probably winning this stage at a canter. And now all of a sudden, it has been put into question. I mean, a really good performance coming in from Project 7. But there were some weaknesses for OMiT. It felt a little bit of an overconfidence performance on occasions. There had been a couple of moments here and there where you would just like them to slow down. But then there was also that side of things where they showed that brilliance and probably extended the game longer than they should have. So, look, for the side of OMiT, they absolutely have it within their locker to get things done today. But their first opponents they've got to go up against, Brycey, Exceptional, are no joke whatsoever this season.
They certainly are not. Mighty Prezi, Cobra and Linz have looked better than we have seen them before. It has been a continuous improvement throughout the stage. And so far, so good. But can they go any further is the real question, Ton. And, well, it's a big game they've now got.
Yeah, I mean, look, they found themselves up against AS 2-0 down in the losers bracket yesterday and have ultimately ended up in the losers bracket final. So I think, you know, they've done things maybe the hard way over this season in general. Of course, we've seen them win stage 1. If they can just kind of sandwich themselves, have themselves as the bread of this season, winning the first and last ones here in EMEA, that would be a nice feeling for them to have, especially heading into what is their home major in Paris. And of course, EWC is on the line as well. All those kind of things. You absolutely want to be there if you are this exceptional gaming squad. But this is what they've got to put up with, them up against OMiT. These two haven't played against each other this season, as far as I'm aware, when I do have a little double check there. But at the same time, it's one that I would always lean towards OMiT. I think, realistically speaking, Exceptional might have went as far as we think they can go, but we didn't expect OMiT to be here, so what's our presumptions around OMiT when we head into this series as well? That's one of those things to think about.
It certainly is. I mean, Kloster's Hardpoint being the first one is slightly surprising. Last time we saw Exceptional on it, they got kind of destroyed. Realistically, it was 250 to 116, so that being the first map in this losers final is a little bit crazy in my opinion. So we'll have to see how that one does play out for them. Maybe it was just a bit of a mismatch, or they've got something else in the pocket, because it is a surprise. We will find out how that all plays out for them. Just trying to see what else they've done here. I mean, they also lost the raid. I've gone back over the against Ask. The first two maps are the same first two they lost last time around.
Well, just run it back. I mean, surely it can't go quite as badly as it did, I suppose. But look, I think that is a questionable start for them. But maybe they have played up against OMiT and had those expectations of how they expect these maps to go. But I think it's always going to be difficult. They are the underdogs in this one. How do you get your way around what this OMiT team can do? It may well be something in these maps that they've been working on and trying to figure out. But Exceptional, let's face it, they can't do worse than they did on Colossus yesterday. Albeit they did get that into the realm of possibility on the odd occasion, but it's a different story now. OMiT are coming in, and honestly, at this stage, is it a wounded animal that you've cornered? Or, you know, it's that kind of scenario for me for OMiT today. They're either going to come out swinging and win both of these games very, very easily, or it will be a serious, serious struggle. Let's find out what it is.
Well, I had the fortune of speaking to OMiT's coach a little bit earlier on, and I learned 3 things. 1, he doesn't know how to do Marky B's accent. 2, he can nail Callum Swan. And 3 is that they weren't that confident in this game. Scrims have apparently been a little bit difficult against Exceptional when they have played in recent memory. So they're not 100% super confident, or at least the coach isn't, that this is going to be a wash.
Nice confidence booster there from your world champion coach. Well, not world champion, but champion coach, if you like. You'd like the confidence of Ben to be backing you up, but irrelevant of that, I don't think they'll be too worried about what's going on today. I think, realistically, for OMiT yesterday, I don't know if they just ran it over P7 that was running hot. Did things just not work out? Did they think they played particularly poorly, or were they just outplayed? That's one of those things we're going to have to come into really start to question as time goes on today. If that's going to continue, and right now it is continuing. Exceptional found a nice way back in towards P2. Will not win the gunfights though inside of the point. That will go down to Ethan to find his first kill. Linz can't pick up the pieces. Big plays from Ethan.
Managed to get this one locked and loaded a little bit to get some points back on the board as the lead does change on P2. Aspect just trying to stay alive, and eventually does go down to a big nade here. A lot of pressure now flying through. They've lost players everywhere. Ethan's under a ton of pressure at the same time. Finds one, but no more. DK cannot hold that spawn onto them either. And now they'll have to try and hit this with a hard break.
Exceptional do well to fight their way back in. There's that Aspect though, working well. That's momentarily 3 dead. Are you going to be able to get a hold of the spawns? Not if Linz can stay alive. He cannot. Spawn up probably would have been there anyway. So both these two teams taking their turns on breaking back over towards P2. There's found himself in a great spot here, which may well just help his team transition to P3. But plenty of kills falling the way of Mighty. He's sitting at 10-4. Brilliant start, to be honest, for a Yale player to be finding that kind of level on Colossus early doors. That's the kind of form you want to try and keep up.
Back into it as well, but Linz does get a team kill, but he does kill 3 players at the same time, so I'm sure... Wow, okay. Linz has decided that this is their game today, and you got to say, you know, OMiT's strong point has done a lot of their respawns recently. So for them to already be kind of, maybe not struggling, but certainly not having their cake and eating it too, is Going to be an interesting one as it continues. Linz eventually drops down, but the rest of the team still getting the trades.
I think what I'd probably point towards more so for exceptional here. Linz is having a really good game at 11-7. Might be sitting at 12-7. Yet their lead is not necessarily massive by any stretch of the imagination. Everybody apart from one player is negative on the side of OMiT. You've got Ethan going 4-10, and you have yourself a 20-point lead. That's something to maybe buy into if you're OMiT, to sort of say, okay, well, we haven't warmed up yet. We've started pretty slowly. We still have an opportunity to come back into this game fairly handedly, but if Linz keeps doing that, you might not. Nearly 5 in a row. For Linz doing so well over towards his back P4 side. One of the first times we've seen Exceptional really get a good rotation. And now all of a sudden, what can they do with it?
They're still holding. They're still doing a really good job of cutting down these lanes. And while you see OMiT onto the point here, that will swiftly be remedied. They are pushing OMiT far, far out of this one. They're not really worrying too much. Still a decent lead here as they look for the next player to make a play. You know OMiT are going to try and get their way around. Already 2 going down. It's going to be 3 as somehow he finds that second kill. And now Exceptional are going to be outnumbered. They will have this faster spawn as they do flow from the back here. But will they be able to keep up with the slaying power that OMiT just used?
Yeah, Ethan having a relatively poor game, but that is going to be 2 kills. That is going to find the break here for OMiT. 15 seconds to go over towards P4. And look, I mean, Exceptional, significantly better performance than what we've seen yesterday up against Ask. They have not been blown out of the water by any stretch of the imagination. A fantastic performance in that first rotation. We got ourselves about a 20-point game, though, heading back over towards P1. And again, I mean, it kind of still rings true for me here that OMiT necessarily, well, haven't got to the race as far as the slaying ability goes, which is usually something they can count on, well, hand over fist. Now they're starting to get themselves wound up. Can they get some time off the back of it? Ethan. He can find one. Might as well get taken down. Flank is going to come on through, you would imagine, at some stage as well. But Denzer just trying to hold from the front. He can find one. But Linz, again, is absolutely terrorizing them. He's sitting at 18-11. There's the break for Exceptional. Spawn still there for OMiT to P2. Exceptional trying to find a way through.
You see that this is definitely one of those games that these teams have prepared very well for. No blow unanswered. No tactic left on the table here as they fight to get in the grand final. And this is one of the things, and we speak about it quite often, and it's a little bit more reality that's kind of coming to bear here, is for each player in the team that moves forward to the grand final, that is a guaranteed extra $4,000, sorry, $1,000 each, $4,000 in total. So it's not a small amount of money that they're playing for.
This is essentially a $4,000 challenge, isn't it? Not quite as like low level as that, but you know, the important ones. Here for OMiT, though, that is an important break to find. Forwarded at just the right time. And again, it was a case of how long are we going to have to wait for them to warm up and get themselves into this game. It's taken a rotation before OMiT have started to really stretch themselves, put themselves in positions where they are able to punish Exceptional. They're still trying to do so. Those rotations and, sorry, those trades that are coming through, working out in the favor of OMiT. They still have the spawns over towards the backside.
Still fighting back and forth. They should have the rest of this time. Oh, Aspect managed to get that last kill. As we go over to the rotation here, it will be Exceptional who get to take their battle line first. They have a couple on the inside. Aspect finds Mighty, though. Will they be able to get any more kills going through? This is always a horrible break when you go for it, but Cobra goes down. And now it comes down to this one big gunfight. Lynn's trying to stay alive. He finds 2. Ethan, sorry, Mike's going to be backing him up. And they have won that somehow.
Now Lynn's trying to stay alive. And they do really well to find the break over towards this side. And can they keep it up? Seems that way. Mighty still having himself a very, very good game. The slaying ability has absolutely been there for Exceptional, but they need to make sure they are converting these opportunities into some actual good points. It's okay, it's only a 10-point game, but OMiT have been outsaved fairly heavily still, Brycey, and now have themselves the lead, will find themselves a break. P3 is under lock and key, and again, this is why we tried not to... I know I'm mentioning kills a lot at this instance, but it's because OMiT are being outsaved fairly heavily and find themselves 20 points up.
Yeah, and that's not common either, to be honest with you. Very rarely get outside as they go through it, but Ethan gets a full wipe there for his team in the end, and they are now looking to really make a lead for themselves. DK dancing around onto that point. You can see he's waiting for somebody to overpush, but we know that this is all the way through last. P3 is swarming with Exceptional players. 3 go around the outside. Aspect will be screaming this to the heavens as the rest of them try to hold this back spawn.
Oh, Mighty, some good shots. Him up against DK. It's been going his way so far. Heads over towards his backside. Ethan has finally arrived. There's 6 in a row, looking for all 4. Not going to find it. DK there to pick up the pieces. Spawns over towards the back door. How close were they? My goodness, that is coming very, very harshly in the favor of OMiT, in favor of Exceptional. OMiT now going to be feeling like they should have still had control. Spawns over towards the backside. Benefit Exceptional. They find themselves still around 40 or so behind. But that is 20 seconds they will absolutely adore to see.
So far, so good. I mean, they managing to get that one back is a little bit of relief for them. This game could have very much got out of hand, but a good break is good points. And so far, as we look to slide into this next set of rotations, you can see it's just a 20-point game. Who walks away with it? Who knows? It's a better spawn here at the moment for OMiT, but everybody will be piling into the P1.
Didn't take long for them to close that gap, did it, as far as that sustainability was concerned. Ethan with a Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. Denza stepped things up. Everybody now firing on all cylinders. And Exceptional are going to have to find a way to try and deal with it. Denza over towards the mid side. You've again got OMiT in the right position as far as P1 goes, as far as P2 goes as well. But that's going to change now. The push will come through still. Spawns over towards the back side though for the OMiT side. They will keep a hold of this. Cobra inside of the point. 20 seconds to go before we head over towards P2. OMiT will have another stab at this.
Difficult here because you really want to hold on. Unfortunately, they cannot do so. And no scrap time and no rotation. It's all working out for Exceptional. Cobra is holding us on the outside. I think that's going to be a Hellstorm coming in. You can hear something happening unless that player has just stopped in the corner. No, it is going to be the Hellstorm. Got to try and thread the needle. This is not an easy one to make, and it's not going to do an awful lot apart from give his team the opportunity to rip those spawns away. And they have managed to get into a prime position.
Yep, nicely done. OMiT find those spawns over towards the back. Sticky in their favor this time out, and what can just about win it here. They want with that congestion that did just come through, but Aspect on the flank. 1, 2, 3. Not going to be able to quite find the last one, but Ethan is there to pick up the pieces. OMiT will be within touching distance by the time we head over towards P3. Big win from Linz. They need to find a couple more of them if they want to try and get themselves into this hill.
Brezzy going around the back here as well. So much pressure. Aspect does manage to find it off the respawn. They're looking for that close respawn. They're not going to get it. It's going to be parallels across the map here. So all these fights do matter, but it is going to be OMiT who walk away with it. A little bit of scrap time in the pocket. They are well within lethal range as the rotation now comes in. Brezzy has to fight for his life. He does not do so. And that means OMiT will be here first. But it is Denza versus the world. He goes down as well. Pinstripe kill feed as Ethan cleans up. And now OMiT can win this game.
Incredible work from OMiT to find a way back through. 15 seconds away. Exceptional. Fighting tooth and nail to try and get themselves inside of the point, but that's not going to help. Linz taking his teammate down. OMiT now only finding themselves 5 away, and that is looking more and more likely to be game. Can Brezzy find a way through? Congestion will not be there, and OMiT will take map number 1. And throughout the first half of that, Bricey outslayed across the board. I think it was down by 15 at one stage, and still had themselves in a lead. And as soon as they turned on the slaying power that we know they absolutely have, they called game. Map number 1 goes their way.
Well, not a bad show up from OMiT in the end. Exceptional did have a little bit of power in the slaying, but whether or not that is good enough to carry the day, it turns out it is not. And I actually saw some people talking about whether or not these teams would be warmed up for it. Well, I did watch some of them warm up, actually, to be fair. So everybody came to this game very, very hot, and for a good reason. Every map does matter, but OMiT walk away in the end here. Linz drops 40 and 30 for the L, as well as the most damage, and that is definitely a little bit painful to see.
Yeah, that is... well, it's an interesting scoreboard, isn't it? So... well, you're up to, I mean, down in the end, I think, just about on the slaying front. But where it was at one stage, when they were feasting, they still weren't managing to find those really beneficial points away from the side of OMiT. Exceptional. Really did have some opportunities there to add further pain to what OMiT were trying to fight through the mid-map, but in the end, ultimately, it's just not good enough. OMiT's fundamentals absolutely there. Incredible work from them. They find themselves in the lead in this series.
Well, this is where they've got to just keep on holding on to what they're good at, because the S&D hasn't been quite as bright for OMiT. They did lose them yesterday against P7. Will that be the difference maker, Tom? Do you think it's a case of Exceptional trying to steal a respawn and get the 2 S&Ds, or do you think this is a case of different team, different game?
I think different team, different game, different day as well. You know, like for both these squads heading into today, for Exceptional, you coming off the back of a 3-0 win up against Rock, you'd have loved to have played OMiT last night, wouldn't you? Straight off the bat, as soon as you find their win and they find their very first loss of the entire season, you would have loved to have played them last night. You don't get that opportunity. You maybe come into this one a little cold. OMiT would have loved the opportunity to get a night's sleep before they head into this one. They got it, and they find map number 1 on the back of that as well. Raid Search and Destroy is going to be heading our way very shortly, though, Brycey. And as you say, though, this is where OMiT will have to step things up.
Yeah, 100%. So what we're going to do here is go to a quick break while we get these teams and players into lobbies. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more action right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping straight into this S&D between these two monstrous squads. OMiT managing to take the hard point after a slow start, but a better finish, and Exceptional will now be looking to tie this game up. Already bomb going down. It's fast from OMiT. It is a massive flank from Exceptional.
My word. Now you're going to be able to read this one if you're OMiT. You won't expect this many players over towards the back. They'll know about it now, though. Denza will fall. DK will trade one back, but the call-out would have been there, but they've dealt with it anyway. Aspect pushes out over towards Laundry. He's going to get dealt with now with 2v2, but DK with the shots, and Cobra left all on his own.
Can he get close enough to make these kills and get away for the bomb in time? Cobra around here. Realistically, he's just run out of that time. They will check this. They've got players all across the map. And Cobra left maybe feeling a little bit useless into this. Can't even get the kill. DK will take him down, and it's 1-0 for OMiT here in the S&D.
Lovely stuff. Good work from DK. Yeah, that flank is probably a curveball that maybe OMiT weren't expecting, but even with the player over towards the backside and Denza falling immediately, they get that information off him. He would have called out, I believe he at least seen 2 of them. Calls it out. DK and Ethan do the rest. An interesting game from these players on this map in particular yesterday from the OMiT side. A couple of really good moments coming in from Ethan. Is he going to be able to bring that to the table, though, here in this game up against Exceptional? It's a nice start.
Slowly but surely moving forward. Could be a real big pinch against him here, but Aspect somehow finds 2. Mighty trying to get it back, and they will bring this to a 2 versus 2. Exceptional could have walked away with an even better trade there, but did lose the players. And this is going to be Denza in what can only be described as a very good position. There's one. There's two. Brexy goes for a reach out. He was full health, Brexy. That's kind of insane.
I mean, he got away with it though, right?
He had 6 health though. Yeah, just about.
Got away with it. Brexy now going to be backing it on down. Very much living on a wing and a prayer throughout the rest of this round now, isn't he? Difficult scenario, whatever which way you put it. Was maybe expecting them to chase him around Laundry. They have indeed not. They're straight into the mid-map. And OMiT find themselves 2-0 up.
Not an easy one for him to deal with. Obviously, you run out of information. You're not entirely certain where the enemy team is going to be here. And, well, DK cleans him up pretty easily in the end. That's a 4-0 start after 2 rounds. And OMiT are in cruise mode.
Good start here for a moment. I think just a bit of a slow start to the hard point really cost them from winning that one relatively comfortably. I mean, they won it relatively comfortably anyway. Things would have looked a little easier. Once they got the pace of the game, though, they were absolutely frying, and they well and truly have got the pace of this one so far. 3v3 though, and will be traded back here by Mighty. He has been impressive with AR in hand. Exceptional now back to the drawing board. That drawing board nearly had a kill on the Mighty on it.
Gonna have to rework this map now. They've lost a lot of time, a lot of space. I'm hoping for something here, but DK has a very close gunfight. That was one bullet either way. They do lose Ethan. DK now backing up. Aspect's going to be here at the same time. Bring it to a 2 versus 2, but trade it out once again. And now DK left alone. Clutch not out of the realms of possibility here, but also bearing in mind on a 4 streak, do you risk it? With 34 seconds, he might take a little peek.
$20 to go.
Oh my god, the timing
How's it work?
is outrageous.
Thing is, from middle map, they can move whichever way they want. They're not seeing anything at B. They'll be on their way back over, but DK has the beamer from this scenario. Oh, Linz has done so well to put the bullets back in. Him and Brezzy line it up, and DK can find nothing. Exceptional get their first round of the game. That was just nicely worked in the end, just sticking together. They don't want to offer DK 2 1v1s, and they didn't do that.
More than good enough. Now, when they go into this the next time, do they take a lesson from that last round and basically take away a lot of OMiT's choices? The aggression from them did allow them to have some favorable trades. They do it again. Mighty, you can see there is a massive sniper on his back. Will anybody give him time of day? At the moment, no.
A lot of mid-map control here for him, if only momentarily. Not back out of it. Big hit over towards this Laundry side, though. Denza was being patient, waiting for his team to get back over, and they are very much back over. Cobra now in a lot of trouble here as well. Linz could do with maybe trying to pick up the pieces here. Bomb has gone down 40 seconds, but OMiT have the numbers.
You see them going back and forth. Lindsay's just looking for somebody to take down as well. There's 3 of them. Somehow they get one away. It's going to be Brezzy who gets that kill. 3 versus 3. And if anything, OMiT seem a little bit stuck in the mud. They're just not able to get any map control away from them here. Lynn's now backing up through that smoke. It makes him a difficult kill. They've got 7 health in the dream. Down he goes. And 18 seconds to midnight. They're going to get one more, and that is going to be enough. Somehow they break through the deadlock and they take that round away.
Brilliant work from OMiT. And I just don't think Exceptional are expecting all 4 players to be there and to be putting that pressure on. You could see they were dipping and diving in and around the Laundry side, but they're just looking for information, looking to try and find a pick, and using their number advantage in those big team fights. OMiT 3-1 to the good now. DK's having a great game with the M15 in hand. It's feeling like their surge at this moment in time, but can Exceptional turn around?
Here comes a push again. I've got 3 players here, but so do the other side. Exceptional have committed a lot to this. This makes it a really difficult push here. They're basically all going to be here. Somehow Ethan has broken through. Not enough on Overwatch. Ethan finds a second. Gunfights he should not be winning. Ethan just going to just dive at them. Just get them, Ethan. Get anybody left. It doesn't care. He's taking every single gunfight, and Cobra's running scared. OMiT with aggression. Ethan with the kills. 4-1.
The dog is well and truly off his leash. As Ethan gets super aggressive, it's Denza to pick up the pieces of the final kill. But they just run at them. Delusional confidence gets them through the round. They're 4-1 to the good, and why shouldn't they be confident? Cruising here in this series right now. They want their revenge up against P7 in that grand final.
Well, we'll see. This has been certainly a lesson to be learned. Aggression has been winning these rounds, Ton. Will it be the same thing? This is going to be a big hit at the moment through the middle. Mid control maybe for both teams. Will be only there in front. Ethan's going for it again, doesn't even care. Oh, it's all Ethan. He's looking for these thirds. They've got a new playbook, and the playbook is run at them. Unfortunately, they found the Lins, and it goes down to a 2 versus 2.
The flank from Denza is going to be devastating if he times it correctly. DK on his lonesome. And right now, Exceptional are avoiding their gaze. DK is pushed up here as well, and you can see the positioning of Denza, so they can basically cut off exactly where they're going to be potentially pushing from, but of course they are not relying on the fact that they've already managed to find a push through, and this is going to be planning for basketball and become increasingly difficult for OMiT to win this round. Cobra still remaining aggressive towards the site, but OMiT have got some work to do.
Oh, they're looking. Every angle's being checked, but Denza's already found one. They're looking for the last one. Cobra's taking a gunfight, but Denza says, all right, I'll have both. Cobra had the advantage, but the strafe took him out of that fight for a half second, and Denza didn't stop spraying. Another round on the board for OMiT.
That was one of those rounds, honestly, you thought was going to go the way of Exceptional at that stage. Nice setup for the plant. Cobra staying inside of Tiki would be my only real criticism, to be honest with you, but I mean, what do you say? Incredible work. Once again from OMiT, it's Denza who is now taking his turn to pop off. 4 in a row from him. We've seen Ethan go on a spree. We've seen DK get involved. Aspect is, wow, he's finding the kill around right now, isn't he? He doesn't need to do any more than he's doing. Exceptional have got to find a long, long way back. They need 5 rounds.
Oh, they've taken mid control. DK looking for 1. DK looking for an easy 2 there. Mighty a little bit slow. Does Ethan fly? He will have the bomb here. It's a 2 versus 3, and Mighty tries to grab them, but the small wall defeats him. And now it's a 1 versus 4 to stay. Never mind, it's done before I could even finish my sentence. Obliteration. Thy name is Exceptional.
Incredible work from everybody pulling their weight in that one. Just a brilliant game of search on every single aspect of what they did there. At clutches when they need it. They found plenty of the opening bloods. I'm sure we'll have a look at the scoreboard in a second there as well. Everything went their way. It's a hard one to analyze out to a side of brute force, really, from OMiT on multiple different occasions. They were passive when they needed to be. They were very aggressive a lot of the time, and absolutely worked out for them. 2-0 lead now for them in this series, Pricey. Long road back for Exceptional now, but we've seen the reverse sweep yesterday. This one is far from done.
Yeah, it has happened before. Whether or not it happens against OMiT is a tale that we will be looking forward to telling. But yeah, I think when you've got Ethan realistically just pulling off 1 big kill to open up the map and then finding a second almost every time, the flow into the second kill is what is really kind of the outlier and the outstanding play, because it puts the enemy team, even with a trade, on the back foot immediately.
Difficult now for Exceptional to try and find a way back. A double den potentially heading our way, but I mean, how many times have we said that games have felt done and they really then go to map number 5? This one feels as done as any, and yet still we could go the distance, Pricey. Let's see how things go down.
We certainly could. Well, we're going to go to a quick break while we get these players refreshed and ready. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping straight into this one. The Overload, a fight for survival for Exceptional as they try to get another reverse sweep into the repertoire.
It's a long way back. But they've done it before. They have done it before. They've been involved in a couple of games that have went to map 5 where you wouldn't necessarily have expected that to be the case. And could this be another one? Didn't expect Mighty to win that gunfight. He's still somehow staying alive. He's done absolutely unbelievably to stay alive as long as he has done. The rest of his team are able to get back in a position to trade him on the back of that as well. So nicely done from Exceptional. Not a bad start from them. Bit of a stalemate throughout the middle of the map until OMiT find those kills. They may well now have an opening.
Aspect trying to just hold this fort open, but not going to be quite enough here. And I think we've spoken about it quite a lot in this stage, especially of how difficult it has become for teams to really get a lot of these points flowing, especially at the top level. Defense has become, especially on this map, so much more efficient, and we have seen many games end in regulation draws.
A lot of pressure being put down here by OMiT though. Denza dancing around and these 3 bodyguards following his every move right now. Aspect will take down Mighty, struggling to get any sort of inroads, and that inroad may well now present itself over towards Dojo. The main kill will come through. Aspect couldn't quite get it much further. Denza going to go for it, not going to land. Nice defense there from Exceptional. About a minute or so that they really had to think about what they wanted to do there. But they defend extremely well, and now OMiT will have to go back to the drum hole.
And this is what I'm saying. It is never an easy time. I mean, that's a lot of kills been made. Oh, a nade! It could have been in. Mine decides to scoop and run. He says, I am out of here. That is too close for comfort, and they are going to go for over the roost and fire away. But Denza finds 2. Can he grab it and go? No, there's a third player. Now he's grabbed it. Now he might be gone. Does have a blocker there on the inside. Ethan needs to help him out. There are 3 players against him. This is a potential score, but they just have to make some of the trades here. Going through, looking for them as well. That might have been on his teammate a little bit there. Wins the gunfight, but more reinforcements flood in. This is just a war of attrition around the sites.
Yeah, it's OMiT putting that pressure on though, but Exceptional are doing a good job of finding kills here and there. It doesn't need to be a full dead on every single occasion, right? They've got the respawn coming in pretty close. They can maybe make the most of that, of course. They find a couple here and there just to stem that tide of OMiT players. They are spawning very far away. Denza waiting for a player to try and find that push through. Pressure going to come in from Dojo's side. Ethan is here. Ethan is not going to land those bullets. Now all of a sudden Denza has a lot of work to do. There's his second. Brezzy may well be offering up the third. Not going to happen. It's now OMiT's turn to defend.
Denza grabs 1. And again, this just slows it down over and over again. Denza grabs his second on a 4 streak. Back into it. Regens come through and he gets taken down by the carrier. Mighty finds his second. Lins finds a third, and this is wide open. This is going in. Somehow finding those kills out of absolutely nothing from Mighty has allowed them to get into this point.
Just like that. Those are the kind of moments that can turn things around. You get one opportunity and you made sure you took it. Now there's a bit of a rooftop spawn coming in here. You're going to have to win some gunfights. If you're Denza and co. Now all of a sudden you win nothing over towards the mid-map. You got to get rid of Lins. He hasn't had the best of starts, but he could set his team up for a lot of success here. Can't make the shots land. So now all of a sudden Exceptional gonna have to go back to the drawing board themselves, but a really good turnaround. All things considered, for the majority of this 4 minutes, it's been OMiT in control, but Exceptional are the ones with the lead.
Just one mistake. 1-3 in that half has really cost them. Nate's coming into it. This is where it does get difficult. They've got a player onto the flank. That player's not going to be able to do an awful lot here as they go down. It's going to be Lind who actually gets the 3 here. Ignore the kill feed. But it has become a little bit more frustrating as time goes on. Players know how to just stop this dead on this map so many times. Ethan finds the first, but reinforcements already flooding in from OMiT. So for Exceptional, they either try and switch this up now or try and break through in a different way.
I think if you're Exceptional, you're absolutely ecstatic with what you managed to get away with during this half. Is there going to be an opportunity for somebody to maybe get something going here? Looks like it's more than likely going to be OMiT. Aspect has to stay alive here, though. All of a sudden, you do need to get a touch onto the point, but now with everything breaking into this point, Ethan's going to be the one with the opportunity, and the cover has been there as well. It's going to be able to dip inside. No, not quite. I was worried about the players that coming in off the respawn could see him through the double doors. That is always a worry. OMiT going to have to pick their way through. Exceptional.
And there it is. One player slips, one player takes it down, and we go to the half-time. Tan, what are your thoughts on the way that this has played out so far? Because you are right. I think OMiT have been more in possession.
100%. I mean, they have very much had a lot of ball control. They found a lot of presence through the middle of the map. They've been the ones really putting that pressure on through blue especially. You see a couple of different looks over towards the dojo side. But they haven't been able to make a count. Exceptional have defended incredibly well. They had themselves one decent opportunity and took it. OMiT probably had themselves 3, I would say. Did not make the most of any one of them. And that is the difference maker. It's all very well creating these opportunities. You've got to make sure they land home. Now back towards the middle of the map we go. Exceptional will feel very, very confident heading into the second half.
Well, Lynn's looking to make a move here. If they find a little bit more, this is going home. There we go. It's going to be an early scoop and run. Lynn's already in the backfield. They're going to know he's going to be around here, but it's not going to matter. He does manage to find one. The dominoes start falling. Mighty's still alive here. It's going to be just one player left. It's Cobra, but he can't backpedal. He has to go forward, and socially, he's good enough to do so.
There's no way.
One more time. Oh my god, he tried to solo the enemy team.
Oh my goodness, Cobra. It was nearly one of those big moments that can spin a game of Overload on its head. That could have been one as well if Mighty found the second. The reinforcements would have been there for the side of OMiT, no doubt. Lens will shut them down as they try and find a way through rooftops. It was very well telegraphed, to be honest with you, from OMiT, and then all of a sudden, Exceptional there to answer the question. May well be there to find themselves a cap themselves. Let's see if they can get it. Yes, they can. So well worked. And once again, it's Exceptional answering back with minor opportunities.
Well, like I said before when I heard some of it, they've been struggling to deal with Cobra, and you can see why. 24 and 14, 25 and 14. The Phenom himself back onto another streak. That is a 4 streak again for Cobra. He's going back to back in streaking against OMiT. And OMiT just are now wondering, with 3 minutes 20 seconds left to go, will they even get the opportunity to tie this one up?
Is he calling in the Hellstorm? Which I don't actually hate. Getting your timing right is very, very important when it comes down to these Hellstorms on Overload. And it seems as if he has hit it correctly. The line on one side of things, but Ethan trying to just make a break for it. Not going to work out at all. And OMiT, again, will be scratching their heads as to how they haven't even got themselves a cap. Never mind finding themselves 2-0 down.
There's a 4. They do have it. That spawn... Oh, that spawn's gone close. Maybe the switch then. They do have a player in the way. It's going to be Denzer who's going to try and hold them at bay here, but he's already taken a little bit of damage. How many kills can he get? The answer is none. Aspect's now trying to fly forward. He gets the first and the second. That one should go home. OMiT finally finding a point after 7 minutes. But is it enough here? You can already see the relay on the other side. And Aspect, the knife, brought to a gunfight.
I think he has to find something here just to slow things down. No, he's going to get caught out, so his team are going to have to get themselves over across towards the tree side of things if they want to stop this from going home. Lynn's pushing through, cannot find another. And the reset will come in. OMiT will now wrap this one back around and look at your lead blockers. Cobra is there. You're not wrong.
I don't think they know. They cannot know where Cobra is going to be.
Oh, let's slip
ever
him
so
behind.
slightly slow. He's just ever so slightly behind this gunfight every single step of the way. Cobra has been running here at max speed, and I don't think he's going to do it. He doesn't get there in time. Cobra is just in a lap of the entire map to get back to this. Unfortunately, OMiT never slowed.
Oh, that is devastating for Cobra. He thought he was in the spot to maybe change this game, and all of a sudden, OMiT are the ones looking like they are more than likely going to take the lead. Yeah, yes, they are. They slam it home. OMiT 3-2 up in the blink of an eye.
It has been a disaster. Small gaps, small opportunities. OMiT have just punched through. Here comes the fight again, though. This is massive. Everybody is going to be close. This will be quick if it happens. DK, though, finds a second. That last player with the EMP is managing to get one kill. DK staying alive, gets one, and the second DK on a 4. OMiT finally firing back into this game as they have still got the lead. Everybody just flying about left, right, and center. 56 seconds to go, and this game's on fire.
OMiT now in control. DK goes absolutely ballistic. Nelly finds the kill, dipping and diving in and around the tree. Linz and Co can answer back with a couple of kills over towards the dojo side of the map, but DK has found the opening, and can he continue to find the kills? Ethan will try slam this one home and can do. 30 seconds to go. Exceptional need to.
The game has just turned itself around completely. It took them 7.5 minutes to score. It took them 2 minutes more to break Exceptional over their knee. OMiT, they found a groove and they have absolutely obliterated the competition.
Damn.
They are now going to be out. This is done. OMiT could run it back home for another if they wanted to, but this is a 3-0 and grand finals for OMiT. Exceptional are out top 3. What an overload. What an ending. My goodness.
3-0, just like we predicted, Bryce. OMiT with a fantastic performance. And I don't even want to say it's one that they were on the back foot in. It definitely felt as if even when they were 2-0 down, they were the ones making those opportunities, but they just could not execute. They could not find those final couple of kills. But it's DK. This is the moment that really broke the game open. This pistol shot on Brezzy as well absolutely deals with him. Nelly catches Linz with his pants down as well for another. Doesn't quite make it land, but those are those kills that take that pressure off. And OMiT are able to make sure they get one home off the back of that as well to pretty much secure the game. Incredible work from them. They will get the dub 3-0. A couple of crucial moments though. I mean, you go down to that one where Cobra was behind them. You thought he was going to be able to catch. He didn't. Moments like that, if they go the other direction, a bullet here or there, we're talking about a different scoreline. Incredible work though from OMiT. They persisted. They had a lot of control throughout the majority of that overload, or at least it felt that way. But they were so patient, though.
Right? Like, I think OMiT probably had possession for the first 3-4 minutes, and then realistically, Exceptional just managed to maybe dominate the slaying for the next 4. And well, obviously, we saw the last 3 minutes. It was all OMiT.
They were patient.
Wow.
Yeah, they were patient. That's the thing. You know, it's one of those where you can get frustrated at those goal line stops. You can get frustrated that you've got so much rock control and then go from there. It's hard for them to then sort of say, okay, well, we're not doing everything right here. They are doing the majority of things right. It's just that execution of finding that final kill to make sure it lands. And they started to do that. A couple of them, they just about got it over the line. I mean, look at that difference. I mean, if Cobra lands a bullet a second earlier onto Aspect or onto Denza for one of those last 2 caps, it's GG's. And again, same thing. Look, I mean, they nearly stopped them on every single opportunity, but it's a bullet away every single time. And OMiT will walk away as winners. It's a big win, taking down Exceptional in that fashion. They have set up their date with P7 in the grand final, their date for revenge, very, very quickly. P7 are waiting in the wings, but OMiT with a massive win in the ELIM finals.
To get that one done, and it was just kind of crazy how the tempo ramped up when suddenly we managed to find a bit of a gap going through. Gonna feel a little bit bad for Exceptional. They had several players popping off. I mean, we saw how good Linz was on that first hard point. We saw how good Cobra was on the overload. Unfortunately, a single player's performance does not win you maps. Sometimes it does, not this time. And well, a disappointing end, but certainly a better Exceptional than we have seen in previous stages, and that looks positive for the major.
It absolutely does, especially when you're heading over towards Paris. Exceptional have a lot to work with, I would say, more so than we have seen them have over these last 2 stages. Now they actually have an opportunity to maybe go and prove what they can do. And what better place to do it than your hometown? Paris will be a really exciting one for them.
It certainly will. Well, listen closely here. We are going to go to a break. It is going to be a little bit longer than some of the other breaks because we're going to have to do vetoes and get the lobbies ready and get all the players ready to go. So we're going to be a little bit longer than normal, but don't worry, we will return. See you right after this for more Challengers EMEA. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is nigh. The grand final is now upon us. The vetoes have been done, and funny enough, me and Ton were working our way through them while we were off camera. Ton, kind of an interesting set of maps for some of these. Some of the maps we saw yesterday, some with a notable absence.
Yeah, it has been interesting, hasn't it? I'm sure we'll go through the map set in just a second and have a little delve into it. Well, here we go then. Triple Dent to kick things off. One of the big things that we did point out immediately, though, was the lack of a raid search and destroy. It was wide open for Project 7. That was their map 5 yesterday up against OMiT. They won that 6-1. It was so comfortable. They had 2 opportunities to pick it and decided to go for Sake and Hacienda instead. So Project 7 going a completely different line as far as S&D goes. I know they feel confident in their search up against OMiT. So maybe the maps don't matter to a certain degree. What we are going to get to see, though, Brycey, which we didn't get to see a great deal of, was Den Haag Point to kick things off. Of course, there was a forfeit for Project 7 in map number 4 for ending the game when they shouldn't have. Sadly for them, they then get forfeit that map. So OMiT go for the pick almost immediately, and we'll see it again. Both these two teams, it was relatively close. OMiT were in the lead. That's something to think of for map number 1. But what a series we have on our hands here, ultimately. I think, you know, coming into this stage, coming into these final 2 days, we had our reservations about how everybody was going to be doing up against OMiT. Well, we were wrong. Everybody has been performing against them, Project 7 especially so. They managed to find a win yesterday. They've got 7 maps and an opportunity to upset the apple cart once again here up against OMiT. Let's see if they can do it.
We will find out. I mean, unfortunately, I also had an opportunity to talk to Project 7's coach yesterday, and in between letting me down on a strategy game, he did say they feel very confident on their search and destroy, and that's the key to them winning this one. OMiT might have a little bit of an edge in some of these respawns, but they're hoping 3 S&Ds in the best of 7 will carry the day.
Should be a really, really interesting matchup. I think one thing I want to kind of point towards is that typical, well, the community likes to get on about the team that's come through the losers bracket side of things. Have had their opportunity to get things rolling. So map number 1 can be sometimes a real big indicator to how a series is going to go. If OMiT can come out and win this map number 1, yeah, okay, sets them on their way for a potential big best out of 7. But if Project 7 could come out the gate swinging, all of a sudden you'd feel extremely confident for their chances.
Well, we will see. Like I said, this almost feels like a little bit of a back and forth between these two teams. OMiT probably the favourite to win the respawns. Project 7 favourite to win the S&Ds. Either way, that spells a beautiful game for us, both of us as well. That's a huge series of kills. And it's been Project 7 have done that twice now, and we've been speaking a lot about Lucifer this year, and he has been probably the best that we have seen him in some time. Is it good enough this time, though, to walk away with a grand final?
A little bit of control over towards P2. 5 in a row for Lucifer. I mean, we've talked about it so often. You've just talked about it 5 seconds ago. He's been so impressive this year, but really without a great deal to write home about. What, top 3, really? When we were in Dallas's... Oh, no, top 2, I should say, when they managed to get themselves to the grand finals in Dallas. That's really the only thing they have to talk about. Right now, though, OMiT will be finding themselves very much inside of the hill. They find the break back with 15 seconds to go. A tight start to this one in map number 1.
Yeah, both these two teams very much ready for this. Good rotation so far from OMiT. They are in position for it. As you can see, Lucifer is waiting to see if anybody gets a little bit greedy. Now he's going to try and close this one down. Big gunfight. Does manage to win it here. And now the squeeze is going to be on already. Aspect trying to fight for his life. But it will be a take here from Project 7. They have control now for the push.
Shots coming in from Mythics. 45 seconds to go here over towards P3. Aspect will try and find a way through the middle of the map. I don't see if I'm a Project 7 fan or a player. I'm feeling confident about this start. Henry was absolutely instrumental to their performance yesterday, and finding shots like that under Ethan will go a long way to find another win. Incredible work from Henry. Let's see if they can keep this one rolling. 4 in a row now from him. And Project 7 have had a wonderful start here, and that is such a positive sign for them. It is a long old series up against OMiT. They are going to come at you in multiple different ways across this 7 maps. But right now, if Henry can keep playing like this with 6 in a row and Project 7 with this start of a cold start as well, it bodes well for them.
Back and forth as both these teams trying to get as much done as possible, but Project 7 will be in the lead here. Now looking to lock this one down with some big gunfights. F-Dot in the middle cuts off that avenue. Problem is they've already left the gunfight in towards servers, and Ethan doing what Ethan does best. There's a reason this man has exploded onto the scene here, not just in EMEA, but internationally.
45 remaining here over towards P4, and it's a moment for OMiT to stabilize. Denza can't find the second. The shots were a little wayward there. And Mythic's now with the flank here through the lobby. Has a little bit of backup. SMG's pressing from multiple different angles. And if you're OMiT, you'll do extremely well to hold on to this hill from there. And you can't. 30 seconds to go, and Project 7 find a way through. And that lead that they had is still very much theirs. It's now 20 seconds and rising.
Well, this is where everybody has to be a little bit careful. Everybody knows that this rotation onto P1, for some reason, of all of P1, seems to be one of the ones that people do tend to get a bit of time on. Because you can play safe on this hill when you're the right side. And right now, that's what OMiT are trying to do. They're going to be here first. They're going to try and cut down every avenue that you can. They are losing by about 40 points. And, well, this thing you are not going to be safe from.
Just McCollum is it over towards P1, and is a tried and tested strategy when it does come down to den. Towards the last stages of the year, teams have really started to figure the game out, haven't they? Mythic's playing well here to kick things off. 9 and 7 from him. Lucifer 17 and 8 is the standout though. OMiT once again, just like what we've seen really in Colossus when they went up against Exceptional nearly about an hour ago. They've been massively outslain, but okay, it's a 50-point game. It's pretty comfortable even for Project 7. If OMiT start shooting back, and they will be back into this game relatively quickly.
This is the key moment. Pressure now onto P1. Rotation for P2. They are looking to try and just hold them at bay here. It's a good couple of chows coming through. Henry has been doing wondrous work at not only allowing them a second to breathe, but eventually that does get broken. And they will have this scrap time. It is a massive move for these spawns here from Project 7. They'll be looking to get around the back as quickly as possible.
A really big opportunity for OMiT to get something going here. And those opening kills will go a long way to just easing their nerves. DK with some wonderful shots from the M15. We've said that plenty of times this season. Needs to maybe step his game up here if they do want OMiT to come back into this game. The gap has shrunk though, Bricey. They're picking points up. 35 remaining here over towards P2, but the break is potentially coming, and there it is. Project 7 find a way through. Spawns over towards the back. Should be there for OMiT. But that is a nice break from P7.
Is already going down. Should deflect a little bit of the pressure here, but kills from every single angle. They've got to find something. 2-2, and it's Ethan who finds that third that might break this deadlock. Mythics is waiting for the pressure to come through. He knows where they're going to be. 1v1. He has no health. Somehow dives around, but cannot find the one to kill. And that's 10 more seconds for OMiT as they try to bring this lead down.
16 and 13 from Henry has slowed down ever so slightly, but still the lead is there for Project 7. Incredible work from them so far. And what a win it would be to get back for them as well. They'll be coming in this one with a little bit more of a motivation to find the win. OMiT trying to get away back inside of this hard point. They've been chasing their tails the majority of this game, Bricey, but they are starting to catch them just a little bit. There's a 50-point lead at one stage for Project 7, and well, it may well remain that as well if they can find something with this Hellstorm. Looking like it's not really going to land. Aspect will get taken down, but OMiT are still here in some sort of numbers. Then set for 2, that's a big moment. He finds 4 in a row. The Hellstorm's invested. OMiT now 25 away.
Bringing this one back second by second, but Henry will find 2 more. With 20 seconds onto the clock here, they'll look to bring that lead back into a bit of comfort. But can they get this rotation at all? It does give them some leeway to try and at least take these fights to begin with. They find the first 2 as well done. And now
Can they find a way through? Mythix is there to add further pain though to OMiT on the snapper on Aspect as well. Mythix is feeling it today. The trade will not be there though. Ethan and Tenza working a way through, but Lucifer will be so crucial. And not just for his position and his ability to find these kills, because the spawns over towards the backside now belong to Project 7. 45 remaining here. OMiT need to hold tight. These are hard gunfights to win. Kills going their way, and the lead may well change off the back of her 4 dead. Still the spawns over towards the backside for P7. 30 to go, P4.
Get over there as well. Aspect takes a little bit of a tap here as 2 players still can't take him out, and the third eventually does come in. They will now hit this with 4. 25 seconds to go. Everybody towards the front as they try to get into it, but it's going to be P7. Wow. Will walk away with a better trade. Mythix finds all 3. Doesn't look like he needs his teammates. Of course, they were helping out by throwing bullets through the doorway. And they will get that one as well. Mythix was 4. Lead still in the hands of Project 7.
And the fact that they were able to find that cleanly was extremely impressive. All 3 players pushing up from the same doorway, and none of them fall. Incredible work from P7. Now we're back to another P1. Find themselves about 17 in the lead. Currently, it's OMiT getting a little bit of time over towards P1. They'll be thinking about those P2 spawns. You can see Henry's thinking about the rotation through, but a very close map number 1.
This lead has been shrinking over and over again, and Ethan staying alive for a bit more. It might not be a lead change right yet, but we are slowly but surely getting that way. OMiT are having the rotations here against Project 7. That is the slight difference maker between them as Henry tries to get his 2. F-Dot cleans it up. 23 seconds to go now. This is about spawns.
They can start to put the pressure on over towards P2, but F-Dot will fall. 15 seconds to go. Project 7 will take every single one of these seconds that they possibly can. Lucifer with a good shot. Eventually he will fall. Spawns, they will lie with OMiT. One player on the right-hand side of the statue makes the difference. That's a big kill from F-Dot. Doesn't find a second aspect. Trying to just add further fuel to the fire here for OMiT. They're 24 seconds away. They've got the spawns. They've got the hold. 55 remaining on P2. Project 7 struggling to find a way through the rooftops right now. OMiT finding the kills. And this is a big moment for them now. With 45 to go, they can change the lead.
Oh, Aspect trying to use a bit of movement to get out of it, but this is going to be a lead change. Look how far away Project 7 actually are. They would need to win some miracle gunfights to stop that happening. And it does look like OMiT's still fully in control. They've got couches under it as well. More players go through. Mythics actually breaks through the front door. That lead change has not happened. Somehow it goes in, but there's Ethan with a 2. It will not be enough. They have too many bodies for it at the same time. 20 seconds of scrap time. Back into OMiT once again.
Yeah, that was a really strange one. The push wasn't coming through couches, but OMiT respected it maybe just a little bit too much. Sent 2 players there, left 1 player inside of the point. Ultimately, they will come out on top of the back end of P2. Barring the minor miscommunication, there's not a great deal in it. 10 seconds is what OMiT now have. Lead for the very first time throughout this entire map. And now what can they do with it? With a rotation over towards P3, Project 7 inside of the point. OMiT need to find the break.
They go back and forth here, but they are winning these kills, and, well, it is good for the tick as well. DK finds one. Maybe the first domino. Looking for another player, though, but Lucifer has got a little bit of control out towards mid, but has to back off for a few seconds. We'll call that out to his teammates, who are still cleaning house here. They are not allowing OMiT to get in.
It's a nice hold so far. It's a little 1-by-1. Look at those isolation kills that come through from Project 7. One towards Dojo, one on the flank, and again, they continue to find them. OMiT needs to group together and find a break here, because Project 7 are only 15 away.
Well, there we go. Finally, get a little bit of a trade going through. Lucifer is going to know that this is about to hit him, and down he falls as well. A last-second break here from OMiT. And we're off to the races, ton. This is going to P4.
Ethan. They'll have a real inkling that somebody is here. He finds 1 second, not going to follow. Lucifer was there for the trade. Can he find a second as well? That's massive from Lucifer, but the trade will come through, and OMiT will find the break. They're 25 seconds away. Project 7 may well have a couple of swings at this, but they've got to move quickly.
This is a horrible break for them. They can't really afford to have a second one. They are going to have to find some big kills here. This is about the trades going in. Already on the outside, a full stack as everybody rumbles. Already going down, but it's going to be 2 there for OMiT. They're still holding them at bay. It's seconds on seconds. Henry finds one. Aspect goes around the back here, and that'll be enough. That will be the game. OMiT from behind take map number 1.
Wonderful performance from OMiT. As you say, throughout the majority of that game, they found themselves behind. They turn it around with a brilliant back-to-back P2 to P3. They made the break as well where they needed to, and then the rotation to P4 seals it. P7 came out swinging, but OMiT very much doing what they would have liked to have done yesterday. They were in the lead yesterday when we won this 10-hard point. They solidified today with a win in the grand finals and find themselves up 1-0.
They certainly do. And this is the tale of the tape, right? We speak about it before here. I mean, a big performance out of a lot of players on Project 7 as well. Lucifer, again, dropping the hammer in terms of damage. 24 untraded kills. But sometimes the rotations were really just not good enough. And that is how they have ended up losing that one as well. But massive damage coming in from a lot of the players onto OMiT. Turns out maybe just not getting quite as many as he would like.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Tenza, but I mean, ultimately, I don't think, realistically speaking, he's too worried about his performance throughout that one. His whole time is what he is there to do, and just let the boys pick up the pieces where needed. Denzer has had his moments throughout. But it's been difficult for him, I want to say, up against Project 7 in that game yesterday. He really did struggle, so for him to perform like that and not be able to get themselves, or be able to get themselves a win there, they will be feeling extremely happy about that. But irrelevant. I mean, that final moment when we seen Project 7 were the ones in control, it was OMiT who found the break. And now this is it. It's Ethan over towards this side. He finds one. But look at the trades that come through. Ethan sets it off with one. Doesn't find the second. Kills come through in the middle of the map. And then all of a sudden it's a 3v1 up against Lucifer, who honestly does absolutely fantastic to find two. One of his teammates maybe finds one more kill there. You're in a different scenario. Difficult to take if you're Project 7. If you're Lucifer, you did all you possibly could. But to find the break after that, Brycey, very, very difficult.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate. I mean, you saw how well they did. And when you get into this kind of scenario, you have one roll of the dice. That's all they have. The opportunity for that and no more. And, well, you are outnumbered. You are outspawned. And even if you get 3, you know that 1v1 might end up being a 1v3 with the spawn coming in that close. And that means our first map is done. As we go on to the Search and Destroy, Project 7 slightly favored here.
Let's see how things are going to go down on Den. Wasn't a map that was played yesterday for the Search and Destroy side of things. That was Sake and Raid. We will see the Sake. Will, again, bewildered I am that we won't see the Raid. But irrelevant of that, Den is in on its way. And for Project 7, it's a perfect time to be able to find the bounce back. Search and Destroy has been strong for them up against OMiT. There are 3 of them in this best out of 7. That would mean they need one more map somewhere along the line.
Well, we will see. Tan, how do you think the rest of this goes? I mean, we've got a long way, and I don't see it being a complete whitewash. Do you fancy Project 7, or do you fancy OMiT in this series?
I think it's hard to say, because that was a map that, honestly, it looked like they were going to win yesterday. And now they've went on to win today. So I think realistically, do we get anything from that map number 1? Not necessarily. Look, they're coming in from the losers bracket. They'd be feeling nice and warm. I think had we had a Project 7 win in map number 1, that would have given me a lot more evidence as to which way the series potentially could be going. I think a map number 1 win for OMiT doesn't really tell me a great deal in the grand scheme of things for this BF7.
No, I can kind of agree. I think when these 2 teams come down to it, I mean, that is a close hard point. We've seen some S&Ds. Yes, Project 7 has had the advantage in them. I don't think that's always going to be the case. S&D is a funny one, simply because it's obviously a reset every single round, right? So you say, oh, this team's doing better. Well, a different break, a different decision, a different gunfight as we get into the fluid parts of S&D. It doesn't really always translate as much. Yes, there are great S&D teams, but I feel like it's one of those maps that you kind of have to take round by round on the day and see who's playing a little bit better, because while I would say Project 7 do have the advantage over OMiT, I'm not confident that's ironclad.
It's going to be interesting, though, isn't it? Just based on what we've seen yesterday. It was a really interesting series, considering that at one stage during that series was the first time that OMiT would actually be behind in a series over this entire stage. To then see it actually come to fruition that Project 7 managed to find the win. So many different things kind of happened yesterday, Brycey, that we didn't expect to. So honestly, coming into this grand final, anything could very much happen, and I'm looking forward to see what happens.
I certainly can. We're going to go to a quick break while we get these players into a lobby, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We've managed to wrangle them like cats in a storm, and they are finally into our lobby and into our overload. Sorry, not our S&D. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself, but at the moment, a lot of pressure coming in from Project 7 on B.
Let's see how things are going to work out. Project 7 will be feeling confident about the search and destroy here, but how are they going to be feeling up against OMiT on Den? It feels like that kind of map where OMiT can use their ability to just swarm teams. They work so well together in a pack. So is Den the map that they can do it on? I'd argue you could maybe do the same thing on Raid, maybe not to the same effect, but either way, they have worked in a pack and they have got this bomb down. They've swarmed themselves over towards A, and now Project 7 will have to answer back.
Hard retake. Top first in and gets absolutely deleted. No one there for the trade either, Ton. Remember, first round as well, no trophy, so everything is a little bit more dangerous, but everybody now flying through. They get a couple. 2 versus 2, but time is against them. Have they waited too long? Fly out, gets one more, and well, they somehow get that one done. 3 versus 4.
There may well have been a 2 versus 4. Mythics and Lucifer combining so well. That's when you're looking at your OMiT. You find the opening. I mean, the first one was a freebie. And then you still don't win the round, but Plaudit's over to Project 7, making that one work. It's effed up with the final kill. That solidifies this one. DK taken down, and that is a nice round for P7 to get off the break. It felt like an OMiT round for a long time.
Wow, just when we thought that would go one way, it gets flipped. We said Project 7 are good at S&D. That was an incredible retake, really. I just did not see it happening after they lost that first blood for nothing. Time was against them as well. And well, the confidence still flows. You can see here already, going straight for this. Are they going to go in through the window instantly? Denzel will be calling this one out. They've left one player behind. It'll be Mythics, who will be holding couches against the rest of the team. Did he see anything? Did he see the jump there? He might have done. Gets one. He did not know there was going to be second, but somehow still alive. Mythics will fall. 3 versus 3. Bomb not down.
Project 7 did have a little bit of control here, but DK has been so patient, waiting for the push, and that's an egregious shout. And that Lucifer will thank him for all day long. 2v2 now, but kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place here. I was about to say if you're Project 7, but honestly, OMiT not necessarily in the best of spots either. They're going to have to back on down, but they're going to meet each other here just outside of the dojo. You fly through if you're Ethan. The trade is there for Denza. Get himself away. 1v1.
26 seconds. Is Lucifer going for the full wrap? Or is he going back in towards B? I think he's going to go back in towards B. Oh, this timing. This all benefits Denza so much. He's still waiting for it. He's still waiting for it. And now he has to commit, and Denza will get a 3-round, easy peasy. One for OMiT.
Yeah, that's a 1v2 coming in from Denza. One of them was a trade, albeit, but a big round to get a hold of. Just brilliant work once again, though, from this man who, again, he's one that we probably, I mean, we do, I honestly feel like I offer him backhanded compliments quite often throughout this roster. But he really is crucial to everything they do. Aspect, Ethan, and DK cannot do what they do without Denza.
Hey, if it works, it works. Still a tight game, though.
Something we haven't really mentioned, I was about to say, is effed up with the sniper in hand. It wasn't him who did fall that. It was Mythic starting to get very aggressive through the middle of the map. Scope is on the back. Shout out the observers. And effed up is somebody who has been influential with the sniper. Looking to try and exert that influence once again. Aspect. Getting the timing. The bomb is not over here, but the flank is going to come through from him. He's playing that island. He's on his own for now. But he'll be telling his pals he's on the way back.
Will he move fast enough to get involved in this fight, though? This is coming down very, very quickly. F-Dot holding the smoke, already going to be down, and he gets caught. And surely not a second. Denzel will find it as well. Aspect is like, oh, I'll clean up then. All right, easy. Grabs Lucifer. OMiT now going to be up
Nicely done again. Aspect again playing that island, and I think, you know, even if a lot of the round goes wrong for Denza over towards the site, he is going to be there to put down some serious issues with P7. And it's just a tried and tested tactic when it does come down to search and destroy. Those island players have got to play it so smart, be so patient, but when the time is right, they've got to make their move fast. Well, Aspect was maybe taking his time. Didn't need to necessarily rush though with Denza now on a 4-in-a-row kill spree. But a big hit over towards B for both these two squads. Now Brycey, this one's going to break into life very, very quickly. Stick did come through, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. How has only been 2 kills in that flurry? It hasn't been. It's going to be another one coming back. Ethan will fall. DK and Denza taking on 3.
DK is hoping to find an easy kill here. They'll just pin them for a second. Denza all the way towards the back. Nobody moving. This is about as slow of a game as you'll see. Of course, Project 7 will have to move eventually to plant, but at the moment, everybody's statuing.
DK. Gonna have to back on down. Good shots coming out from Denza. Doesn't finish his dinner though. Bomb planted. There was opportunities there for the side of OMiT, but Project 7 have said absolutely not. Very quickly answer back.
And I cannot believe that he stayed alive. That was their opportunity. That was the potential. One bullet would have got him it. Not to be the case this time.
See if they can keep things moving here. Project 7 answering back with a big one. Left out yet to really get himself involved. I don't think for a second that is going to continue to be the case. He may well find something here over towards B. This is a big hit. F looking for the angle this time around. It's not necessarily with a sniper. He's able to find one before he gets taken down. 3v3. Look at this aggressive angle from Henry, but gets punished by Ethan. Is Aspect going to be there to pick up the pieces? No. One more is answered back. Mythics makes it a 2v2.
And now he backs off. And again, everybody's stalling for a second. OMiT, a call has been made here. They're wrapping back. They will wrap straight into the hands of Lucifer, who still cannot get that kill. And now they go back again. This is really a game of timing, luck, and calls. Both teams, it's just going to be one big trade. Here we go. First of the fight. DK goes in, but loses it to F and well, that's over. Project 7 grab it.
There's no way. And Project 7 found that so cleanly towards the backside. The 2v2 fight goes in their favor without dropping a single body on their side. Miraculous work from P7 again. Big map for them, this. I think, you know, when you ask me the question whether or not I can make any reasonable expectations for the rest of this series off map number 1, I couldn't, but I think if P7 can find the search and destroy, it does set out a stall. If OMiT can get a hold of it, though, it gives them a huge advantage. 1 round in it.
Oh, look at the pressure coming through here as well.
Trouble.
Aspect towards the back and does manage to grab it. Everybody's everywhere on this map. This isn't really a battle line. This is just an absolute mess.
You got players all over the shop, to be honest with you. If Henry was with his teammates, he'd be in a fantastic spot. And now they're back down out of it. But that's going to make OMiT kind of probably reel back towards it. Now Henry's on his way over as well. Timing might work out here. OMiT could have a look. Sees 0 information. They'll know the information's there now, though. Mythic's going to shoot one of them in the back. Can't find the 5th in a row, but it's 4 in a row from Mythics. Makes it now a 2 versus 3 in favor of OMiT. Timing doesn't work out on Project 7's side. You thought there may well have been a crossing of ships in the night, but the numbers here for OMiT just a little too strong. They find one back, 3-3.
Every round showing you how close these two teams are. Right now, no daylight between them. Who walks away with this? Could be a decider, really. I mean, you said it just a few minutes ago. If OMiT do grab this, that is a cat amongst the pigeons.
I love that saying. but it doesn't necessarily land with the Americans. They're like, well, why would you throw... I don't know, man. It's definitely not an American saying at all.
Good. It's EMEA. I don't care.
No, I know. I'm waiting for production to be like, I know what that means. But
Yeah. You know, that's because our producer's dead smart. But on this boat, we're going to see F-Dot just miss that, and he will be calling that one out and doesn't get the second. Still running.
I'm not sure how he's managed to get out, to be honest with you, but OMiT are going to take that free plant. Smoke goes down, so information, minimal of it for Project 7. Apart from there's a bomb down over towards B, and we need to do something about it.
F-Dot going to try and use this to thread a needle. Sees the player does not get the hit here as well. Aspect gets one. F-Dot with the second bullet. Now going to use the pistol. He's got timing. Got a little bit of timing, and he finds one. And his teammates come into the fight as well. Ethan now dancing around. He brings it back to a 1 versus 1. You see where Lucifer is? I think he's throwing out the corner of his eyes. It'll be a close fight, and Ethan will grab it. NPC for the win.
Technical 1v3 comes through for Ethan. Two of them in the blink of an eye towards the latter stages of that initial fight. But Lucifer then just fodder in that scenario. Can't get it done. I think we're still M15 in hand. It's Ethan for the defense in a massive, massive round now for OMiT. If they can find the second search and destroy, Brycey, Project 7's plan is out of the window.
Dangerous, dangerous time. Here we go once again. Huge hit.
And this is a freebie. A-plant will start to come through. OMiT are on the way. OMiT are on the way very, very quickly here. They're going to head over towards this backside as this bomb goes down. F-Dot and Co, though, they can defend. Ethan, though, again for 2. It's 5 in a row from him, 2v2.
Ethan finds more 2-pieces than I've ever seen a player grab. Over and over again. He's on a 5 string. He's not letting this one go either. Looking for him. There's going to be his 3rd of this round. Oh, never mind. DK will clean it up before it, and they get a massive retake on the huge shoulders of Ethan again. 11 and 4. A 6 streak for them. 5-3.
Just incredible work once again. I mean, the 2-piece over towards the backside. We didn't get to see the full extent of it. But honestly, it's on repeat at the moment. I can imagine how it looked. DK will be there to pick up the pieces with the 4th kill in the round. Ethan finds 3. And that is now match point for OMiT. And Ethan has a Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. This is their game to throw away now, Brycey. A 2-0 lead beckons.
Dangerous time for P7. This is not looking like a fast hit because Ethan has a Hellstorm. Project 7, though, might be using that opportunity to get through here, and they find the first. Do you now keep that Hellstorm for another round? Yeah, you've lost 2. That is not coming out now. Project 7, they called the play.
Damn. I mean, they've absolutely smoked them as well. They've given themselves a lifeline. Ethan finds one and is going to get out of this fairly free. If he can isolate Lucifer here. Did he get away? Did he get away? Oh, the timing not going to work in his favor, but he'll spin this one around on the Lucifer. Can he make it a 1 versus 2? Ethan now halfway through the 1v4.
Don't take the chow. That is a wild chow, by the way, out toward the outside. Went massively wide on it. Didn't even give it the peak. Eventually does drop down, but Ethan is so dangerous.
Oh, the guy is an absolute joke. There is of no doubt, but still a match point remains. 13 and 5 out of Ethan. Project 7 are hanging on. 2 rounds away from finding the win for themselves. But again, Ethan's still with that Hellstorm in the back pocket.
In towards the top there.
I mean, this is a bit of a weird hit.
Yeah.
A weird hit from both the 2 teams, to be honest with you. Mid-map. It's not necessarily where you want to set your stall out. Works in the end for P7, though. First play goes their way again. Ethan playing over towards this A side. Honestly, Hellstorm, I wouldn't hit it now.
You hold it off, but you don't have the numbers. Seconds to final, and Ethan's also way too far up. He's going to go down as well. They're saving this for around 11.
They're going to have to by the looks of things. Barring a 2 versus 4 from Denza and DK, make it a 1 versus 4. That is 2 back-to-back clean rounds from P7 to force the round 11. They had a round 11 yesterday between these two teams. It was P7 who came out on top. Is that going to be the case here once again? But now on Den. It's a massive round. It's a bigger round for P7 than it is for OMiT, this one.
I just don't know how this is going to end because we thought it was all going towards OMiT. They played a passive style to get that Hellstorm in, and it got called by Project 7. They ran at them. This time, maybe going to try and do the exact same thing again. Here we go. Right, set up again. This time, they're playing more passive. Look at that minimap. OMiT are backing off.
Oh, OMiT are deep here. You're just not expecting this if you're Mythics, not whatsoever. Henry's there for the trades. But that's going to give a little bit of information over now towards OMiT. That B is probably more than likely open. And here is a little bit more information.
Screaming going plant. As soon as he sees this now, plant. Yeah, there we go. There's the call. You can see it on the minimap as it happens in real time.
Hover.
Needle thread. Not going to get anything. Teammate will try and cover him. He knows there's going to be some pressure out towards mid here or from the flank. Project 7 have to split this map. Ethan sees one. Oh, this is on Ethan. He's been the superstar for them so far. He's backing up furiously. There are multiple players against him and down he falls. He burned 10 seconds of time, but that's all.
Then I know there was 2 pushing on the flank, but they've changed it up. They've all went mid.
Smoke's going to be out. DK gets 1. 2 versus 2. Now pirouetting away, trying to
Denzel
stay alive.
reflanking.
He's got 38 health. They're going for him as well as he hides. He has played hide and seek beautifully here. A champion of it as well, but does lose that gunfight. A 1 versus 1 for Denza. He stays alive and he will not allow the defuse to go in, and he gets the second. All good. OMiT win the S&D. Scrappy, but more than good enough.
DK plays his life to perfection. And the rest of the job is done by Denza. The reflank through mid works absolutely perfectly, and OMiT have themselves now a 2-0 lead, and that's an important one as well. P7 would have been looking over towards these search and destroys. They lose the very first one and find themselves 2-0 down.
We said it was going to be a big map. Realistically, that was Project 7's to almost lose, but Project 7 did so much right there, but just could not get it over the line. A readjustment from OMiT in the way they were positioned, a running away, essentially, and a displacement gives them that win. Ethan, a monstrous performance, but look at the damage. He really has had the backup from his teammates.
6 and 5. A close game. I mean, yesterday, the difference maker was a 6-5 Sake search and destroy, if you like. Project 7 took it away. If another round goes the opposite direction, it's a 3-1 victory for OMiT. So Project 7, the search and destroys, I'm not saying it's the be-all and end-all for them, of course. Relatively close map number 1. Head into that map number 2, though. That round 11 is going to sting later on in this series. If you don't manage to close it out, you're a long way back now. 2-0 down.
Well. Not going the way that anybody thought it would go. We go back into Den again for the 3rd time here on the Overload. Project 7 are going to need to grab something. Whether or not they can, though, is really squarely on their shoulders.
Yeah, Den coming back up again. It's back to the scene of the, well, double homicide. By the looks of, why am I saying homicide? Double murder. Americanized, Bryson. But really, I think you don't look how passive OMiT played in this round. And it's the call out that will come through. Denza has to go over towards the side. And I really like the hit from Project 7 to go, right, okay, they think there's 2 in the flank. That's 3-man hit through mid. But DK gets the information. They've all flooded that way. Denza has a free run through the middle of the map to pick up the 1 versus 2. I say it was a relatively comfortable map number 1. It absolutely was not. It was a 12-point game. Honestly, there's been a lot of COD this year, mate. I don't think there's a pair that have cast more games of Call of Duty than us two over this Black Ops 7 season. So allow me to... Yeah, literally not wrong. Den Overload is on its way. Looking towards it as well, though. A map 4 of Colossus Hardpoint? Ugh. I don't know which way I would possibly want to call that, but OMiT got themselves a good start on that map up against Exceptional. I'll be so bold. It's not that bold. This feels like a must-win for Project 7.
Yeah, I would say that as well. We've said before coming into it, realistically, they need a respawn. They're supposed to be the better team in the S&D, right? So we will see. I think realistically for them, yeah, they need to start making the comeback. I think Overload is a great opportunity for them as well. We know they can be very structured in the way that they play it. Again, we're going into Den here. I'm going to say it out of the gate here. Defensive masterclass from both teams is what we're going to expect. Don't expect this to be a 7 or 8 game kind of absolute monstrous game. It's going to be about those minute opportunities, and either team could win it. I'm not confident in either side. If I was to give something going forward, no, you can't. This would probably be like a 2-1 game.
I mean, yesterday was we did play this map in particular when we were talking about the Overload, and it was a 4-3 victory for Project 7. Not a great deal between them, Brycey, but map number 3 should be interesting.
It will be, and it will be also coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We've got the players back into Den here for our Overload, and this might be a do-or-die game for Project 7. OMiT so far winning both of those first maps as they run forward. And now we'll see who really has the minerals to make it further.
Again, as we kind of reiterated towards the start of this one, it feels like a must-win for Project 7, but it's a map that OMiT have just been on and just completed a comeback on. You think going to get a little bit of bad timing. Might have actually found an opener for his teammate, though. Aspect, this is such a difficult task. Not going to find a way over. A good defensive round coming in from the side of Project 7. But the pressure will still be here. OMiT find that original owners, and Project 7 will have to play this one out of their spot.
There's the move, and this is huge, actually. They're going to get forward. Mythix already has it. Looking to try and do a little bit more, but already bodies get forward, and this is where the stall comes in. They might try and switch here. Can they get through servers? Big kills going into it at the same time. And DK. Oh, Lucifer slips the net. And we'll have to wait a second. Knows he can't make this. Knows he can't get any further. And that will be down again. And we go to roofs. And you can see already players switching it out of this position. Moving into that roof side is so difficult.
Oh, Mythics. Right, was on the wall for maybe 2 kills. Now all of a sudden, Ethan in a lot of trouble being hunted down. If he can do anything to get out of this, it's miraculous. Manages to slow it down and backs it up for his teammates who spawn in behind him. That was a big opportunity and still may well be one.
Oh my goodness. They're playing with it around their own goal. Run away. Find a way out of here. They might have to go for the roof run. Yeah, they are. They're going to get this one out. They're not confident in it at all. Eventually now moving forward. Oh, it's a bit of a nightmare. But it has finally been put to rest here. You can see OMiT.
Hold on.
Trying to, but there are so many reinforcements through. Surely they don't make it. Surely they don't make it. And that is, you can see the gap. It's about 3 inches from being in there as well as they go back and forth, but it is now being rallied across the other side of the map. Denza grabs it again to the other side. Nobody is getting any luck.
Both teams playing it well through the mid of the map, to be honest with you. Formulating their pushes. It's not necessarily execution towards the other side, which is lacking. It's been good defense. Really good work from both these two teams to be able to find these picks. Can you find the second one here, Ethan? Honestly, you are bullets away on multiple different occasions from there being multiple different scorelines that could have probably existed, and it's still 0-0.
Aspect. Oh my goodness, Aspect. Surely not. Can't get around the wall. What is going on with this game of Overload? Everybody's just juggling the EMP in their own spawns. Nobody really able to get away with it clean. And now F-Dot's like, I can't get out of here. Where do I go? I'm trapped once again. Teammates slowly trying to get back into the zone here as he comes under more pressure. Down he goes. And here's a big push from OMiT once again. Another big fight going down. But Henry somehow alive for a few more seconds. And finally, after 3 minutes, it goes in.
Oh, my favorite moment about that was F-Dot turning into Maven, apparently, at some stage there, Brycey. But I really love that. Incredible work for a moment. Getting it over the line. Just so much pressure for Project 7 to try and deal with. And eventually, they just stopped relenting. Incredible work from OMiT. And they've kept on top of it. That pressure will continue. They continue to move forward. Ethan for 5 in a row, looking for number 6. Drone now going to spawn up over towards this rooftop side. And again, that pressure has been put on by OMiT. Oh my goodness.
Oh, can't get the last one over. Doesn't matter. Loads of teammates for this. And what has turned from nobody scoring is in a minute 3 for OMiT. And I'll be honest with you, if you're Project 7, you've got to feel a little sick to the stomach. There were so many opportunities for them to score as well. They just weren't the team to break the deadlock. And they will try to get something going here in the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, one back here would be huge, to be honest. Feels like a necessary moment. Project 7 tipping to dive in, but they're not able to pick up the pieces when they need to. 40 seconds to go. Denzel will get this one rolling. A big statement here from OMiT once again. And somebody who yesterday just didn't necessarily perform to the best of his abilities through the search and destroy and this overload. Ethan has been unstoppable.
Can he do any more here? Finds at least one. Trying to hold it out for his team as well. More bullets go into it. And even with a team kill, it's not going to be enough. OMiT will not get it early. Wait a second. Aspect. Where is he going? He's got his feet. Takes his feet out. DK getting another one. There's 3 going to be down. And EMP is hiding behind Mythics. And look at the spawn. The spawn has just saved them for one more point.
I think it's the push that comes in from DK on the other side. Forces it that direction. But it does save them. Because that could have been a different story if they spawn over towards the other side. All of a sudden, you're in a very, very difficult place. Mythics is the one that came in with a stop here, I believe. Slowed things down. Yeah, this was towards the very end of the round. Stop stands there, going for the pickup. Nicely done from Mythics. That's a few kills. Just to stop this one, ending, albeit very slightly early. They weren't far away from sticking the 4-0 on their forehead. OMiT are in the ascendancy here. 3-0 up after the half. That was a rip-roaring pace. I wonder if Project 7 can try and find another gear, because right now OMiT are all over them.
Let's see. Is this their side to win? Already losing a couple of the first gunfights, and that's not what they want. That EMP's already moving. They're going to try and slip it through server room, surely. There they go. Denza on the blocking. And, well, that's going to be close enough to get it in. That's already going to be 4. Incredible start from OMiT again.
Denza trying to keep this pressure on. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back with that 4th play that comes through. Project 7 now have a mountain to climb. But they're on the right side to get it done. But unfortunately for them, there's an Ethan on the other team who is now 22-13. This is a little bit more like it. As I mentioned, like only a couple of minutes ago, I was slightly disappointed with his performance yesterday. That has not been the case through this series so far.
Yeah, I think it's showing why it has become one of the hottest prospecting challenges. Hey, the question is not whether or not he gets an opportunity. It's literally when. And it might even happen for EWC. It wouldn't surprise me. DK still staying alive. They can burn this time. Like, they're in such a good position for this.
Yeah, I mean, they can play TDM. 3.5 minutes of it, to be frank. Aspect setting up the cross. Cannot be there for that angle onto Lucifer, though. Or for the second kill onto Henry. An opportunity for P7 to maybe reload and regain, but it's just never been offered. OMiT are move forward, sprint forward, get at them, into their faces. And every single time that they get the EMP in an advanced position, they just wrap it back. And the thing is, Project 7 have to answer to that. They have to wrap back through their spawn. It wastes time. Right now, OMiT have oodles of it. And Project 7, not a great deal. And those kills will help. They have to move it forward, and they have to move it forward quickly. Bearing in mind, in this first half, Pricey, it took 2.5 minutes before we seen the first capture. OMiT managed 3 in that half.
Well, they're going to try. I mean, Denza's just done a wonderful job here. And, well, Ethan will grab the last one, and now he'll rocket forward. They know this is not going to be easy. It's basically into a grinder around this, and Ethan looks for 1. Not going to get any more, though. They can switch it again. Keep an eye. Aspect is on the other side. If he finds any of these kills around here, they'll try and punch it through. But unfortunately, they've lost every single fight they needed. Does Project 7 have hope?
There is maybe something. But every single time that there is an opening, OMiT just slammed that door shut. Ethan has continued his reign of terror, though, hasn't he? 28-18 now. The rest of the team here pulling their weight alongside of him. And it feels that Project 7 are a beaten team in this overload. That 5th will pretty much secure it. Impossible task now for Project 7. And OMiT are going to take the map number 3 that we said needed to fall Project 7's way. Denza's now on a spree as well. Everybody chipping in where needs be. And OMiT, I mean, this is just a victory lap at this stage. Ethan may well land another one in. Incredible work from OMiT once again.
And Project 7 have been the team that slowed Project 7 down yesterday. Before that, they had barely dropped the map. In fact, the only map they had dropped was to Project 7. Unfortunately, OMiT have remembered. And today, they have seen off exceptional 3-0. And at the moment, they are going to be 3-0 up against Project 7. In a best of 7, which means there is still potential for a comeback. But this is an incredible run through Challengers Elite with 1 blip.
A blip was up against P7, and they are looking to very much make amends. And that might go a long way to doing that. Incredible performance from OMiT across the board. It's an 8-0. And a map that they lost yesterday in a very close scoreline. That wasn't close. Not even a little bit.
Yeah. It was close right up until Austin. That's the crazy thing,
Yeah.
right? 3.5 minutes of absolute nobody able to score. Chaos in both spawns. And then OMiT broke that deadlock, and I don't know, it's not a real thing, but they just couldn't put the pieces back together.
No.
Project 7 have found themselves in a dire strait now. They will need to perform the Uber reverse sweep to get this done. They need 4 maps back-to-back against this OMiT squad to take the grand finals.
Well, do you remember what happened in the last grand finals, Pricey?
I'm going to say no.
It was OMiT 3-0 up against Rock.
Oh, no, you're right, actually.
So maybe let's not
Are you
count.
cursing them?
No, I'm not cursing them. I'm just saying. It's happened before.
I'm
What it's worth,
you Tannhausen, but that's a very niche reference that you won't get.
No, listen, you doubt my education to a certain degree, okay? But don't allow me, okay? But at the same time, I think for OMiT at this stage and how things have been going through these first 3 maps, I don't see the route back from Project 7 with the way that the maps have gone, especially like the last 2. A round 11 is devastating, but then an 8-0 in the Overload. You're about to head into a Colossus. OMiT looked pretty solid on this map beforehand up against Exceptional. In a series where, you know, they were a little bit worried about. They won that one pretty comfortably in map number 1. They now have it as map number 4 and potential champion crowning moment here against Project 7. And that looks like a very, very long road back.
It does. It is the only really one-sided map we've had, so you can say that this is still a close series, right? The hardpoint was close. The S&D could not have been closer. But that was OMiT that we have seen from the rest of the tournament. They haven't showed themselves against P7 yet. It has been very, very close. But that is a... it was a joke. It was a running joke. We've spoken about this before in previous days. We're not watching OMiT. The games won't be good. We knew it. We said very few games against them will be that good to watch. You know, we saw, you know, some of the first numbers come in. You know, OMiT, they defeated team 250-26. You know, there was a series where a team only got something like 29 points through 3 maps. OMiT have been the favourite since they started setting statements, and this has been their run. They have been 3-0ing them. Ask found it. Team France found it. Project 7 have been the only team to stand up to them. And they will now have to stand taller than they ever have done before.
Was yesterday a blip? And is feeling that way. This is what they have to play for. 10k is very much on the line here now for Project 7. OMiT are 1 map away from $20,000. And righting the wrongs of yesterday, righting the wrongs of Stage 3. Potentially, somewhat, righting the wrongs of what happened in Atlanta. They'll have an opportunity to get back at Bush, you would like to think. Thankfully.
Desperate to get there.
when we get to Paris. They are very much desperate to get this one over the line, Brycey, but that one in Paris is going to be a biggie as well. OMiT will be in that contention, as will P7. But who's going to be going into it as champions in EMEA?
Here we go. As we go into a hard point, a game mode that has favoured OMiT over Project 7. Is this over? Is this done? Or do Project 7 have a little left in that tank?
What have you got? That has to be the answer. Or the question, I should say, for Project 7. Well, a couple of bullets to the dome immediately for Lucifer as the answer to the question, as both these two teams posture over this P2 spawn. On top of it, though, Project 7 will get some control over towards P1. That's some time that they will absolutely take.
Good enough so far. NPC's out for this first flurry into P1 as everybody practices their climbing skills as they get through. Still back and forth, of course, with this first one being alive. And having no trophies on this first hill is just a nightmare for anybody who tries to hold it.
Oh, absolute hell. Absolute hell. Especially for the team who are inside of it. Which was, for a moment, Project 7. But right now, OMiT finding their way inside of the hill. There's a couple of bodies on the exits. But the rotation over towards P2 does belong to them. That hill's going to pop. Now Denzo's trying to keep that pressure on over towards the top side. That's an awkward fight for F-Dot. She'll fall his way. And then there's the backup. Mythics to not just take Aspect down, but himself down as well. The break round over towards the back. Ethan should be dead to rights. Nicely done from P7.
Beautiful retake for them. Aspect still finding 2, though, has punched a hole wide open. F-Dot closed that hole momentarily with a Semtex. Henry finds 1. Diving around. Ethan back into the fight here, but They're also losing reinforcements. Denzer will find another
Spawns.
here, and he's just trying to make it a little bit crazy as he gets to spawn. F-Dot's watching for it as well, and, well, calls that one correctly. Almost grabs the second as well. F-Dot, wonderful game knowledge, but does fall.
Denzer's going to have a little bit of flank that he probably wouldn't have expected, and he's made absolute dog meat out of it. Ethan will, thankfully, save his blushes. So they'll find those last couple of picks. And they won't pick up the final few seconds of scrap time because they're already thinking about P3. Ethan here, up close and personal. Lucifer, big gunfight win to find there with the M15, but tagged up. An Aspect and DK pick up the pieces. Lovely transition for OMiT, who are now going to take the lead over towards P3.
Look at this push. It's going all the way across the map here. Henry gets out towards it to try to shut it down, and, well, I'll tell you something, Project 7, that was slow and steady, but wonderfully executed. It has lost them the spawn, though.
Done well here, Project 7, but they have to make the most of this time. As you point out, they've lost those spawns over towards P4. Currently belongs to DK, who somehow will take both of those gunfights. Denzer is there then to pick up the pieces, but Mythic's now starting to put this pressure on over towards the back P4 side. That's a big win if he can find it, and does. Now all of a sudden Denzer has no teammates. They're spawning out over towards the back end of P2, and the rotation is there for Project 7. It is a dead even game as we head over towards what can be a bit of a money hill if you can get yourself a setup, but there's OMiT finding a way through the front. Nobody is giving an inch.
I'm stressed out. I'm not even playing. Nobody is backing off at all. And this is, again, comes down to its spawn here for OMiT. It's going to be Project 7, though, who are trying to pile bodies through. They have it momentarily, but, well, Ethan.
He has been a thorn in their side, hasn't he? On multiple different occasions. Not just today. Oh, my word. Ethan nearly finding the third there. The snapper. Working out. Oh, an Aspect there to pick up the pieces as well. It feels like OMiT are starting to fry a little bit now. 20-point lead. Starting to open up. Continuing to find these kills, but Mythic's and F-Dot can answer back. Flank coming in. Mythic's making the most of it. Nobody left into the hill. Nicely done. Project 7, it feels like they're picking up the pieces almost here. Don't want the majority of this one. They're there for the scrap time. But for what has really felt like not domination by OMiT, but a comfortable set of kills and a comfortable map from them. It's only really resulted in, well, less than a 20-point lead as we head into the second rotation.
Trying to stay alive. Should doesn't make that second. No, Henry shuts him down before he can do any more damage. Project 7 might be able to flip this spawn here. It's not quite happening for them. Lucifer isn't far back enough to block yet. So with 36 seconds left to go, there's a lot of time on the P1. Ethan is moving like he has been greased up because he is just non-stop hitting the angles.
All of a sudden, no, they have been forced away. P2 should now belong to Project 7. Find themselves around 20 behind still. So they're keeping that gap as, well, wide as it really has been. But now the pressure will come through over from the top side. So they're just trying to watch down Statue. 4 in a row from him. Can't find the 5th. Ethan flying over the top side. Aspect is there to bait. Ethan is there to pick up the pieces. F-Dot will get taken down. One more gunfight. It's Team Mythic's over towards the backside. Houston was so well to survive as long as he did. Spawn out will come through for P7, but also momentarily for the side of OMiT. F-Dot, big kill through in the middle. So now the pressure is on. OMiT have to try and hold.
And here's another thing while we're waiting for this one to kind of mature. I quickly want to point in that DK as well has been exceptional kind of in a lot of the series that we have been seeing. I know Ethan's grabbing a lot of headlines right now, but I think DK's right there with him. It has been a case of these players being allowed to shine over and over again.
$25 and 18 from Ethan. Isn't able to make it 26. Henry is there to pick up the pieces, and well, Project 7 will keep a hold of these spawns, but OMiT have extended this lead. And you're right about DK. I mean, he's doing it with the M15. He's switching it up when we head over towards the outside, making the difference with the NPC within P2. He's doing it all for the squad right now. 19 and 14. Ethan alongside him, causing absolute ruckus everywhere they go. And Denzer is there just to fill in the gaps that he needs to. It's 3 in a row from him. He pops off when needed, and P3 belongs to OMiT.
And this was a very, very close game. It is now wildly out of control. And Denzer... Oh, my goodness! Oh, they may have been calling game.
What year
this
is it?
Getting a disaster.
What year is it? Denza going off. Mythics will find a way through, but they had to weed him out, so that's some more time wasted, some more time that will go the way of OMiT. There's no way you should be winning a third if you're Aspect. He doesn't. But the cavalry is here. They keep hold of these P4 spawns. And with 15 seconds to go, Project 7, you need every single second, and you need to find a break very, very quickly.
Denza just trying to hold this. It's a big kill if he can make it. Anything he finds here is a bonus. Finds one. Ethan needs to try and find the second. They know they're now fighting for spawns. Spawns are so important for P7 as well. Lucifer wins the fight that might give them something here. We saw a parallel spawn still happening. How on earth have OMiT managed to get that? I thought Lucifer was going to be hard blocking.
Still getting a hold of it. Maybe the presence inside of the hill might have made a bit of a difference, but hey, if you're OMiT right now, you do not care. They've got a hold of P4, and they are merely 57 seconds away from holding on and finding themselves as champions here in EMEA. But the break will come through here for Project 7. This is crucial time.
Here comes some aspect of a push. They've already won a couple of gunfights. It's just F. left alone in the hill. He calls it correctly, but not fast enough to get that one down. As we go into this next set of rotations, it is a heavy, heavy lead within lethal range for OMiT. Project 7 will now need to find a gear they have not found yet.
Gotta find something. And very, very quickly. If Ethan starts shooting his teammates, that might be the help that you need. F. inside of the point. When it comes down to Colossus, the hills that you can chain together late on in the game is P1 to P2. And right now the kills are being found by Project 7 to allow that to happen. 35 seconds to go at P1. Rotation to P2 is paramount, but you need to hold some time. You got to fight on a couple of different fronts, and losing those gunfights is not going to help.
Oh, Henry trying to stay alive. He knows he's going to come under a lot of pressure straight away, though. But that is a big wipe from them.
Big fight.
Oh, they're going to lose it. The spawns are going to be spawned out for a few seconds. Where's that last plane spawn up? Yeah, it's going to be out here for Project 7. Out towards the back. This is a problem now.
So unfortunate as well, because Ethan kind of slipped in there. Got to spawn over towards that back side. Closer maybe over towards P3. And Lucifer just not expecting him that early. Could not get himself up. And there's an SMG in your face. And a resounding moment that really does feel like it could be the end. OMiT 25 seconds away from 4-0 victory up against Project 7 here. The EMEA final. That is an SMG, and that is a kid that has barely been playing Respawn. They're 15 away from being crowned champions.
And here they go. A big push coming in as well, but Denza is going to try and hold the first off. He's going to try and hold as well, but Henry finds two.
Good break.
Finds a third. A break they have needed. They need to hold this push coming in from OMiT, who have nothing really to lose by taking this fight as they dive into the point. Ethan finds two. Ethan finds three. Ethan not going to grab four. Mythics kills the dream of ending it here potentially, as we're looking to go to P3 for these as well. And oh my goodness, somehow Project 7's fingers are going to be bleeding.
They're holding on by the hairs on their chinny chin. One more break for OMiT is all that is needed. It's formulating from a push over the P4 side. The grenade will land. Aspect on the flank. That's a big kill from Lucifer. They found a way through. OMiT getting the time. They're 5 seconds away.
Oh, they're coming into it as well. DK finds two, and more plugging through, and that's going to be game. It will be OMiT in 4. They are your Stage 4 Challengers Elite EMEA champions. A dominating performance all the way through. Groups to bracket. It was almost inevitable. And the question is not when, but you are seeing future superstars of the CDL, I have no doubt.
Incredible. Fantastic win from OMiT, and what a way to bounce back from your first loss since against Bush in Atlanta. Yesterday up against P7, you answered back by 4-0ing them in the grand finals. What a performance across the board. And look, P7, they'll be disappointed considering where they put themselves. They put themselves in that conversation that nobody really thought we'd be having. OMiT have been unstoppable all season long. They finally somewhat put them in their place, but couldn't do it, unfortunately for them, when it really did matter. That is a massive win for OMiT and will give them so much confidence heading into Paris and towards the latter stages of the year. They are a real threat. We knew that already. But getting themselves a win here in EMEA maybe gives them the experience in those final moments that they needed. They'll be looking for the title throughout the rest of this season, that is of no doubt.
Well, performances like that don't happen very often. There is only a few more steps for them, really. We're all looking forward to seeing the major with OMiT. We're all looking forward to seeing what the future holds. Project 7, though, still a very good squad. I'll give a quick shout out to them as well. They did perform. They got all the way to that grand final flawlessly. There just weren't enough on today's games. They will have a chance to redeem themselves at the major as well. I'm particularly looking forward to seeing Lucifer in action once again. He was a stand up there on that last hard point at the same time, but it will be OMiT that are setting storylines alight and potentially checkbooks as we start talking as how much Rafi's going to get for these players.
The Jose Mourinho challenges, that man, I swear to God. The gamble was taken, though. You know, they formulated this roster and the previous stage. It looked like it was going to go all the way last time. Wasn't able to quite get it over the line. They were 3-0 up. They were probably thinking about that reverse sweep in the back of their mind somewhat. This time around, though, no messing. 4-0. Project 7 get dealt with in very quick fashion. Honestly, I think the next step for them, obviously it's the major. Look, they got to the grand finals when it did come down to Atlanta. Bush made a hell of a run through that losers bracket. Bush continued that form into their elite stage. They will be the team to beat. And OMiT will be vying to try and do that. Second time of asking. They've got an incredible chance in Paris, though. It'd be a hell of a way to, well, not crown off the year. They will have champs, of course. And the EWC potentially on offer as well. There's a lot still to play for at the back end of the year, and OMiT have found that sixth gear when they needed to.
So we are waiting for the interview with one of these players as we do kind of run through how all these teams have gone. And I remind you of the wonderful teams that we have seen throughout Stage 4. Starting in 9th to 12th, Rock Ascension, 31 Gaming, the Atlas Lions, and Lin. Unfortunately not able to make it into the bracket this time around. 7th to 8th, we had BTD Esports and Auglus. Then in 5th to 6th, we had Team France and Ask Esport, two teams who definitely had their highlights throughout. Then in 4th, we had Rock Esports, which, you know, speaking, it's not a bad placement, but not the placement they would certainly wanting to be had, especially with a team change. Then 3rd, Exceptional Gaming, who have looked better than they ever have. 2nd, Project 7, commiserations for losing the final. Unfortunately, a 0-4 to end their day. And last, but certainly not least, because they're going to be first, $20,000 going the way of OMiT.
Incredible performance from them. And I think, you know, ultimately we do get the result that we thought we would with OMiT. But the way that they went about it, I think will give them some nice experience to feel that defeat and be able to bounce back and renegotiate your way around what you were probably expecting. I think everybody kind of had it in the back of their minds that they would just probably run away with this one. Project 7 made it difficult. Okay, yeah, the grand final was 4-0, but the fact that OMiT were coming from the losers bracket side of things was down to Project 7's performance yesterday. They couldn't quite replicate it, though. It was always going to be difficult. And OMiT, what was that, 7 maps in a row today? Just like that, no problem.
Yeah, that's kind of bad. Just 7 on the day, dead casual like as well. As we get into it at the same time, and we are looking to see how these go, but what a way for it to go for it at the same time. I've been told that we should be having an interview. I've also heard kind of conflicting reports that some of the players from OMiT, as I kind of get it through the back channels, that maybe aren't ready for an interview because they'll be melting. The UK is very warm today, so they're having a few issues getting kind of camera presentable.
I mean, look, we've managed. We've got a fan going on here on this side of things. You know, we will have electricity. Clearly, we can figure this out. It has been warm today. It's been surprisingly warm actually. Even up here, Brycey, in the depth. I was about to say the depths of the UK, in the what do people call it? Winterfell. It has been very well Mordor, yeah, as well. It's really not that bad. Okay, just saying I look like an orc. Anyway, it has been an interesting day for all these teams involved. To see OMiT actually be able to make it through like that again, I think it's going to prepare them really, really well for when we head to Paris.
Oh, we will certainly see. It's something to look forward to every single time. You've got to remember as well, I think OMiT are the only team that's kind of survived in terms of roster changes. So that kind of experience, that ability to keep honing that craft with the same players over and over again. And hey, while we're talking about them as well, I kind of want to point out some of their stats going through this one as well, because here's a surprise for me. Going into what we had very, very recently, Aspect that didn't have that great of a time in the final, but he was actually in second place for that squad.
Yeah.
As it ends, as it has been updated, thank you very much, Easy Mac, Ethan ends with a 1.21 over the stage, followed by DK with a 1.16, a 1.13 for Aspect, and last but not least, Denza, a 1.05. So they were slaying all the way through.
I think the biggest one for me there is seeing Denza with a 1.05. Again, these backhanded compliments need to stop. But if he's able to put in those kind of numbers with the rest of his team able to put up what they can, I mean, that's just a recipe for success. A really wonderful performance in the end from Denza across the board. But OMiT, yeah, fantastic performance.
All right. Well, let's bring in our interviewee for this one from Team OMiT. It is going to be Benjamin Bance, a player that many of you from Europe will be familiar with, as he now joins us here. How are you, Ben?
Hello, hello. How are we doing? Can you hear me?
Congratulations to your team. Yes, we can hear you. Hopefully you can hear us as well.
Yeah, I can. Hello,
fantastic.
hello.
All right, we've got a couple of questions for you then. Obviously, I'm a fan of you streaming anyway, so I have been talking to you a little bit throughout the day here. But kind of going into this one, it was looking like it was going to be a difficult game. In the end of it, it wasn't as kind of strenuous as you might have thought.
Wow, you say that, but it was a 6-5 S&D.
Yeah.
The hard point was 10 points. It was definitely close, but I think after we won those two close maps, we just had momentum, really. Like you said, I think you said on stream, where we haven't dropped a map to anyone else apart from yesterday. I think it was a bit of just one-off. The boys just came out very flat. We had a lot of words to one another. I think I had to tell them off quite a lot about our approach to other teams, and I think they came in with the right attitudes today.
Was it a case yesterday of going in a little bit too confident, Ben? It felt that way in the gameplay. They were a little one by one, and then just a bit of a reset for today?
Yeah, 100%. Our flow was off. It's to be expected, you know. The boys came in as a team. This is our fourth grand finals as a team. The come up as a team has been very fast. We've not really had many losses. So when it comes to practice everything, they know they're better than people, and they just get carried away with those sorts of things. And sometimes it takes a loss like yesterday to really put you back into gear, really.
Well, speaking of that fast come up, actually, here's a question I was going to ask you. The pressure seems to be mounting for this squad. Every time they perform this well, every time they reach new heights, more and more eyeballs are on them. And, you know, you've got some real rookies in this who've only just been to a major themselves. How is that kind of dealing with the extra eyeballs and the kind of mounting pressure for performances?
I definitely think these guys rise to the occasion. Ethan is one that definitely does. You know, I think everyone knows right now all the rumors with him and the amount of teams that are interested, even DK. I think it's just trying to keep him humble as well in practice. You know, I let him know it can all go very fast, you know. You see a lot of players who come up very quickly, but then also lose it very quickly. It's trying to just remember them what got them to being noticed, and that is all the hard work, the good attitude, turning up every day, wanting to improve, and that's just what has to happen.
So you're just about keeping a lid on the egos so far, then, are you?
Yes, 100%, yeah.
How has it been coaching?
Stressful. I hate this. I hate it. Look, you can see how red I am and stressed. I bought myself a little stress alien for when I watch as well. Just to squeeze when I see the bad plays. Yeah, it's stressful. I wouldn't wish this on anyone.
Okay, awesome. Well, one last chance then, Bans, to shout out whoever you need to. Congratulations again, OMiT, on the win.
Yes, thank you very much. Shout out OMiT, shout out everyone. You know, we're doing, hopefully, all our fans proud. And a quick 6-7! Thank you. That is all.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Bans, for the most unique interview I've ever had the privilege of having on the CDL.
Thank you.
Wow.
You're supposed to be an adult, mate.
Thank you. Have a good one, boys.
Say goodbye. Go and celebrate with your teammates. Maybe continue burning off that energy. I have no words. I have no words for Benjamin Bans, but that is a legend of the scene, and hopefully that's not the last time we see him on camera. But what a wonderful season it has been, Tan. I think that's something we can certainly agree on. That is the very final stage of Challenge Elite this year. Of course, not the end of Call of Duty action. EMEA will end today, but North America will be winging its way to your screens in just a short amount of time. After that, of course, we have the Major, we have Champs, and we have EWC. Still plenty on the schedule for everyone involved, but thank you to everybody involved in this project. Thank you to Tan for joining me on this wonderful journey, and thank you all, most of all, for watching. But until we see you again, see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
It is the final day of regular season challengers. Stage 4 about to come to a conclusion. Then we're talking about Paris, the LCQ, and of course, champs in EWC. Should be a thrilling one. This day matters more for maybe some teams than others, but regardless, being crowned champion, Jay, is what everyone wants.
Yeah, I think everybody's walking out today like, I want to be the winner, especially with the Knicks winning in 5, baby. Shout out to all the
here
New
we
Yorkers
go.
tuning in. It was a great day. The parade was lit today in New York City. Obviously, I didn't partake, but I'm ready to partake in this one because this is going to be nonstop action. Cabal, Huntsmen, Telluride, Bush. This is a good top 3, man. I can't wait to see who wins it.
Insane top 3. Cabal, the team that's coming out of barely even qualifying for this stage and then putting together a masterclass. Huntsmen, though, did the same thing the stage before. And of course, you've got your reigning champs from Atlanta still in the mix. Let's take a look at our schedule, though, for this evening as we try to close things out on a high note. You saw what happened earlier today between Project 7 and EMEA, or at least you should have. So that leads us into our elimination, elimination final. Cabal taking on Huntsmen. Winner of that gets a best of 7 versus Bush. We've seen this story before, though, with Bush winning in the grand finals. We'll see if they can find a way to close out stage 4 on the right foot. And how they got there in the first place was by taking down both of these two teams that are going to be facing in the ELIM finals, a 3-0 versus Huntsmen, and then a map 5 affair versus Cabal. This will be the first time that Huntsmen and Cabal will have met in a while, actually.
Yeah, it should be a fun matchup, man, because if you're Cabal, obviously you're riding the high. The last team that qualifies for the elite, you're coming as the #1 seed. You fall short in your matchup yesterday versus the Bush, but it's pretty self-explanatory. You understand why. We lost 2 search and destroys when that hasn't been the case all elite. So hopefully they've been able to go back behind the scenes and put in that work very quickly to prepare yourself for today, because the Huntsmen are another team who were fantastic in search and destroy, but what you saw yesterday, they were respawn dominant. So it's anyone's game when you get to that matchup.
Okay, I like the call. I like the calm. Let's take a look at how things are shaking off in the both challengers points as well as in the prize pool. Again, the big thing here for a team like Cabal, who finds themselves outside of the guaranteed top 4 to make it to champs based on points, you get 15,000 for winning this thing. That would do wonders towards not only your seat at Paris, but also helping you get a more comfortable position, whether that is for the LCQ or maybe stretching in to possibly be one of the teams in that top 4. Other squads out of the mix, though, FC Stallions, ooh, they really needed the points. They fall well short of where they intended to be. And P7 Notorious, who had looked like one of our most consistent teams, continue to kind of have off days, whether that was at the Pro-Am or, in particular, the opening day of the bracket. Looking at the money that's involved, $20,000, also something that will help build some security for the rest of the year. $10,000 for second, $6,000 for third, Jay.
Still some good bags of cash out there out to be played for. Obviously, every single matchup, you're going to jump up a drastic amount, but who doesn't want to be in a matchup of basically $10,000 when you get to that grand finals? Yesterday, we saw Bittersweet. They put up a great fight versus the Huntsmen, and a big shout out to Tyler Fellow with those young guns. They just had a couple maps where they just let the closing moments of the game get away from them, so they're sitting at 4, but like I said, between the top 3, anyone can win it.
Yeah, without question. And it just feels like today's going to be one of those days that the best team is going to win. It's the easy commentary. It's the easy analysis. But some days that's just the way it goes. I mean, that's just how it is sometimes. So that's what we have in front of us in terms of the stakes, both prize and points. And on top of that, now it's about to learn more about our rosters in particular. Because like you were kind of alluding towards, you know, for Cabal, talk about an unlikely powerhouse in this particular stage. Flames, a name that hasn't been mentioned really at all this stage, or this year rather, until this stage. They mentions Vikram, Rispy, kind of playing a little bit of in and out of a couple of different squads, and the young presence with Flames as the most veteran player has been able to really showcase fluency across all 3 game modes.
Hey, you've been putting a team that is basically the scraps, the last remaining players for the last chance to qualify in the league, and it turns out to be the perfect recipe. Yesterday, they were putting on an absolute show versus the Bush. Every single respawn was tight. The search and destroy besides the game 5 were all the way down to the wire, but that's because of the performance that Rispy and Vikram really set. yesterday for CABAL. Those guys with the SMGs were all over the map, and if you're the Huntsman with these kind of SMGs, you got to be able to match them.
Yeah, I think in particular, you look over to Renegade and Johnny. Johnny in particular yesterday had a couple of really great individual maps where it just looked like he was shooting nukes. But Renegade has really stepped up in the last stage and a half. We kind of had some questions about if he was ever going to be able to learn the pace, the tempo, and kind of be aware of the opportunities that Call of Duty provide compared to a game like Halo. But he's been unbelievable. And we even said, I think you in particular even said, that he should be considered for a pickup based on how he's been playing lately.
Oh, yeah. I'm becoming more and more of a fan of this guy every time I watch him swanning on the map. Doesn't matter the game mode. Just because of his playmaking ability. You got to expect the world champion, even though it's in a different title, to understand what it's like to play in winning moments. And he's found himself in a lot of that alongside this Huntsman lineup. Obviously, with a lot of experienced players surrounding him, it's only going to be on display even more. So for players like Renegade, who is desperately trying to earn his shot, his stripes to go up, get called up to the pro scene, this is a series and this is an elite stage that you need to win.
Absolutely, because we are still seeing that teams that are at the bottom of the league that are out of the running of playoffs are still considering roster moves for things like EWC. So there's a lot to play for, a lot of opportunity without question. The same can be said, again, like we talked about with the full four-man squad of CABAL trying to establish either reaffirmations of their names, in Flames' case, or the new guys up. Hacienda, Hardpoint, Dense Search, Gridlock, Overload, our first three in this best of 5. And I would say kind of looking at how the vetoes come through, I'm actually a little surprised we don't see Sake in the mix here for the Hardpoint.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we don't see Rage Search Destroy in the mix for any of the Game 2 or the Game 5. Might be the first time we've been able to see that here in Challenges this season. That has been a bread and butter map for regardless of whoever is spawned in on the series. But we're going to add the Hasi to start, ending up with the Gridlock. From what I saw yesterday at a Huntsman, they really love themselves some Gridlock Overload. So for CABAL, a team who heavily relied on Search and Destroy, you have to answer early into this series before you get to that Overload.
Yeah, I like that call a lot, especially kind of knowing the presence that Huntsman could put on the map, and a map like Gridlock, which we've seen a lot of really high-scoring games, mostly due to the fact that a team is just so fluent on it, they could snowball and just control map and put you into a blender so quickly. So those are kind of the stakes outlined here for the first 3. Colossus, Hardpoint. I am kind of selfishly hoping that we get there because both of these two teams are run and gunners, so we would likely assume we will get a close one there on Colossus. That's frantic and fun, but we'll have to see how things go. Hacienda up and running, though. I would say the biggest thing here for CABAL is you need to put yourself in positions to understand the macro game. We know that they can be scrappy on the objective, but a map like Hacienda is determined by what you can do on the map from hill to hill, not just on one particular hill in the exact moment that it's live.
Yeah, that tells you basically what you need to know is that you win a rotation, you're going to stand a pretty good chance. That's the only thing. You're going up against a very experienced team in the Huntsmen. I know it's probably not their cup of tea playing Hacienda here in Black Ops 7, but you have so much reps on it in previous titles that you understand the fundamental aspect of the game. So for a young squad in CABAL with Vikram, with Ripsy, and Mr. Dimensions, who just, like you said, fly and fry, always want to be in the mix. Just sometimes you got to be able to hit that pause button, slow it down a little bit, and allow the play to come to you so you can win those rotations and make the game a lot easier for yourself.
Yeah, that moment of pause is something that in the last 2 titles, I would say is what largely separates the great teams from the good teams.
Yeah.
Especially as we get later into the season. I mean, not a map, but a game like Black Ops 6, Black Ops 7, with how quick the movement is, and in this game, how fast and proximal the spawns are, you feel like you can get away with not playing perfect, but as you start to play top teams, you will start to realize that they are being scrappy and still playing perfect, so you got to tune up that extra 15% energy.
Yeah, that's where you all got to be calculated risk there, Al. You got to understand, especially around the P4s and the P2s, what we can try, what we can get away with. Because if you're still thinking, all right, let me sit on the Lambo Heady, I'm just going to rip you off the rock side. No, that thing is spinning 3 times faster, so that gun is going to be all over the place. And then for the same thing for the P4s, with the unexpected water routes, that's what's going to catch a lot of these young teams off guard, because the experienced players are going to be able to read that.
Yeah, without question. I mean, they know where the biggest vulnerabilities in the setup might come from, whether that's over through the water or somewhere else. So we'll see how we get. Fly through on the way. Lower final matchup between CABAL and Huntsmen. And this is, again, just one of those matches that for CABAL, it's not just trying to get to a grand final. It's trying to secure more pro points to try to put yourself into a position to be a little bit more comfortable by the end of the year positionally. As apparently we had a false start on the first instance, so we'll just sit here.
Yeah, the game's just not ready to go. You know, these guys don't want to make a mistake. You want to make sure whenever you're doing this veto process, we're spawning on the correct side, especially from map like Hasi. Like, you want to be the team to spawn over towards Spyro. If you can dominate that first wave of gunfights, it makes it so much easier for you to win that rotation over towards the garage side and basically be up 70-0 as long as you keep on pushing them back. But whenever the players are ready, we're going to be ready, Al. And I think I'm ready right now.
I mean, you are gassed right now.
I'm telling you, baby. Knicks in 5.
Knicks in 5. Also, Canes in 6. I don't know if you follow the NHL
I did see that. Yeah. I thought the Vegas Knights were going to win. At least that's what everybody was telling me, but...
Yeah, man.
The Canes did it.
Mr. Eichel. He's a real force, but North Carolina gets a championship. Feels weird to say that.
I know,
but we're here for it.
It feels good to say New York City gets a championship, baby. You know what I'm
saying? I hear that, dude. I hear that. Outside of the Yankees, who've done it more times than we care to count.
It's been a minute, though.
But
it's been a minute with them.
That's true. What's 53 years for the Knicks? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep, 53.
Sheesh.
53.
That's insane. That's insane. Other things that are happening. Obviously, the World Cup. USA plays Australia tomorrow. Love that. We'll be live, but I'm sure people will be peeled to both things at once. The United States Open is going on, Jay. I know you're a big golf enthusiast, so you love that.
Not at all.
What? No, that's not what I heard.
It's not me, bro. I'm trying to get there, though. I'm trying to get to my golfing career.
I love that. Love that for you. Love that for all of us, actually. But here we go. Looks like we're loading in, hopefully, for the real time this time. As, once again, Hacienda. We've pretty much said everything that could be said. So now we just wait and hope that we get some gameplay to commentate over. Yeah, so I know we're all waiting for that.
Yeah, and the one person's gameplay that I really want to watch today is going to be in Dimensions. Right now, out of all the KDs in Elite Stage 4, he's sitting in bottom 5, and he finds himself in his position at top 3. So it's usually not how about you start. It's about how you finish, Al. So let me just take your wording to start off this map. Let's get it on, my friend.
Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. First blood for Flames. Cabal looking to pick away the space over towards Secret Hall, and they will combine for the elimination onto Renegade. Johnny keeping the hot hand like he had at the end of yesterday, able to find 2. Keeps at least the plausible situation in front of Huntsmen, but the hard point currently owned by Cabal.
And they dominate the mid-map control. Huntsmen are trying to work their way on in from one of these hallways, and it's Brack who eventually starts off the fights, but Flames in response with 3. This is perfect here for Cabal because they are uncontested at the P1, now hitting some routes to work over towards New.
Looking good. Oh! Yeah, nice shots from Flames. 6 in a row for him. And as soon as this hard point opens, a little bit of objective time could go a long way towards potentially earning himself a Hellstorm, especially as he continues to tally up a couple of assists. Johnny still spawning close. Dimensions on the case, trying to make his way around. Will find the kill. That'll stabilize things for Cabal, and Flames can continue to sit in the hard point.
Yeah, and that's how you want the vet to come out here. Your leader is leading the way, already at 6-0 with a Hellstorm in the back pocket. I know I said if you give up that P1 to B2 chain, it can be 70-0, but Cabal have at least the opportunity to make it 70-4. You are forcing the Huntsmen to be uncomfortable very early into this game. Rispy creating more space, cuts off the front line, and now you have the numbers to fight back in.
Oh, and you get a big win from Flames as he spawns up in the face of pressure from the Huntsmen. So the first 30 seconds of P2 go to Cabal. They also are very aware of where the spawns are right now for Huntsmen. Nice shots from Nemi, able to tally up 1. Can't quite finish the second. Pistol out for Vikram as Rispy's there to tally a couple of helping kills. Last one left in the backside. Yes, Awakening, and because of the well spawns, Cabal will re-earn the backside spawns in a perfect timing to start making their move over towards New.
Yeah, and if you're Huntsman, you better wake the hell up real quick, because if you die off the rotation right here, you're going to spawn all the way at Old. But 90-4, this is not what they wanted as soon as this map number 1 loaded on in. But at least for now, you have an opportunity to make up for it. You win the rotation over towards P3, but just don't win the first gunfight. That's an Cabal. Have all the black control, and they're flying.
Yeah, Renegade able to at least find 1 from inside the hard point, and he gets the second out of Rispy. That's massive. So now the spawns are stabilized. Cabal will be over towards the well side. Renegade going to take away the space over towards window, and this is going to delay a lot of these reinforcements. At least that's the intention. Up and around, trying to find where exactly Rispy is gone, and eventually Renegade will get to 3 in a row. So slow start for Rennie, but big pick up here at Fences. Eventually shut down, but Huntsmen are back in the game.
Yeah, fantastic moment here from the Huntsmen overall. Win the rotation, win the first 2 waves of gunfights, and now you're basically forcing the hand out of Cabal to contest in the final 15. And the reason why they're doing that is because they already have a Hellstorm earned. You can be late off the rotation over towards New. You can force the Huntsmen to be scattered off the roto. Brack and Johnny combined for 2, but look, Nemi's already gotten lost.
But Awakening has found him, but he can't confirm the kill. And Nemi is in an untradeable position. Brack was looking to possibly hunt him down, but now it's just going to be a little bit on the flank watch. And then he will find it. Okay, so the setup is good. Flame says too good. We're going to go ahead and drop the Hellstorm in. It'll push Huntsmen in really individual ways all over the map. Flame's able to connect onto Brack, and the numbers for Cabal can get into the hard point.
Yeah, it's a big kill, though, from Awakening to locate Flames in the middle of that streak. So now you eliminate the pressure from the back lines. All your focus is on the front. Just now, at this point of the game, trophy systems starting to spawn on in. Cabal invests them. They get them down. No stuns, no nades going to be impactful here from the Huntsmen. And Cabal looking to lock up this final 25.
Well, they got the numbers for it. Flame wins the key battle with the pistol, and Awakening is stuck, having to take a very unfortunate gunfight in a 1v3, essentially. So, first rotation, a convincing win for Cabal. It's going to be right around 130, if not more, to 54, which really automatically puts pressure on Huntsmen to do what you said at the beginning of this match. You've got to win 1-2.
And now they got to dominate the hallways. Huntsmen cannot allow Cabal to dictate this game with their slaying presence, because they're not really focused on the objective time. They're more focused on dominating the map control. And that's made it difficult for the Huntsmen until Awakening and Brack combined for 3. So now your team's spawning over towards Spiral. You're spawning them over towards Boat. This should be a lockup for at least a couple of seconds.
Sure feels that way. Follow up here. Whoa, tough gunfight. Rispy was just floating over the top of the open hallway. Renegade's able to find another onto a dimension, but Cabal are still in the hill. Rispy's such a pain in the butt, but Johnny eventually able to find the kill. Now we can turn our attention back to the hard point itself. With still 24 seconds to fight. Johnny had a look at the one in the hard point, but is going to try to create space around the back. It's a dangerous moment, because if you find the kills right now, if you're Cabal, you may win rotation.
Yeah, that's why it was so tough there for the Huntsmen on that P1, because they don't want to give up the time, but they also don't want to flip these spawns on out. So they don't really make up for a lot of the difference there off of the P1, but this is the big picture. Locking down this money hill for the P2 with trophy system now in the back pocket. Renegade already getting pressure from the back end.
And Renegade just finessing, dancing, looking for maybe a little bit of assistance from Johnny, but he's got to worry about this driveway position. And Nemi is just flying, not missing a ball. He's got 3. Team Nade takes him out of the picture, and Awakening gets one more behind that. But the zoning from Rispy scales back the Huntsmen even further. 40 seconds on the clock, and really the only person who can make a play here is Brack. He will find Vikram. That might potentially open the door for a play from the front. They even get a little bit of assistance with Renegade spawn over towards the side door, and yeah, Awakening gets his 2. Huntsman able to break.
Yeah, and Huntsman desperately need this 30 seconds. Still going to be down by a hefty margin. At least trying to have some response to gain some momentum going forward. Final 15 seconds here. Every kill from this point on is going to be very crucial, because everyone that Huntsman finds, you're going to spawn them behind you at that old HP. So Renegade with the snap onto Vikram leads to the opening. Vikram's going to be at hold, and Huntsman got to keep on going forward.
Yeah, and Renegade just running it down, trying to get to office. The timing here is decent. Damage to Rispy followed up on by Brack. So now you've got high ground control of your Huntsmen, quickly making their way back over towards the hill. But Vikram, Nemi find a couple of kills to give themselves a chance to still contest this time. But it's not good enough. Spawns are in. Huntsmen find the reinforcements and a couple of kills to supply this time.
Oh, and if you want to have a chance at a comeback, Brack needs to earn themselves this Hellstorm. But there is no trophy systems keeping him safe from the stuns and the nades. A big kill out of Flame with the frag. Doesn't give them a chance to now even think about an early rotation or all the way to the end contest fest here at the P3, because in the final 23 seconds, you know you can't give up the time. This is what Cabal wants you to do, because you're walking right into the pream of Vic.
Yeah, Vic runs out of ammunition. Pistol even still getting a couple of tags. Nemi's should surely follow up on that, and that's exactly right. 190 to 111. Moving back over towards Rock. Rispy already clearing out the boathouse. So now all of a sudden, if you're Cabal, you've got 2 things you have to watch. P2 and open hallway. And so far, Vikram's kind of doing both.
Yeah, they have the numbers, too, to now hold down the rest of these lanes. Renegade's able to slide on in for the mid door, is able to contest and at least cause the distraction. But Flames and Nemi, now Vic joining into the party, are locking this down with so much NPC pressure. Huntsmen have not had the numbers. They haven't had many opportunities, but they desperately needed a break, because Cabal already over 200.
Yeah, and Huntsman are at least able to contest. Here comes the play from mid door, but it's being read beautifully by the crossfire set up a Cabal. 28 seconds. If this goes all the way to Cabal, the map is pretty much over. So if you're Huntsman, you hate to feel like you have to try to break through this with no map in your favor, but you do. You just got it.
You have to contest this all the way to the very end. And it's Johnny able to fly on in and find a multi-kill for 3. So that's going to give you some space to clear out mid-map with ease. But you're still down by 100. You can't allow CABAL to find these kills because they're not really thinking about time. They're thinking about the slaying presence, so then they can eventually jump on it. But it's Renegade finding the first kill. Nemi on the pitch.
Oh, Nemi gets 2. Unbelievable individual display from Nemi. Continues to tally doubles that feel impossible. Although you could say that for just about everybody right now for CABAL. Minute of hard point time for all 4 players. 100-point game and growing. And the Huntsmen, outside of a couple of consolation kills, just have never had a convincing moment on this map.
Yeah, we're just going 1 by 1. And now it's only 15 seconds. CABAL need to close out this first map. Rispy's even getting kills with stun grenades. Everything is going right now for CABAL. 10 seconds left.
Yeah. And it looks like they very well may just get it right here. Huntsman able to clear off one of the window positions and at least to get player out of the hard point, but the final 2 kills are there. Last 3 seconds surely to come through, and that will do it. CABAL dominate. I mean, like I said, there just was not a single moment of 30 seconds plus that Huntsmen were really ever taking control of this map. They were just always fighting off the back foot.
Bro, they won the game in the first rotation of hard points. We're talking about a flawless P1 into a P2 with your teammate instantly earning a Hellstorm. So that puts you in the advantage already at the money here at P4. You were up by 80 by the time we got done with our first set. Then all you have to do is just make it mixy, make it scrappy, at least in the next level of hard points, and that's going to be an easy game. They instantly came out the gate swinging. Like, Nemi was setting the tone. I said it before the map even started. Like, this is a guy who struggled in their respawn game, and he goes 28-19 with 21 non-traded kills. That was a complete team effort. Flames started off, but everyone provided their 25%, and CABAL, for a team who relies heavily on search and destroy, that's going to make it even better now going into this map number 2.
Without question. 3,000, nearly 3,100 damage for Nemi, and objective kills were there, assists were there. He just was in the right place at the right time. It felt like the entire map. And sometimes that goes your way, but like, you put yourself into a position to control the map and, you know, dominate, let's say 60% of the map at all times. It's going to create opportunities and openings for you to hit her out, get around the back, and find freebies, which felt like a lot of what Dimensions was doing, but he also was able to do things like this, where he's the first one forward and finding 2 kills.
Yeah, that just should have happened, though. Like, on that P2 setup, where if you're the Huntsman, it's all 4 off the rotation, all 4 set up. Nemi just walks right through lobby, wins his first gunfight, and the second guy isn't even prepared for him, and then he eventually turns it into 3. Those are just things I expect, you know, the experienced players to make sure that they have on lock, but still cracks in the armor there for the Huntsman, especially on that map number 1. But now if you are CABAL, like I said, Search and Destroy has treated them so well in this elite. It's the reason why they find themselves in this position now. But yesterday they lose 2 versus Bush. So hopefully they're able to make some quick adjustments to be better today in this mode.
Yep, I agree with that. Den Search feels like everyone's got solid understanding of what needs to happen on this map. I would say a lot of it lately has been these kind of push and pulls rather than stop and goes. Trying to move the defense around a little bit if you're on the attack, and then all of a sudden you find your opening, you get a first blood, or you get a window to jump in and plant a bomb, and then you're good to go. To be fair, though, I feel like CABAL's identity has been more of the stop and go, where, oh, here we go, we're just going to just full 4-man hit something, get a quick plant, and then just play our numbers. So it'll be interesting, I think, to see which identity they go with here versus this Huntsman team.
Yeah, that's just the playstyle that they have, though. With the players that you have, you got to put them in the best position to succeed. And you got to think with Rispy, with Vic, and now Dimensions on the lineup, these guys want to fly. They want to be able to shoot their guns very quickly into these rounds. So put them in the position to succeed. Definitely invest smoke grenades at that B site. Run it down Dojo. Just don't allow Huntsmen any time to breathe, because these guys are slow and steady, methodical players. They're going to be able to dissect if you give them a lot of time to work with. So CABAL, be fast.
Yeah, I like that call. All right. Let's see. We're waiting on 1, so hopefully we'll jump into the Search and Destroy pretty quickly. We also know that sniper rifles can be an impact here, so tempo could be determined by how often we're pulling that scope versus not. I mean, these are all things you guys know. So, fill in the space, fill in the time. Just wanted to see the action unfold.
That's all it's about, man. And now if you're the Huntsman, down 0-1 in this series, for a team who relied heavily on this Search and Destroy, especially week 1 in this elite, then as the weeks continue to carry on, it was respawn dominant. Now you need SD to get yourself back into this series with players like Brack in the building, with players like Renegade in the building. Those guys are playmakers, man. You just got to make sure we're doing something together, because I feel like a lot in that respawn on the opening map, it was a lot of one-on-one chows, a lot of me just waiting on you to hit this long route, and hopefully it works out. But just Cabal are reading you like a book, and you cannot allow that to be the case here, getting isolated in those advantage situations.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good breakdown. It's a lot of assumption, a lot of foreshadowing, but all things are true. Lobby is loading. So we're jumping on in here to map number 2 very quickly, we hope. No draws. No draws, please, no draws. No whammies. Did you ever watch that game show, Press Your Luck?
Ah, man. Listen, what channel was that on?
Damn. Game Show Network.
Yeah, nah, bro. I was on 1 through channel 50. Anything between that, I'm good. Comedy Central is where I ended it.
That's fair. I feel like Game Show Network, though, back in the days of cable, was somewhere between 1 and 50.
Like Wheel of Fortune, like basically where they had all of that stuff?
No, those would be like the $1 Million Pyramid, the match game.
So I know Deal or No Deal, bro. That's where I'm at.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Disappointed, but that's fine. Well, here we go. Talk about the stop-and-go presence of Cabal. It's all go.
Triple ones.
Yeah, triple ones all on the point. Nemi will get the plant, but there is first blood for Huntsmen on the other side.
Yeah, it's Renegade alongside Johnny, working hand in hand for that first blood. Catching Brispy. Would love to see that island player to work the late pinch. So Huntsman with the early numbers. It's just time is starting to get away from them. You got to start to move.
Yeah, well, everyone's here now. Good timing on these nades, though, from Cabal. Impact the play just a touch. Johnny, though, able to respond with 1 nade of his own. Nemi not going to find anything in response onto Johnny. And that will work. Very clean retake for Huntsman. The smoke aiding on getting back into the bomb site, and that's pretty much a flawless retake. It is a flawless retake.
Yeah, I love that Huntsman, especially after they got that first kill, because you saw Renegade and Johnny running hand in hand, push through that B site, and able to isolate the gunfight onto Risky. But instead of committing on that pitch, no, we wrap back and have the 4v3 over towards Plat. Exactly what you want to see out of the Huntsman in the opening round.
Yeah, and that's the presence of the push and pull. You know, you get that first blood, no chance for a lurker to impact your post plant retake. So all numbers, all guns can keep their focus forward. Big. Good advantage there for Huntsman. Now on to the next and first attack. Are they going to show us something similar? Looks like maybe. All 4 players moving up towards at least the mid, if not over towards A. But defense is here with some presence as well. 3 players here.
And Brack has a snipe. Doesn't locate anyone. Gonna switch to the M15, but Risky in a very good spot. It's gonna gather a lot of information. Just not gonna walk away with a kill. You're still gonna commit here if you're the Huntsman.
Oh, but Risky, we think. Able to get 2. Vikram another, we think. And that's one of those moments that when you initially see that play forward and Cabal is a little bit stuck, they don't get the kill that they need. You got a lot of damage on Nemi on the site, Risky up close. You think Huntsmen are gonna find the wins, but the defense was quick to respond, and now it's just down to Johnny for a 1v3.
Yeah, and that bomb being down over to rooftops only makes this more difficult here for Johnny. Flames and Nemi are actually the 2 players who got every single kill in this round so far. Codcaster. Yeah. He's going to throw us some haymakers here, but 30 seconds left. Johnny still has a chance. Maybe not.
Nope. Yeah. Nice little high-low setup right there to make sure that that bomb stays safe. 2 convincing defenses in a row. That one, though, just flat-out resistance being met. And it's not an ideal initial start because you get damage onto like 3 players but no kills, and Nemi gets pushed off the angle, but help is so quick to rotate in that you're still able to tally the kills you need to stop the play.
Yeah, that's the thing that threw the Huntsman off guard there, because you're not expecting a triple stack on the same side with one person playing super aggressive. So you were trying to isolate onto one guy, but little did you know, the rest of Cabal ready and waiting for that push. So all tied up on defensive side. Back to the offense we go here for Cabal. Do a little bit of a spread map setup. This time Vic with an AR is just going to put down shots, but a stun is going to connect, and Johnny's just trying to finish this kill. And then Renegade combined for the 2.
Yeah, that's just Vic and Rispy caught essentially having to play that battle outright, and it's just not one that benefits them. But there is a trade. It gets us to a 2v3. Very plausible that this could happen, but Renegade is playing an aggressive angle. You've got help nearby from Johnny. Nades are tagged. Johnny gets 1. Nade will tag, and that will be enough for Huntsman to keep this thing all defense.
Yeah, Cabal got to make some adjustments, man, on their offensive rounds, because that's 2 times now where the Huntsmen are just setting all out pressure through that B site, forcing you to be uncomfortable, basically forcing you to work over towards rooftop consistently, and that has led to a lot of success here for the Huntsmen. Renegade and Johnny playing with no remorse on that side of the map. Stuns connecting, we're going to send it on in. Johnny's able to find 3 on that round. Huntsman in the advantage again.
Yeah, really clean defenses so far. And still, to that point, a lot of these approaches offensively have been a little bit, not like one-dimensional, but they've been solo-focused on one side or another this time. Wow, nades land front side dojo for a couple. Vic can only give you 1 in response, and that's enough for this bomb to be planted. And a 3v1 to hopefully overwhelm Flames. He's able to get the first. Does he get the second off the top of the bomb? No, too weak. And Huntsmen break up our all defense with a really clean offensive look thanks to the utility.
Yeah, Huntsmen have just blind countered them at every punch so far in this game. Cabal had a triple stack over towards A. That actually worked out for them. The triple stack over towards B. Frags are not giving you a good time here on Den so far. A lot of first bloods going in the way of the Huntsmen. You're putting yourself in early numbers advantage, is giving you such an easy way to close out these rounds. And now with Johnny on 5 in a row, he earns himself a Hellstorm. That's basically another round guaranteed. So Cabal, that's got to be your focus.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to get something back, or at least force the decision of this Hellstorm to be a little bit less comfortable. Brax sniping, can't hit the first. Stuck on the scope now the rest of the round. Defense clearing rooftops, and eventually will track back to assist.
Yeah, Brax just needs to value his life here. So the teammates able to back up and assist you in this situation, but I don't know who effectively got that team kill. That's not going to help the Huntsmen at all, because now in a 3v4, and with only 35 seconds, you have yet to work your dojo.
Nade out for Vic, delaying. Johnny still an assist away from a Hellstorm. Here comes the play for retake. A couple of tags on the Vic. Down low, shots don't land. Rispy finds the trade out, plus a second. Renegade left in the 1v3. Finds the first cleanly, but the snap to the second is not quick enough. And now we've got Cabal putting together a solid offensive rook.
Yeah, big shout out to the Huntsmen, though, on that round for getting that team kill.
Yeah, for real.
Once Cabal gets the bomb planted, you see the Huntsmen, their game plan is for everyone to retake through dojo. If you have an extra cut, it makes that situation a little bit easier, but you shoot your own teammate in the back, and unfortunately it allows you to play even slower on your dojo approach. And Cabal with the SMG, pressure ready and waiting. So they shut down Johnny off for earning a potential Hellstorm, and also any momentum that the Huntsmen could have gained off of that.
Yeah. Quick play up to the offensive middle. It's Johnny who gets the free space. And this feels like a setup that Huntsmen are going to try to push and pull the defense around to see if they can set up Johnny for a first blood.
Yeah, Johnny's just playing it super patient through the middle of the map. Ball gonna contest right through mid-statue, able to sniff him out for the first blood, and info onto Brack as well. So now if you're a Cabal, no need to rush anything. We know where the play's going.
Yep. Set up your utility, contest on your terms. That works out nicely. Brack trying to take away space. Sorry, that's Awakening trying to take away space. Renegade trying to make something out of nothing. Not gonna happen. And it looks like Cabal are going to get 2 rounds in a row, although Brack's able to line up a couple, make this a more manageable 1v2. He's being hunted, though. And he's able to survive for now. And there will not be a second lineup mistake. Cabal find the win.
Yeah, and Cabal just finding a way to win by shutting down the playmakers on the opposite side. You know that Johnny always tries to work this late pinch. So if they're taking that slow and steady approach, make sure we are filling the gaps properly. The entire defensive round, you had one player locked in on that B site. There's no stuns, no nades over towards CABAL. Everyone else contesting through min-map or around rooftops early. But once Huntsman kill the noise, you know someone's going to try to make a big-time play. And the fact that they're able to sniff out Johnny in that position is great work out of Cabal.
3-3, Vikram on 4. Can you get back-to-back offensive wins of your Cabal? Take control of this map here in the mid-stages of it. Trophy system keeping Vic safe, pelting some damage in. Looks like that's enough for Cabal to say, oh, yeah, we want to test this. Do they have secondary utility to clear out the space backside 10? They try for it, but Renegade is not affected, and instead the bomb will be planted.
He's not going to be able to spot him on the exit, but obviously you're going to know that they have wrapped back over through CABAL. So hopefully this nade is able to at least provide me some kind of advantage here. But CABAL have backed up, and there's only 30 seconds left.
That nade from Vikram actually doesn't tag Renegade, so here comes the retake attempt for Huntsman from the front. Johnny's able to give you not one but two. Pardon me, that's Renegade. Vikram with the shutdown. That's a Hellstorm earned. Help on the way as Johnny is being pinched up from the back, but they've got the space, they've got the time. Flames is going to fall. And even though you give away the Hellstorm, Huntsman take a convincing retake in the teeth of what was an insane post plant setup.
Yeah, Huntsman just pushed them so far back. And that's due to Renegade already being in this position at 10. Because if you're CABAL, you're just not expecting the instant action as soon as that post plant goes down. Like smoke grenade already cut down our line of sight. And SMG is investing so much space on us. Forces us to be uncomfortable. The fact that Renegade, though, is able to take such a calculated risk, knowing that they're playing that setup. They're playing for him to push outer. He flies out and gets 2 for the opening engagement. That basically does it there for the Huntsman.
Yeah, it really does. Clean. Really clean. 4-3 now the count. Huntsman back to the attack. 4-man setup, at least initially, over to B. Trophy system down. Vikram and Rispy are here defensively playing deep inside a dojo, so they will not be, well, I'll say not be tagged by nades, but a stun does land onto Rispy. Forces out some secondary nades while the bomb is planted behind that.
And now, your Rispy, can this frag connect? It does not. You're already in the face of the Huntsman players. We're just going to try to send it. No smoke grenade. Teammates not really here to assist you. Huntsman have a 4v3.
Yeah, trying to catch them off guard before they can get set up, but that's not going to happen. Johnny, or whoever that is in the corner, is able to find 2. Brack over the top just has to dance and play and wait for help, and there it is. Huntsmen dominate another round, and now there's some daylight here in the search and destroy. They're 5-3 up.
Now, I'm curious if, like, the trophy system potentially stops the smoke grenade from being invested over at CABAL. Because you're just not expecting an SMG to turn that corner like that, knowing that there's this amount of head glitches over here on the CABAL side. You just give up your life there if you're Rispy before you have a full force ready to fight it. And that allows Huntsman to take the offense and now be at game point.
Defense has been so strong for them as well. Even though CABAL have planted the majority of rounds offensively, it's just the retakes for Huntsman have been so good. So are they going to plan on that being their win condition again? Sure looks that way. Brack, did he see a toe on that cross? Looks like maybe, but over flicks. Renegade set up with that. Yeah, you've got the Hellstorm being called in behind this play for Vikram, but damage has largely already been done. You can't even find, at least initially, you can't find what I think was Brack. But he eventually drops bomb, is planted, and CABAL have a 3v2.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that Vikram picked up the Hellstorm, but it's a good time to have it. So basically guarantees you this round. 1v3-4 Awakening. Couldn't get sniffed out by Vic. And CABAL able to extend this game a little bit longer. The 2 offenses that they won, one involved the Hellstorm, one involved the team kill. But they keep on pushing.
Yep. Yeah, haven't held a post plant yet. Not a true one. That will likely have to come into fruition as they try to get this to around 11. Depending they don't just get back-to-back defenses.
Can't give up a quick bomb plant to Huntsman right now because their post plant setups are a lot more difficult to break down. Especially if that smoke grenade can't get invested due to a trophy system. So if you're CABAL, you got to take some space here, not give it all up.
Yeah, I agree. Well, they're going to try to take away that space at mid.
That's perfect.
Yep. Patience here from Huntsman initially. Now starting to scout out what's happening over at A. That stun is intended to catch somebody camping close. No one's home. Instead, it's Rispy with an SMG just outside the back door of A. Timing here is decent for the first. Trade is, excuse me, out. Johnny not able to hold the back door. So now it's if Renegade and Brack can do the work. In this 2v3, Renegade, good team shots coming through, but it's going to be a double for Flames.
Yeah, and that's fantastic plays from CABAL, man. Love the play call there to just take that space away. Allow yourself to be more comfortable than the Huntsman. You have B on lock, you have mid-map on lock, so you basically force them to work over towards the rooftops, and you have players in a position to instantly contest them. So you get the first blood, even though it's quickly traded. You have the numbers on the backside of Plat to continue that fight. And CABAL now, 2 rounds in a row, force round 11.
What side do they get? Offense. Okay, what do you want to call here? Also, just noticing Awakening is just 1-7. Not often do we see that out of Wake. Could that be a factor here in round 11?
Oh, and Nemi's going to have the boomstick. Not going to scout anyone, but both teams not going to take any extra risk. Renegade obviously gathers some information that there's pressure over towards B, so now he gives the comp to his teammates, and hopefully they right back to JoJo's quick, because Rissy's planning this. It's a late pinch.
Well, yeah, Cabal's able to find the opener. That's huge because the late pinch is on the way. So now you just got to delay time. There's plenty of utility here for Vikram in particular. Nade towards Tin, slows down things again. Here comes the cut from Nemi. And as another kill comes out, Cabal are going to tear apart the Huntsman retake. First time we've really seen that convincing of a post plant, but the adjustments are made. The long route finds, well, it's unneeded, but it would have been a win condition. And Cabal are now all of a sudden 2-0 up.
Oh, man, that's got to be so devastating if you are the Huntsman, because you were playing some perfect Call of Duty, especially on the defensive end. The 2 times that you lose the defensive round, one was to a team kill, one was to a Hellstone. But in the round 11, we just played scared. I don't understand that, because every single time on your defensive side, you were sending both your SMGs up through CABAL. But this time, we don't want to play with no mistakes. We don't want to take any calculated risks, and we give up all the map control in a very crucial moment. And Cabal don't waste any time to seize it. You get the bomb planted, you push Renegade back, and no stuns, no nades, and even that first blood doesn't go your way if you're the Huntsman. A devastating map loss there, but Cabal, a team who relied heavily on search and destroy, always stay in the fight. Even though they were down 5-3, they still get the W, and now they're up 2-0 in the series.
Absolutely huge, especially knowing the overload coming up next has been not a coin flip, but Gridlock can lean towards that a touch. But a huge comeback effort. 5-3 curse comes to life, and now Cabal are sitting pretty. You got to keep in mind that Colossus is still there for map number 4. It's just one of those things, and I can appreciate it for Huntsmen. You're sitting here saying, we are going to play retake on this B site, and it worked out beautifully for them. 2 out of the 3 times that the bomb was planted. The other time was over towards A in one of the initial rounds. But it's just Cabal's adjustments saying, hey, okay, they're playing retake with all 4 players from the front, no matter what bomb site it is. Let's just delay, try to get a little bit of an information route built, and then once we recognize we can get the bomb down, then we can just play delay.
Yeah, that's got to be a tough pill to swallow there if you're the Huntsman. Because for a team who was playing with so much aggression on their defensive rounds, not really allowing Cabal to be very comfortable on their attacks, just the biggest round that you needed to continue to be aggressive, you don't. And now you find yourself down 0-2 in this series. Going into a gridlock where realistically you are happy to see it if you were the Huntsman, but you would be even happier if this series is tied up at 1 apiece.
Without question. Well, that's what would come up next. We also have potentially Colossus after that, so don't go far. We're going to take a quick break, come back with map number 3 in the backside. welcome back. Loading into the gridlock overload. Cabal currently 2-0 up. And for Huntsmen, it's do or die time. This lower final, trying to get one all the way to a grand and cap it with a big championship as we look to the end of the season. And like you call, Jay, you like Huntsman's chances, just kind of looking at how they played overload so far this stage.
Yeah, they've been able to control a lot of this mid-map, especially on gridlock. Every single time I've watched them play this one. So hopefully that continues here so they can continue to push this series on. You don't want to get 3-0 here in the final elite stage of this track. Already finding 2 in the feed. The aggression out of the SMG continuously pushing Cabal back. And this might lead to a first score here for the Huntsmen. They just got to get past this last wave.
Well, they get the first. Awakening gets a second. Renegade has opened up the space to score, and that will do it. Brack able to put it through, but Vikram finds 3 on the exit, so immediate opportunity here for Cabal to reclaim the map. And mostly it's Dimensions, depending on the timing of this route here.
Yeah, Nemi works the deep route. Now he knows his teammates are already finding Slaying presence through the middle of the map. They eliminate the person from top broken. Now you're going to relocate it over through Ice Cream, but it's only one player left standing. Flames is going to try to get it all done by himself. He gets caught, and Huntsman now turn defense into offense at A.
Looking good. Nemi trying to watch the cross. Pick will fall mid-map. And now all of a sudden the EMP makes its way around the backside of 18. Nice route from Johnny. A little in and out. Whoopsie-doo. Able to put that into a second quick score. And you're finding Big Wake active with an SMG on 4 in a row.
Yeah, and this is where it gets scary if you are Cabal. Already down 0-2 on the gridlock. You know it's very difficult to always come back in overload. Especially on this map because there's so many rat spots you can play with this NPC. Just continue to value your life, and eventually when you find kills in sync, then you turn it into an offensive opportunity. Exactly what Huntsmen are doing here. Renegade is so far pushed out. Awakening just needs to get him.
Yep. Yeah, not gonna happen. Rennie gets a second. Wake, pistol, trying to win it outright, but Rispy will shut down the play, secure at least a momentary defense. But look at Johnny's route. It's just, there's always someone at fire, or at worst, over through the post office. And yep, Johnny's gonna just tear that apart, grab, try to go. It's being held by Flames, who's really just on a one and done angle, and he will not be able to confirm the second kill.
Yeah, this game probably already done and dusted. Huntsman not really worried about what just happened in that search and destroy. Came into this overload, reset it, and ready to go. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. You're losing every single gunfight coming off the respawn. Huntsmen have all the map control, and they don't seem that they're going to give it up anytime soon.
Nah, that's unbelievable. This is just Renegade showcasing that individual finesse. Hasn't missed a bullet. And the score comes through to accelerate the halftime, but Renegade is pop and take, as we say.
Yeah, this is what you want to see. If you are the Huntsman fans, I know if your methods, you didn't want your squad to get 3-0'd. Essentially another championship Thursday here for the Elite. But you put them on a map, they have found a lot of success in this stage. And they are showing why. There's way too much presence with their slaying. So far pushed up, don't allow Cabal to breathe. And then when you're thinking, all right, we got a goal line stop, we're all good. No, Huntsman got 4 NPCs for a reason. They're already working the flank route to shoot you in the back. Johnny making plays, Renegade making plays. Huntsman can do no wrong.
Oh, I was muted. Here we go.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, how are you? Cabal would have to play a flawless half. And it starts off with a good first blood, but I like this out of Huntsman. It's not necessarily parking the bus, but it's playing defense. And it's not a reactive defense. It's just, let's hold down these key positions and force a miracle play to develop from Cabal.
Yep. When you're a 4-0, that's the playmaking ability that you have. And I want you to get the stop. Let's just put the EMP on their side of the map and allow that game clock to keep on ticking down. Johnny is doing silhouettes like a ballerina. Eventually he's going to get caught, but Huntsman, no need to worry. Even if we go forward, then look, we're spawning 18.
Yeah. Johnny for one. 3 shots. Oh my goodness. Right over the top of Taxi. And the stun lands on Rispy, but he's still able to confirm the trade. It just comes too late to really mean much, as Awakening now takes that powerful position outside 18. Oh my god, Jay. Nemi's flank is appreciated, but is it enough to really deal any damage? EMP is reset, and Nemi is thinking someone's going to challenge him through post, and he's got a knife out as he re-wraps back to mid.
Yeah, but Nemi needs to continue to keep this phase. For your chance at a comeback, we need to start finding kills that we're not comfortable doing. But we're already losing the first wave. Now Huntsmen holding the defensive line, whipping out some extra M15s, and are just slaying their way through that B Street. Get another stop. And now it's only 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to work with CABAL. You gotta go quick.
Oof. Rack long-range pistol shot just keeps holding EMP here. Nade comes out, though. Hold on. If Awakening drops, this could be an opportunity to just grab and go. Defense making its way over through Mail. And no, they're not able to find the first blood. Flames pushing aggressively does get through the threshold. So an opportunity here, but it is still a desperate one.
Yeah, it took 2 minutes for them to get that one capture on the board. So many waves of gunfights that Huntsmen were able to stop down time and time again. But now this is where it could potentially get a little bit scary because that's 3 dead, make it all 4. Vic just flies on them with the NPC, so CABAL another offensive opportunity here.
If CABAL score, we've got a brand new game. Johnny's trying to find the connection, but Rispy beats him. Now it's just down if Renegade can stop the play. Pistol comes through. Wow, but Awakening right there to meet it. So what looked to be a potential second score now starts to lead further and further towards a Huntsman win.
Yep, just wrap it over towards the A Street, allow time to keep on dwindling down, and now Vikram, who's working this pinch, thinks that he has an opening, but he's already spotted out by Renegade. Gives the comp to his teammates to turn around, find the easy kill. And you are still applying a lot of pressure up through this street side. You see the spawns for CABAL. They're not going to be close over towards A. How many more can Brack find? Only going to find 1. But the EMP is still in this position, which is not good for CABAL.
No, not at all. Awakening just trying to force it.
Oh,
Pistol win comes
Jesus.
out, and no, not quite able to get through the threshold, but Johnny's there for the trade and the grab. Game goes back to a metric of 4, which realistically puts this one out of question, you think?
Yeah, it's the bread and butter map here for the Huntsmen. One that you desperately needed because you're down 0-2. The way that you've lost the first 2 maps, the first one was devastating, but the second one even more. Because you had the lead in that search and destroy, but this is the way that you instantly forget about everything that happened. You are just punching the ball right in the face. Every opportunity that you want is working out to perfection. And now there's only a minute 15 left. Let's just wrap it all back.
Yeah, why not? And Awakening just continues to have a little bit of a highlight reel map. 21-14. Johnny, not to be forgotten about, is 22-13. It's just everything going right for the Huntsmen. Huge regain map. And now it's just about trying to keep the hot hands and seeing if maybe there's a chance to just influence some mental damage at the back 60 seconds of this map. Yeah,
but you realistically don't want to give CABAL now some momentum because, see, they already found kill number 2, and now their SMGs are getting loose. Rispy's able to locate 3 in the feed. Nemi wins that one-on-one there versus Johnny, so hold on a second. CABAL have an opportunity to get score number 3, and there's still time for them to complete this comeback.
It sure is. You got to influence spawns and just keep them playing outside of one of these 2 zones. Yeah, he's just going to shut down any grabs of the EMP. Follow-up is there on top of that. Now he's to 20+, and any heroics out of CABAL have been stopped with that route from Renegade. Good finish, but let's be honest. This map was domination from minute 1 for Huntsmen.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. Just the way that they controlled the pace of the game, the routes that they were hitting were always leading to success. And when you start off the first half flawlessly up 4-0, you can slow down the game drastically going into the second half. Even though you allow CABAL to get 3, it was no need to sweat, no need to be worried that you weren't going to be able to force that game number 4. But Huntsmen now come alive in the series.
Yep, that's big. I mean, you just have to be able to get some momentum going, I think, especially in the fashion that they're able to, because you have Colossus coming up next. And if Awakening is going to keep shooting like that, yikes. That's all I can say. That's just, I mean, ugh.
The thing that's a little bit nerve-wracking for me for the Huntsmen on this map is going to be, like, who's their main option for that third SMG? Because I would expect it to be Awakening. But it's just sometimes Brack's going to find himself being a little bit more comfortable with the shotgun in hand. And you know, on the opposite side for CABAL, like between Nemi, Vic, and Rispy, those guys are going to be running and gunning. You saw what Nemi was able to do on map number 1. And on this map 4, like, this is where Vic and Rispy will be able to match that pacing alongside him. So Huntsmen need to be able to keep up in that aspect if they want to try to force this game number 5. So whoever's running that third NPC, you got to be able to keep up with Johnny and Renegade.
Yeah, you do. And it's just like one of those easier said than done things. Like, we can point the spotlight, but it's the players who have to act it out. Little theatrical reference there. I don't know where that came from, but we're going to run with it. And on the flip side, you know, you look at CABAL, and we talked about it at the very beginning of this best of 5 series set. It does feel like they're a team that plays a little bit more, I don't want to like say unstructured because it comes with a negative connotation, but they play, like they're not hesitant to play scrappy. Like by that, I mean like it's 15 seconds up in the hill we don't have control of. We're still going to send 2 players who spawn relatively close to try to finesse that time and see if we can create not only some scrap time for us, but also a little bit more freedom on rotation. That's going to be there late by, you know, default, just because you're sending players to play for old time. It's all theory. I mean, they very well may change that dynamic completely, but it just feels like the maps that we've seen from CABAL, the tighter maps, the more scrappy maps, they're willing to play them in that identity than some other teams are.
Yeah, I feel like that is ideal for them, though, because of the pacing that they play at. You got to expect, like, Rispy and Vic to just run and gun. And when they're able to set that tone, it doesn't matter what the other team is doing, because you know you got fundamental players like Flame locking down the backside.
Yes.
That's what allows them all that free space, allows them to take all those calculated risks. And realistically, it's very typical because this is a team full of scrappy guys. They have so much trust within each other to make those kind of plays happen. That's why they catch teams off guard. So, CABAL, even though you lose that last map, no need to worry. You got the SMG presence, still close it out in 4.
We'll see. We'll see. Setup is there. We're going to take a quick break. Come back when the map is ready to load. Don't go far. Map 4 coming up. Welcome back. We are live in map number 4. Colossus Hardpoint. Huntsman trying to put together what could be a reverse sweep. Cabal trying to get this thing done quickly and move into the Grands versus Telluride Bush. First blood already good, though, for Huntsman. Nice route here from Risky as follow-ups over the top of the hardpoint come together, and that should lead to a break, and it will.
That's good stuff there from Cabal to win that first wave of gunfights, so these more effective trades over towards the statue side. But on the second attempt, Johnny just flies on in and gets 3 of his own. So Huntsman controlling the majority of the map. Getting a lot of time off of this P1 and just pushing Cabal back already with 20 seconds remaining.
Shots over the top, not fully going to be able to land. Follow-up, though, is good, and that will control the preferred side of the map here for Cabal. Good stuff. Huntsman working on some long routes, as Dimensions is the one trusted to guard it, but he does not see the cross, and Renegade's in the back.
Yeah, you're going to let Renegade slip on by, and as soon as your teammate come off spawn, he's going to give you an indication that someone is behind you. So now you just got to sniff him out. Too bad you don't look left, and Renegade almost makes the big-time play, but he actually makes such a good play because with that one kill that he finds, Brad spawns alongside him, so Huntsman still have the contest towards the back. Now they got the spawns to get in the hill.
Yeah, that's just one of those moments that feels so unfortunate because you do everything you need to, but a little bit of COD timing comes your way. Renegade gets behind and it messes up this setup. Although recovery for Cabal is looking really solid. They're able to reflip the spawns and the hill in their first attempt, so they still have a chance to fight for this Lag 30.
Yeah, that's way too easy. If you're the Huntsman, that can't be that easy. When you win your wave of gunfights, you push the ball out of that back spawn. We can't get picked off in our first attempt because now Cabal make the most of it and suck up all of that remaining time. They're going to be up by 25 seconds now, going over towards the P3, where they already have players contesting you.
Nice shots from Nemi. Help is there. Hardpoint will open to Cabal. Stun also lands to the front door, and you've got Vikram working a little bit of a flank route. It's Renegade's able to get 2 somehow. Now Vikram over the back, not able to win his first gunfight, and that's 4 dead. Huntsman in the hill.
Yeah, it's a beautiful break there for the Huntsman on their first go around. So 45 seconds left to play with. Risky tries to do it all by himself, just gives up his life. And now you have the heavy advantage to try to hold on to this first wave. You're going to turn it into a 2v2, and it's Flames able to locate 3. That just can't happen there if you're the Huntsman, but Cabal are in.
Yeah, that's the second time that we've said that phrase, that it can't happen. Towards P2, and here again on the third. Nemi, damage out, valuing his life. Now he's on the hunt with his teammates trying to support and get the trade, and look at the spawns. 14 seconds remaining. Cabal have gotten the preferred side for P4, but being tested on rotation.
Yeah, just like in map number 1, your vet, your most experienced player, if you are Cabal, is coming out the gates hot. This time he doesn't have a Hellstorm in the back pocket, but you still have a comfortable lead. And Nemi's still trying to contest with the back spawns, but Huntsman take care of business. Now need to get their trophy system down because they're about to come into play before these nades have an impact.
Yeah. Renegade takes the initiative upon himself and finds 2. That clears out mid-map. Turned around, though. Now an opportunity for Cabal to put pressure on the backside of the hard point. The Nemi will drop. Flames gives up his position with those shots, and Johnny will clean things up. Huntsman a chance to regain the lead.
Yeah, Huntsman locked down the spawns for the first 2 attempts, and now with the trophy systems, all of their focus is on the front. This is where you can allow your Slayers to become the Slayers that they want to be, to put them in a comfortable spot, because Huntsman, you blink, they were just down by 40. Now all of a sudden they got the lead plus a little bit extra.
Rotation towards 1, starting to become a thought. Renegade hasn't seen the first Cabal member up top, but his teammates are finding all the kills, so Vikram's by himself. Nemi gets a big gunfight win out of Jami from across the map. That puts Brack under some pressure, so messy spawn situation taken advantage of by Cabal.
Yeah, now Renegade has to make the best of this situation here. The only player to spawn over towards blue understands that his teammates are going to apply pressure over towards Statue, so let me try to set up this pinch on the opposite side, but every single player besides him drops. So now Renegade has his hands full. He has to find every single kill. He's not able to locate the third, and Cabal still in the time until Huntsman fly on in.
Yeah, Cabal preferring to play off of Statue control, and that's why nades land, no transfer, a trophy to go down. And 27 seconds remain. P2 side of the map looking good for Cabal. Nice play from Risky.
Guy's crazy.
Dives forward. Trade from Vic. Does he get a second? Not quite. Renegade with a shutdown. And Huntsman with that will actually flip the map.
Yeah, that's massive here for the Huntsman now. For a team who didn't, or at least got the rotation early on for the P2. You lost it on your first attempt. But this time around, you're going to have trophy systems to play with, and you have statue control because Renegade is on 5 in a row. Awakening just can't allow Vic to make the big-time play. He's already slipped by him. Vic is now going to be the player on towards the time, but Awakening's trying to stay alive in the back.
He will find one. Here comes the help. Free fire for Awakening to the pistol, not going to happen, and Cabal will possess the spawns and now try to deal with the hit from the front. Good first from Flames. Has an SMG to help cover this close angle. And Huntsmen are taking their time here to try to develop this next break that was taking almost too much time.
Yeah, and before this, that was one of those unorthodox pushes that you saw from Cabal that happened to work out due to the aggression that they set on the map. But now the Huntsmen finally get some breathing room. They break in through the front. There's still 25 seconds here to play with, and you know Cabal aren't going to be willing to give it up.
No way, no sir. 4 players hitting. They find the first couple from the front, gets them in for some time. Awakening coming back to the play. And 5 in a row for Wake. Runs out of ammunition. He would have been good for the 6th, though. So Cabal will retain the lead. They'll be a little bit late to rotation, but they've got utility to try to contest early. And what a play from Vic. Finds the first. There's just no follow-up.
Now you're outnumbered here if you just try to beat the aggressors into bottom tunnel because Brack has made your life a little bit more difficult. Nemi, last man standing, quickly going to fall to the hands of Awakening. And so far, Huntsmen doing exactly what they need to do to try to force this game number 5. Still 40 seconds left, and look at the long route being hit from Rispy. Johnny has to choose his timing wisely.
Oh, he does. Finds the damage. The gunfight. Now the pinch from the front starting to come through. Renegade is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Some damage out. The player on the flank was dealt with, but the double hit from the front, he thought was going to be able to trade out Renegade, but he's still alive, getting help from his teammates. And eventually, with 18 seconds, the break will come through. Rispy's final double at least neutralizes the time, and Huntsman will have right around a 15-point lead.
Yeah, and if you're the Huntsman, though, we got to start thinking about news, so it's going to fall into the hands of Renegade. Already working on this long route. Puts himself in a great spot. Stuns and nades aren't going to have an impact because we still have a previous trophy system that's going to give us some extra assistance. Now we try to secure the back zones. We get caught owing, but Vix should quickly get traded and Huntsman win the rotor to new.
Yeah, but Rispy's already gotten in from the front, has Awakening with an AR in front of him. That softens the play a touch and allows opportunity for Flames to hit this long pinch. Player does come off spawn favorably, but the gunfights go through for Cabal. All four drop. Unreal. 35 on the climb, and Huntsmen are looking to essentially do the exact same thing. Player on the OE.
Yeah, look at Rispy just created extra space, knowing exactly where the spawns are going to come in. Let me just guarantee, too. But no one hard blocks for Cabal. Yeah. So now if you are the Huntsman, you have an opportunity to take this time away with a couple players spawning close to the vicinity of the time. And now it's Rispy, the last man standing. Flames trying to clean it up. He gets traded, and you give Huntsman a lifeline. They make the most of it.
Yeah, that's a unfortunate moment because the play on camera looks perfect. You get 2, you stop the play from the front, but like UCOM, the numbers for Cabal aren't able to get around the back of the hard point, so they give up the spawns voluntarily. A late contest, though, once again, reduces the Huntsman numbers on rotation to 1. Nemi's still holding his life to contest over through statue, and he may get an opportunity to isolate. Yeah, he finds 2. Damage onto the 3rd. Flames wants it, aggresses for it, and finds it. Now we're playing for the favored side of your Cabal.
Yeah, you're pushing them back. You at least know that there's 2 more players from the Huntsman. We have to locate on this side of the map. Vic does a great job of locating the first. Renegade still, though, finessing, choosing his timing wisely when he wants to take the shot, and might have made the perfect decision because now he turns that into 2. You're still trying to maintain this side of the map for your team, and he is slaying his way to do so.
176, 181, but there's still 15 seconds left on P1.
Big kill.
Could still change, but Renegade continues to impress. 4 in a row. Off the regen. Damage onto Rispy, who wants no part of that.
That spawn.
Vikram's able to spawn behind, but it's red. Huntsmen find the kills. There's another spawn for Flames, but none of the members for Cabal are able to find kills, so now Flames is going to get pushed out.
Yeah, Flames is going to get pushed out, but how much time can he stall? Because now Nemi's here to assist them. So back spawn secured here from Cabal. This is a situation that the Huntsmen were setting up for that chaining opportunity. With just 1 clutch spawn out of the vent, he makes the most of it. And now Cabal are going to be able to take the lead, but Huntsmen are knocking at the door.
Nah, they've got 3 players in from the front, 1 working on the long route to move spawns around, but the kills come through. The pinch for Vikram shuts it down. 30 seconds, key time here for Cabal. Huntsmen do not want to give this up. But if you're looking at this setup for Cabal, you cannot drop 2 from the front because you really don't have anyone hard blocking, and I think they've recognized that. They back up, a team nade comes through, and Cabal will get over 200 points.
Yeah, they get the first kill, a team kill, and then Flames and Nemi combine for the last 2. So now you're going to be up by 20, maybe a little bit extra, going over towards the rotation at New. Rispy alongside his teammate and Vic locking down this green position, and Cabal here early.
Win condition for both teams on these next 2 hard points. Vic gets you the first. Johnny, Brack respond. 2v2 over the top of the time. Now just down to Nemi. Shows some presence by touching the hard point. Gets a read on to Johnny, plus more damage over to Awakening. His nade actually next on to Renegade at the same time. So now you've got numbers here. If you're a Cabal, you're not even going to bother to wait for the regen. Nemi's going to be on 4 in a row.
This guy's popping taking hard point, man. Really setting the tone for his teammates. Understanding yesterday wasn't my day, but today is a completely different day. Only need 20 seconds and you can still win it here. Just gotta shut down this final wave, but it's Renegade and Johnny already starting off the trade by Huntsmen are in.
Vic can't finish the final kill with the pistol out. This is big. Huntsmen controlling the favored side of the map, going to 4, which this game will likely end on. Solo pushes coming out for Cabal, but somehow, some way, they still find ways to make that work. Huntsman spawns are in. Pinch round for Vic, able to get 1 and damage onto a second. He wants blood. Had Rispy there for help, but Huntsman will hold. At least for now, Rispy cannot find the timing to get around the back, but Flames provides the pressure.
And now Flames needs to stay alive. He knows that the Huntsmen are going to be focusing him, but he's able to get lost. Even though his teammate falls behind him, Flames still trying to make the big-time play, but now that's 3 dead. Rispy, last man standing. Can he stay alive to make a big-time play? No, he does not, and Huntsman take the lead.
Lead swap late. Brack shuts down the play top P1.
The long route
in again. Nemi's going to block spawns here, plus you get a win from the front. 238. Carney to pass 240. Here comes the play through the side door. That will break things down. 1 more kill to confirm this back 18. Cabal not able to win here, but the pressure is all over the place. Rispy will drop, and it has to be 1 last break. 1 last contest. 3 seconds remain. It has to all be from the front. Kills are decent, but not good enough. We're going 5.
Man, way to lock in there if you are the Huntsman. Because that last rotation was scrappy all the way to the very end. Scattered spawns the entire time for the P2. P3 was all about the gunfights, finding trade at the boat side. But then when you get to the B4, so many different waves to secure those back spawns again. Huntsman just the last one standing. They're able to fight tooth and nail, man. Have the comeback of the century whenever they needed to have those moments and fight their way to force this game number 5.
Unreal. It just looks like at so many moments Cabal are about to make the right play, but kind of like we talked about before this map started. A couple of moments where you're going into an elected 1v2, 2v4 because of how scrappy and fast you want to play. And from the front, that's not obviously the ideal way to play. Like I just kind of constantly felt that Cabal were finding themselves either playing for a long rotation, playing for a break into the front, but it does not have the concentration and force to actually get it through and secure breaks or secure spawn flips. And that's the difference maker in the game.
And if you're Cabal, man, you gave yourself chances though, wow.
Yeah.
Just not looking to the right there, allowing Renegade to start off with the first engagement. Flames plays his life so well here. But Nemi falls behind him, and then now you know you're surrounded. Fortunately, we walk right in front of each other. And that allows Huntsman to shut down this first wave. But then off of this second push right here, this is what you're waiting on Nemi's long route to really play a big part. But with another team kill going down, that allows Huntsman to create more of a space, allow them to hit those long routes. And even though Nemi does find an impactful kill here and there, Huntsman still stay alive in the power position to lock down this backside and eventually close out the game.
Yeah, and it's just, again, like, as you look at the minimap, it's 1 or 2 players at most. And some of that is good takeaway from Huntsman. Like, Brack's double right there stops Dimension's overextension from finding value because now you have eyes on it. But even in those last couple of moments, as we break through P2 to P4, it's just a lot of individuals not taking the time to get the space before they set up to break. So a convincing map 1, a round 11 comeback 5-3 for Cabal in map 2. And it was a quick 5-1 start for Gridlock Overload to Huntsman. And then here at the end of Colossus, able to push things just over the edge and not allow Cabal a chance to win a rotation in the last 2 hills.
And now it's just one map standing in between both of these organizations to get that to that grand finals versus the Bush. Obviously, if you are the Huntsmen, you want to put yourself in that spot. You were able to get in the grand finals on the last elite stage and fall short to P7. And for CABAL on the opposite side, you've been saying it ever since the elite stage started, Al. They desperately need points. For your better chances of making it to champs, for your better chance of making it to EWC, you need to get this series win. And it's just one map that stays in between both squads.
It's going to be an interesting one. Gridlock search. When we come back, don't go far. Map 5 after this. Map 5, lower finals, gridlock. Cabal, Huntsmen. Huntsmen working on the reverse sweep after 2 solid maps back-to-back. And after a round 11 in the search for map 2, has us wondering, can Cabal just start off a little bit fresher and not go down 5-3?
Yeah, and this is a map for Cabal that has treated them well throughout the elite stage, besides yesterday in the game 5 versus Bush. They actually got 6-1 dominating here on Gridlock, but you could already see Cabal not really worried about those last couple of maps. Still going to be the aggressors on the map as Vic finds the first blood, and now you're getting the bomb potentially planted, or we're just going to play for
thinking about
control.
it. Johnny able to find perfect timing to contest. Only gets 1, though. Bomb carrier is still alive. And Renegade is, I'm sure, hearing the one-shot comment, thinking maybe I've got a chance to put this round out of question, but he's missed his window. Rispy gets 1. Nemi shut down in the back door. Bomb could still be planted here, but Renegade's got high ground advantage. And if he can catch the exit, might be able to line things up if Flames pushes him back.
Yeah, Flames just keeps his teammate alive. And now time is not going to be your best friend if you are Renegade, because you know exactly what the post-plan setup is going to be looking like for Cabal. So picks up an M15. Got to hit the reload because we don't have the amount of ammo that we want, but time is getting away. We got to rip one of these guys.
Well, damage onto Flames gives him a chance to slide for cover to isolate the other, but not going to happen. 2v1 on that post plant, just too much to deal with. Good effort. Cabal strike first.
Yeah, Cabal with the perfect play call there. Slow and steady over towards B. Allow my island player to be the big-time playmaker, and it's Vic who strikes as a solo guy working through the mid-map. Right through Ice came for the first blood and allows their SMGs to get so far pushed out that puts panics into the hearts of the Huntsman players, thinking that that objective is going to get down. Every time someone peeked it, you peeked it at the wrong time because they were ready and waiting. So Cabal perfectly set up there on their opening round.
Absolutely, absolutely. And just a good route from Vikram through mid-map to get you that first blood on top of the bomb site. Yeah, it looks like Vikram is saying, this is my playground. I'm going to stay here a little bit longer. Flames confirms some info that A is taken. Now it's just down to the decision that Cabal make to try to play retake. It's nades to start, but everyone stays alive.
And I think the nades had much of an impact there to at least have a couple players weak. So Cabal just trying to do this all with Gunny, but it's Johnny combining for the first 2. Now Renegade alongside the rest of the Huntsmen put themselves for the advantage to lock down the post plant set up on the opposite side. Quickly, 1-1.
Yeah, clean stuff right there. I think mostly just getting the info on when that post plant retake is on the way through small and that backdoor position. So you can back off, not get hit by nades, and then hit with your own. Really good timing, really good delay. And I love it. I love it a lot. 1-1.
Back to the defensive side, you go for the Huntsman. Need to make sure we're spreading map a little bit because Cabal, once they realize there's an opening somewhere, they're seizing it and making the most out of it. So just slowing the game down, allowing your teammates to gather the info before we make the big time play. It's going to work out because Cabal taking the slow and steady approach again besides Vic.
Yeah, same idea for Vikram, but this time he sees a defender top bank. So now he's going to join the party, and he will find first blood on the side. It's like nice shots from Wake through the wall. Doesn't miss a bullet. So the trade is out, but the site is taken to keep your eye on Johnny on the long flank.
Yeah, and his teammates, instead of holding, are going to decide to rework this pinch alongside him. So, Cabal, how quickly do you gather this info? You're going to be outnumbered if you are Rispy, but you turn your back at the wrong time. And this might work out because now you have the info they're working on the backside.
Yep, you clear out small room. Smoke comes out, and you have a pretty good idea that all of Huntsmen are around this front approach. Flames get you the first. Timing on Brack's route. May not get here in time to influence the timing, and Rispy's watching for it. Brack traded. Johnny trying to take advantage of low health pools. Not going to happen. Cabal, a huge offensive response.
Yeah, I don't like that out of the Huntsman there. It's like you had 2 people ready and waiting on one side of the dojo with Johnny working on the late pinch. You had everything that you wanted right in front of you because you could have trapped them in towards the site. But when you give up so much space into an unknown area, it allows that time to get away from you. So it forces them, once they get in towards Broken Hole, to play 2 times faster. And Cabal have already gotten to read if the pressure's going to be on that side of the map. So Huntsman throw away a good retake opportunity there. Cabal sees the moment. It's
been the name of the game. Cabal seizing the moment, getting a read, calculating their advantages and hitting hard. This time, defense for Cabal. Heavy investment on the backside A. Nemi is stuck, though. Has to try to play his life, and Johnny wins the win. There may have been some team shots, but regardless, 6 shots from Johnny.
Yeah, and instead of committing on the bomb plan with that first blood, gonna wrap it back over towards that A side. And Cabal have already gathered the information that they don't need to rush anything, but Rispy is gonna still get caught. So now in a 4v2, there's no way Huntsman should lose this round.
No, surely not. Bomb planted. That will confirm it. Yep, nowhere for Flames to go. Really clean. I mean, from the offensive standpoint, you're getting a pretty much perfect display on both teams right now. And it's not that it's super dissimilar to one another, but it's that level of mid-round adjustment and just understanding and awareness that's given them the advantages in these post plans.
It allows them, especially when you're finding success in that first blood column. Because once Nemi gets isolated, you see what it does to the rest of Cabal. Quickly have to make a play. But Huntsmen took their time on the rewrap and are able to catch Rispy. So it's been all-out offenses here on Game 5, when on Game 2 was all-out defenses. But 2 different maps. Gridlock has treated both of these teams well. And now Cabal looking for their 3rd response on the offensive side of the row.
Defense going to take away some space in front of A. Tack backwards to halfway watch mid, and then halfway to respond to a post-plan contest at B. But the time that's gone off the clock has Johnny now working by himself, and he's not going to be aware that Vikram is playing as close as he is. Doesn't make much of a difference. Rispy finds the first blood, and the trophy system will set up the post-plan.
Now to 4v3, no need to do anything extra. Play your trade, play for the info, because Hunt's coming through their side.
Shots from Vic, playing the clock. Well-timed. Yep, really good kind of crossfire setup there. Awakening, nowhere to go. Finds a clean first one, but Cabal too strong in their post plan. That's just been post plan after post plan after post plan so far, Jay.
Yeah, they're just able to at least force that time to get away from you, or at least stall out the play from when they decide to actually hit it. Because initially to start this round, Huntsman had multiple players watching over towards the shower side, but the noise wasn't there, so you start to wrap on out. And eventually, the only player there that was remaining is Johnny. He gets caught. So Cabal understanding when and when not is the right time to make the right move. And they keep on doing on the attack. Now they're up by 1 again.
It's been all post plants. This time, Cabal getting 2 players aggressive. Flames is seen on the cross. And surely we just back out of this. Especially with Brack down to half HP, but Awakening maybe wants to give this a go. Rispy damage out, can't find the kill, and Huntsman will hit the pause button to reset the 4v3.
Yeah, but Flames is able to find one instantly with a frag, and Vic also locates one with the gunny. So an immediate 2v2 scenario, and your teammates already wrapped back from this position at that B site, so 2v2 right on the bomb.
Brack taking damage. They're going to bail. I don't know if Cabal has seen this. Maybe they have. Vikram is maybe going to meet them here. First shots from Brack are really good. Trade is out for Nemi to the 1v1. Renegade going to commit to the plant.
Oh, and your team desperately needs this round if you are Renegade. A guy with the utmost playmaking ability is going to decide to play the game clock. 25 seconds, still ticking. You're going to rotate to A.
Oh, and Nemi just guesses that the entire way. Never moves from small room. Talk about knowing your opponent right there. I mean, that is a straight counter. Nemi never even really thinking about playing for the post-plant contest. And the decision pans out. First defensive round confirmed, and Cabal go up 2.
And I'm pretty sure these guys are former teammates. So Nemi understanding the play style of his old school duo. Able to get the better there of Renegade. And that was the first defensive round we've seen go the way of Cabal. Now up by 2. Back to the attacking side. And if you are the Huntsman, the reason why you're getting caught off guard on so many defensive rounds is just due to the time getting away from you. But this time you're not going to allow that to be the case. We send it up to the B Street. And Vic with a crack angle gathers the info and the first.
Yeah, and the trade on top of that. So now the defense with a minute 10 of the clock is under some extreme pressure. And does Awakening feel how the map is unfolding right now? If he can find timing to cut off this cross back to A, it may lead to an opportunity for the defense to save the round.
He saw 2 cross. So now he's thinking, all right, he could potentially be cleared on out, but Nemi is still watching the pinch. 4 in a row for this young man. And now it's a 1v3 for Brack, already sniffed out, 13 HP in a dream, and Cabal are just gonna wait.
Yep, why not? Nemi damage in. Brack low, finished off from on top of the site, and Cabal have thrown a handful together, 5-2, 4 straight match points on the way. And with, again, the defense coming through so difficultly for Huntsmen, this just doesn't feel confident that they can make this comeback happen unless we see something that changes the narrative in this round right now.
Yeah, it's been tough, man, because off of that decision that they just made, they understand on offense, we haven't been able to stop them on their pushes in towards showers. So we try to catch them off guard with our defensive approach up through the B street, but they were already ready and waiting. So now Cabal with 3 rounds in a row, sitting at game point. Huntsmen have to fight again. Backs against the wall, and you're potentially already going to get isolated if you are a Renegade, so you got to back out.
Yeah, Nemi's in a great spot to once again be the pivot man. You can choose to play the flank. You can choose to reinforce B, depending on what Vikram's able to see. He's only got an SMG, so he's got to playing for shoulders, and he sees 1. And the call is that Nemi will come back to help.
Smoke grenade is going to get invested. The Huntsmen are using a lot of utility around this site. But as long as that bomb isn't getting cut, no need to take a risk. But Vic is a psychopath. Walks through the smoke grenade. First blood, Cabal.
But Johnny trades. Flames. Under some pressure. Top square. Big win there on the Nemi up top. Rispy trying to force the trade. Nice shots. Down to the 2v2. Bomb, though, planted for Bracket. He's going to move his way back over towards 18. It's seen, though. Rispy, lots of damage, but no kills.
Oh,
Good
that's
smoke.
not going to help. Yeah, Huntsman got
And
to
they're going to choose to
overextend
play
now.
the gunfights. They're going to choose to play the gunfights. Rispy's able to get the opening onto Brack, and they want more. A couple of shoulders coming through, but you got to team up and find this kill. Smoke will fade. Angle taken. Rispy finishes on 3, and Cabal will move to the grand finals for a chance at revenge on the Bush.
What a textbook search and destroy there from Cabal. Outclassed the Huntsmen as soon as they spawned in. Great plays on the offensive side. Do not lose 1. The 2 defensive rounds that you needed to get, you were able to do it successfully on the retake opportunities. Cabal, this is what they were missing yesterday in their gameplay, was their search and destroy demeanor, and they come out today and win both of them. The first one being a 5-3 comeback, but the best one being in the Game 5 victory. You get your rematch there versus the Bush, and unfortunately for the Huntsmen, that's the end of your Elite, and that's the end of your Challenger season online, man. That's tough.
Yeah. I mean, points-wise, they'll be in a position to have one of the top seeds, I think, at Paris. Again, this is a reminder, the top 2 teams from Paris confirm a spot at Challengers Champs. If it doesn't happen to be Huntsmen, there are a couple of other ways that they can qualify, but it's all based on point standings. So, you know what you have to do, but the extra points would have been nice. Plus, of course, the extra money, let's be honest. You're going to Paris.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, without a doubt, man. It's got to be devastating if you are the Huntsman because you didn't really play the best Call of Duty to your ability today. Because it's a team who usually comes out the gate swinging, especially in the respawns. You were lackluster on the map number 1. Then you get to the search and destroy where you were looking to make up the difference. You're up 5-3 and just can't close it out. You fight back. You get your Gridlock Overload. You get the Colossus HP Barn Burner. But then you get to a Gridlock game number 5 where you were just outclassed by the playmaking and the tone being set by Cabal. What a series, though, from Dimensions, man.
Yeah.
Like, from a guy who struggled yesterday versus the Bush, he had 2 outstanding hard points and a fantastic game number 5 to put his team over the edge. And for the team of no one that anybody wanted to pick up, they found themselves in the final dance.
There's a look back at the best of 5. No reverse sweep here. And now Cabal will take a bit of a mental break, or at least a physical break, and set themselves up for the veto process for a best of 7 with the Telluride Bush. And as you mentioned, a map 5 affair versus them yesterday, but not able to win the search and destroys, and they look a little bit more polished in the map 2, map 5. So we'll see if that comes to aid them in that return. And for Bush, it's about capping off the season with a LAN championship into an Elite championship. with a chance for a Challengers Championship. It would be one heck of a statement to be a brand new org, invest heavily into it, and find as much success as they have.
Hey, man, but they only might be an org for Challengers in one season, depending how this one ends for them, because I know there's a lot of pros out there that would love to see the Bush in the pro scene, man. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see.
We will wait, and for now, we will wait also for the best of 7 grand final when the vetoes come through. Send things to a break. When we come back, stage 4, Elite Champs after that.
There he is.
There we are. Wrong
Yeah.
mute button. Wrong mute button. We are ready to go. Stage 4 grand finals. The final season of Elite has arrived, and now it's down to 2 teams. Telluride Bush, your Atlanta champs, squaring up against the team they beat in the upper bracket final. It's CABAL, who dropped in 5. The 5th map was pretty convincing, Jay. Give me your thoughts on the bracket.
Oh, man. When you take a look at this bracket, it's been stellar from start to finish, man. If you are the Bush, obviously you go up against the likes of Bittersweet. You're able to get that victory in 4. And you go up against the Huntsmen. We just saw them on the screen push CABAL to the game 5, but they took care of them in a 3-0 fashion. Then the matchup versus CABAL, that's not the first time we've seen it. It actually played again in that group play stage. They've always gone 5. First time it goes CABAL, but this time where it's more important, Bush get that one in the winners finals, and then all through elimination. At least when CABAL put themselves in that spot, you knew they were bound to get to that position. But it was always from every single team gave to their best ability. The only one that truly upset me when I look at this bracket is P7 now. Like, what the hell happened to that team?
That's just one of those things. It feels like it's the exact replication of what happened in Atlanta. They choke on the Pro-Am bracket, get eliminated, and then cannot find a way to regain in the open bracket. But let's get into our best of 7 series here, starting with Colossus Hardpoint. So looks like for Bush, you saw what CABAL failed on, and you say, let's just out-rotate him, put him in the mixer, and see if we can come out to a 1-0 start.
Oh, man, I think this is the perfect response here for Bush to start off on a map like Colossus, man, because if you think of the guy that they just picked up a couple weeks ago, he loves to play some Colossus. Mr. Trakes should have been still in that Miami lineup, but they have been looking good recently with Real into the mix. But still, Trakes has been outstanding for this Bush lineup. And alongside players like ProLoop, players like Cammy, guys who've been around the block once or twice, he's been finding a lot of success down here. But this is the first time and the third time we're actually going to see CABAL and Bush in the Elite stage go up against each other. It always goes the difference out. So we're probably going to be seeing Game 7 for that rate SD.
We very well may. The double gridlock also gives us an immediate kind of talking point based on what we just saw in the lower final. Actually, all 4 of these first maps were things that we saw in different order from CABAL in their lower final. So how much of this do you think is Bush seeing something and saying, yeah, let's try to beat them the same way Huntsmen did? And how much of this do you feel is CABAL saying, oh, you know what, we're fine. Like, we just made a couple of mistakes. We can clean that up.
I think Bush just came out, at least for the first 2 maps, with the utmost confidence. Because like you said, you just watched CABAL play Colossus versus the Huntsmen. A couple of things got away from them, and then eventually the map got away from them. But the map number 2, Gridlock Search and Destroy, is the most important, in my opinion. Because this is the map that Bush were actually able to get the better of CABAL last night in that Game 5. So these are 2 very strong maps off the rip here for Bush. CABAL need to have an early response if realistically they want to try to push this distance.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. There's the stakes set up for you. The Fringe Search is something that, if we need it, I think will be another interesting kind of talking point based on what we've seen from CABAL in the last 2 days. And also just kind of setting up what's, available for points. 5,000 point difference, which is pretty significant when you combine that across all 4 players. And then, of course, also on top of that, $10,000 match a COD here, Jay. That's always fun. And also, I think as a player, you understand that, and it kind of turns you up a little bit.
Yeah, it wakes you up, man. It gets you ready to go. It gets you out of your chair, ready to run through a wall, give everything that you have for one series of Call of Duty. That can basically be the difference of you going to McDonald's in Paris or one of those 5-star restaurants when we get there. A $10,000 match, man. That's basically what I was winning back in the day, was when I was winning the chip.
Yeah, facts.
These guys are doing it online. It's way better nowadays.
4 chances to do that throughout the year, Jay. Not to mention the open brackets and the Pro-Am availability. A lot of, again, we talked about this at the beginning of our lower final, that not only are these teams playing for money, points, championship, but we are starting to see that a lot of the bottom teams in the CDL are making moves to set themselves up for EWC. So depending on how the season ends this upcoming weekend, you put out right here in these 7 maps, you very well may have a chance to guarantee yourself a spot at EWC because you get picked up into a CDL.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man. And I think if you are Trakes, the guy who I'm going to be putting a lot of focus here, he deserves to be back into the league, and hopefully he gets his shot because he's been outstanding. I feel like we say that always about the players that get dropped down into the league. But one player who hasn't been dropped down and hasn't been up in quite some time is Mr. ProLoop, man.
Yeah,
Like, when
dude.
is this guy going to get his chance? I was looking at the numbers, Al. He's number 2 overall KD right now in the Elite. He's number 2 overall KD in Overload. The guy is doing it all, and for some reason, he's still not here fighting in the pit. It don't make sense to me.
I don't know. Maybe there's something in the time he spent in the league. Hard to say, but I agree with you full-heartedly. He is a winner. Knows how to get it done. Knows how to put together the numbers and be an impact in multiple ways. Feels like his time should be soon. But you're also in the world of 2 Black Ops titles that benefit the younger, impressive POV style, like running SMGs. So it's maybe next year, depending on what the title looks like. Who knows?
I feel like we're having the same conversation at this point of the year that we were having about Craze last year, because he was doing everything in challenges, winning every single Elite. Didn't matter what teammates you put alongside him, and ProLoot has been basically doing the same exact thing here in Black Ops 7. But here we go, Al. Let's get it on, baby.
Well, Trace able to get one in response, but Cabal have started things off very swiftly, very nicely. Nice shots from Cammy. He has looked really good in the last couple of weeks on this Bush team. Cap's looking for some contest. ProLoot, the player you mentioned, trying to take away the space at Statue, but gets shut down, and Bush has to try to win this up top from the front.
Yeah, they're just going to push right through the middle of the map, and it's Drake trying to set the tone with the SMG, but a stun connects, gives Flame the advantage in that gunfight. And so far, Cabal are just riding the highs off of their previous series, with the Gunny being on point, Vic on 4, Nemi now on 3, and you are trapping Bush over towards yellow. Not ideal for the Bush boys.
Yeah, not ideal whatsoever. So Cabal will get about 30 seconds here on P1. Be a little bit under that. And whoa, rotation here for Bush is kind of creating an opportunity to work through the front to block spawns out. Nice turn from Caps, finds Rispy. Cammy still hanging on towards the side door, understands the pressure. Flames is double, though, really forces Cammy to have to make a play, and there's just nowhere to go. Spawns flip, hard point flips, Cabal's in.
So something off Flames in the beginning of hard point game. The guy is always just making the big plays. Locks down the back spawns with that double. And off Cabal's first attempt, they make it count. Now, if you are Bush, how are you going to work your way on in? It seems like they're just going to commit through the front door, and I don't really like this play at all. Every time I watch the team do it on Colossus, but if ProLoot's going to find his double, you can send in Trakes to clean up the rest. Bush her in.
Yeah, Trakes able to get the job done. Good contest time here, even though Cabal are still spawning close, and that little double push out will start to move the spawns around with 18 seconds. Good scrap time here. One more player for Cabal will spawn in as Flames finds that kill from the back. But Bush are just kind of floating, taking the fights as they come. And Trakes is on 5, able to earn the Hellstorm early, and now he's looking for some knife. Now back to the rifle, doesn't finish off Rispy, but that's a job well done right there for Bush.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And now you already have early bodies at the next HP. Capsule, your job is to not allow this player on the pitch to make the big play, but he's quickly traded out by Trakes with all that attention that one player on the pinch draws. Not at least an early break here for Cabal, but they're still fighting for bottom green.
Drake's low, not going to be able to regen. Things looking comfortable here for Cabal, especially with Dimensions on 4, clearing out the front. Now he can just keep his attention purely on Tunnel. Yeah, I like this early call here from Bush, calling the Hellstorm. Force them into Tunnel, see if you can win a battle on the rotation through, and that nade will do the job. So now you try to just work this, this Tunnel position back. But Rispy reduces the play to just a couple of members, and then the stuns land, and that's a really good patient timing right there for Cabal to get the 4-man feed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I really hate that Hellstorm there out of Trakes. 30 seconds remaining at the P3. None of your teammates are in a position to even influence the spawns on the opposite side. And Cabal have been able to manage that and still be able to walk away with a majority of the top and the P3 and the rotation over towards New. But Capsule with a big one-on-one. Now you're able to contest towards the backside. Capsule gives you an extra, but it's still Cabal controlling the spawns.
Yeah, Trakes and Cammy, though, working together through P1 and the overextension from ult. Vic looking for help from Rispy. Doesn't need it. Wow. Cabal is just on one right now. Nemi from the front clears out the initial play through Statue, and then everyone just helps each other. It's absolutely perfect right now from the SMGs for Cabal.
Yeah, it was a struggle for Nemi yesterday versus this team specifically. He was getting beat up in all of the respawns, but sitting at 14-7 and continuing on the high note. Young Nemi came to play today. Hellstorm already in the back pocket. Reading it, there's still going to be pressure on the front. Let me just hold my preamp, guarantee a couple extra. Or let me just send it in for my teammates. Cabal off of the first rotation, just a step ahead.
Yeah.
Oh!
More than that, Vic. Yeah, able to get
How
himself
many
out of 6
Hellstorm
in a
they
row.
got?
I know it. Well, I mean, maybe just the 2, because everyone else has just been finding trades, but Nemi and Vic able to earn themselves up a huge advantage here early in this map. 60-point game, and for Bush, you need to start putting some pressure.
Oh, yeah. It's just hard because these guys are just running, hitting every single route possible, and winning some insane gunfights in the process. But finally, a moment for Bush here that you can stabilize. You're down by 60. You have stature control. You got your trophy system sorted down in a position that you want them to. But Cabal, with the leader's advantage, can work on these long routes, but thankfully you're reading them.
Oh, Rispy. Huge double. May have been really well played for 3. Pistol shots out of Cammy will eventually come up a touch short, but Nemi not fully set up for the trades. Flames trying to follow, but not going to happen. And Bush will salvage some scrap time at 1. They do get 1 player to spawn out, and they're not fully aware of that, and that could lead to a nasty pinch for Cabal to lock down the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, but if you're Bush, you desperately need to get every ounce of time that you possibly can before those Hellstorms start getting called on in. Because Cabal, the entire time when you're fighting for all of this P1 time, have yet to flip those spawns on out. So they allows them to win the rotation over towards 2 and already start off the first engagement with the opening kill. That's going to set up the pinch to be even better, but Trakes is in.
Trakes double. Lifeline here. Flames shut down, and this is that same moment for Cabal, just kind of 1 by 1, making their way in. Gotta set it up together. Vikram's nade opens the door, but shut down by Prolute for 2. And this is another one, again, Cabal's just got 1 player in, and that's leading to Bush setting themselves up for a little bit of comeback here.
Yep, slowly but surely starting to climb the ladder back into this game. A 40-point difference. This is not an ideal moment for Cabal to invest one of those Hellstorms. They're just going to try to flood through the front door and hope to God that the gunny can bail us out of this situation. It almost does, but Prolute the last man standing. So Bush are going to be down by 20. And off the road, oh, Rispy going to play a really good spot to at least allow his teammates to early numbers. Ooh!
Nice shots, Trakes. I mean, how many times are we going to see it? I mean, flat out. So now the pressure is on. Vic's going to call on the first Hellstorm. Can they have better execution positionally than what we saw out of Bush? Initial Semtex of the Hellstorm not going to connect onto too much.
Oh my
and
God.
all of Bush will stay safe and even find a couple of the kills. Flames in some trouble here. Try to manifest a double, but shut down by Trakes again. Really clean stuff, and we're tied 125-125.
They got to use another one. They know that this is the only hard point that you have to invest this Hellstorm in. And we got nothing done off the first go-around. Thankfully, the second attempt is good. Nemi's able to locate a double and allows Rispy to get into the time. But it's still Bush is playing keep away, at least for now. Capsule stays alive for so long that by the time Cabal get in it, it's only for 10 seconds, and they don't have the spawns for new.
No, they don't. Well, they do get 1 player to block. That's a big win out of Caps. So Nemi can now hold the priority over the spawns. Comes back to find Prolute. Really well done. And on the side of Bush, now they have to hit from the front. Fortunate that Capsule can find Flames before he shuts down the play before it can develop, but still Cabal win the kill feed.
Yep, but dropping like flies right now from the front door. Allowing Bush to think that they have an opportunity to just flood through the floodgates, but it's still Vic finessing. Now Nemi alongside him lines up a double. The SMG pressure right now is just too much for the Bush.
152, 130. Bush starting to get some numbers from the front, but they're worried about Rispy's flank, and rightfully so, but he shut down. Prolite's able to turn that into 2. That should be the green light to hit from the front now. Trophy system delaying some of these nades. Flames on the cross for 1. Vic gives away his life. Trades are even. Now it's just down to what can you find it for Trakes. The answer is not enough, and Cabal have retaken control of the map.
That's a fantastic hold there out of Cabal. That's what you wanted, especially when you have 2 investments out of the P3. You need time to go your way, and the answer was even better at the next HP. Now a 40-point difference. Bush has no worries besides just their setups now, because you can't allow one person to just fly on in and get the break, but it's Vic working the long route again and just flipping Bush out on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's just kind of shooing the opposite foot here. Bush can only get 1 player into a position to be a bother to Cabal, and they're so quick to isolate, find the kills, and get back into control. Oh, nice shots out of Vic. 3 in a row once again. Off the reload, up and over. Not going to be able to find Caps, who, whoa. Looked like he wasn't even looking at him. But Cammy, Caps find the kills. Bush are in the time. 24 seconds. Need to play for rotation again.
And realistically, they're still in this game. There's still 20 seconds to play with, but Bush are only down by 30. Cabal have been doing the little things correctly, earning themselves early Hellstorms, putting themselves in position to win the rotation early towards the new HPs. but it's still Bush fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves in it. And now you're finding gunfights off the rotation. It's 2 players from CABAL all the way across the map.
Oh, man. Do you get a read on this, though? Do you anticipate that 2 players are here? Doesn't look like it. So now you have to win these battle for spawns. Trakes gets the first pretty clean. Leave it. Rispy has the trade. Leave it Pro Loop by himself. Follow up. Good for Rispy. 25 and 30, but it feels like he's dominating with how impactful his kills have been on the map. Nemi, stat line reflecting the play as he's 36 and 23. Cammy doesn't finish his food. And even though Bush are in the time, CABAL have a chance with numbers if they wait correctly to break the hard point, but they don't. And how about this? Bush are looking good for the back 30.
Yeah, there's 25 seconds remaining, and CABAL are now in a tough spot. What decision are we going to make? Are we going to rotate? No, are we going to give up this final 20? Seems like they're still going to try to contest this to the very end. And this is ideal if you are the Bush, because if you find these kills in sync, your rotation is only going to be a whole lot easier. Drake's on 4 in a row. Eventually gets shut down, but now you have the numbers in this position.
Oh, first battle goes the way of CABAL. Follow-up from Nemi is still good, doing it with both weapons right now. 38 and 25, teammates supplying support, Bush working on the pinch. Lead swap underway here at both. Vikram watching the OE. And he's got a good read on a Pro Loop, but do you expect a second? No, you don't. So now the pinch has been established. Trakes for 2. Do you force this battle into tunnel? Looks like Trakes wants to, but doesn't wait for Pro Loot's help, and both will fall. Cap's trying to get it over the edge, but CABAL are in control with numbers.
Yeah, and the map flips. Now, if you are Bush, we know that we can't forfeit this time, but if we give them the kills in sync, they're going to pressure us and spawn us all the way across the map. So we have to stand our ground. Cammy watching the pitch, wins his one-on-one. Prolu still dancing on the time, and it's only Flames last man alive. He gets taken care of, and both teams are over the 200-point mark, but Bush have the spawns and the winning condition for new.
Yeah, and Trakes gets the read. That Capsule needs to keep his gun up. And Trakes is going to find 2 through statue. That is a miracle. Damage onto the 3rd is insane. And that completely shuts things down. Caps try to force out the 4-man feed and stagger the spawns. But you got to make sure you block in the back. Have they done that successfully? It looks a little loose. But looks like Bush will be able to get themselves in.
And they lock it up. Last player alive is now going to be Flames. He works the OE. He's trying to finesse, and he does such a good job of doing that. Low kicks 2 kills, and now you give your team the advantage to just fly through the front door, but this is when Capsule and now Prolu need to make the big-time play. Effective on the trade, Bush needs 20 seconds.
And the trophy system is going to deny all this opening utility from CABAL. They're working on a late route from Nemi, but it's being washed, but Nemi wins the battle. So now you have to just hope that you win these fights from the front and isolate, and so far it's so good. Last 5 seconds. Bush, 2 players in the hard point. Now just make it Trakes. Gonna get a little bit of help from Caps, and who finds himself 2, but not the 3rd. 14 seconds. And Cammy trying to put some damage in. Is gonna try to give an advantage for Bush to win the game on new.
Yeah, CABAL able to extend it to the P1, but Bush are ready and waiting with the pre-aims and the pressure. Big
long route.
Flames is going to be working on this long route, but you turn your head at the wrong time. Now Rispy's able to locate a double. Flames on the pinch now leads to all 4 dead. This is the perfect moment for CABAL to steal this map 1.
And look at the route from Rispy. Does he get caught on sprint? Oh, he's in trouble. Will drop. Vikram pushed off over through tunnel side. Nemi's going to be the next one in trouble. He will drop. 237, 247. Flames going to get overwhelmed. And Bush have broken. Bush have found the comeback, and they will take map number 1.
What an unbelievable game of Colossus Hardpoint from a team in Bush who felt like they were getting thrown around like a rag dog for the first 5 hardpoints. You give up early Hellstorm. That didn't matter because it came down to the little things in the game. The fact that you were able to draw both Hellstorms on the same exact hard point and it didn't really lead to any success from CABAL is unbelievable out of Bush, man. The experience played a part. They always kept themselves in a fight. And when you got players who can have pop-off moments at the very big points of the game, that's why you add them to the lineup. Trakes goes 37 and 35. So many engagements alongside every single one of his teammates. But when you're consistently playing for the comeback, that is what it's going to look like. Straight grit out of the Bush boys to take map 1.
Yeah, Trakes gets a couple of key doubles, but look, 5,000 damage for Prolu, 21 assists. So not only was he extremely positive in the KD, but he was making life so much simpler for Trakes to have these pop-off 3 pieces in the kill feed. And there's a couple of moments that you look back on and say like, whoa, the spawns don't come through because no one's truly controlling or blocking. And it feels like Bush to be able to take advantage of when those situations favored them much more efficiently than what Cabal was able to do. Even though, like you talked about, the Hellstorm difference was pretty severe, it just never fully felt like Cabal could get a full lockdown, even though there were great moments. They just kept missing on one thing, one spawn, one timing, one double, and Bush were able to make the heroic comeback.
Damn, man, these guys just stayed in the fight. Even though they have yet to play a match today, you know, Cabal coming off of a very high victory versus the Huntsmen all the way into game number 5. But to play an open in Colossus, knowing that the other team is going to be warmed up and ready to rock and roll, you were able to stand up to so many different punches there thrown by Cabal in that map number 1 and still walk away victorious by such a slight margin, only by 12. But Bush come out the gates and take care of business. Now you're going to go into a gridlock search and destroy where you're happy as hell because you were able to 6-1 these guys on this map yesterday, and you just watched them play it again today.
And can you turn that into live learning? Because yes, Cabal looked better, but is it good enough? We'll find out. We're going to go to a quick break, come back. Map number 2 after this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, into the map 2 we go. If you are Bush, you are feeling fantastic, loading into gridlock, knowing that you got the better of the team yesterday, but COD could be so day-to-day. Today's a different day, as already Nemi finds an opening double. 3v2, Capsules is trying to get out with his life, but still gives your team a chance here. Cabal in the numbers, a minute left to work with, no need to rush this play. I don't think Allen is back yet, but still going to continue on with this solo cast. Nemi having a hot start. But Cabal not willing to take this risk until they get some kind of information. Bomb is now going to get planted. Caps and a Pro Loop working side by side, but Nemi ready and waiting. Locates kill number 3 and effectively sets up Flames for the final. Cabal come out and take the opening round with ease.
Well, good stuff. Clean. Same story that we kind of saw from the last map. So that works out nicely. Flip side here is we saw all offenses for a while in that last series. So can there be an early setup that gets the defense going and gives Cabal an early comeback?
Gotta expect for Push the players that they have to make those kind of adjustments, knowing that Cabal have gotten a different place out today on gridlock than yesterday. And usually all out offenses for that team, but now Bush have their opportunity to respond on their own attack. A lot of stuns and nades get invested over through showers. Nothing's able to connect. And Cabal just killing the noise, not working the pitch. He's going to have his hands full, but gets the first blood.
Yeah, clean. Follow-up could potentially be there immediately. Ooh, and how about it? Rispy will drop Dimensions, trying to get into a position to find some sort of a trade, but it looks like this is going to be a wide open A site. Potential for the pinch, though, especially if Flames can catch timing, but nah, this is his window. Easy push out for Caps, and Bush should be comfortable in the 4v1.
Cammy gonna look for kill number 3, just how Nemi found it over towards the showers. Single-handedly shuts it down for his squad. The fact that he's the island player puts him in a position to just watch the pinch. There's a lot of different angles you can work that pinch from, but he chooses right to watch the small room. And he's able to locate 2 and basically secure the round very early there for Bush.
Yeah, really clean, really good, and all offense. I don't know what it is. It's just, is it nade presence that's just opening up these sites so much, like has to keep the defense back? You know, you're just worried about getting found out for aggressive plays, whether that be at A or B, but maybe even more importantly through the middle. So
I think it's tough, especially early into a gridlock, especially with no trophy systems to play showers the way that you want to. So as this game starts to develop, strategies will start to change on the defensive end, but it's Vic with the crack angle again, gathers the info onto Prolu, and are now trying to isolate him.
Well, doesn't find the timing to confirm the kill, so things will start to move. And this rotation to A may get caught here by Trix. He's in a really good spot to at least get info, if not maybe first blood. Huge. Can he stay alive, avoid the trade? No. But the defense has rotated over, and that's going to put pressure on the clock.
Yeah, 50 seconds left. Yeah, Bush have 2 people ready and waiting.
Well, the follow-up, how about that from Flames? Double comes through nicely. Follow-up, though, from Prolude. It's good. Gives him a chance. Long-range shots were nearly there, but doesn't quite have maybe just the environment to hit off of, because legitimately it did look like he was maybe wall-banging a couple of those open shots. Oh, wow. No, he wasn't.
It's Nemi again, the closer. Here for Cabal. Having an outstanding day of Call of Duty. He continues to shine here in this grand finals. All out offenses, like you said. Now Bush looking for their response on the attack. Gonna send it through the shower side. Bank on this stuns and ace to potentially find an opening again, because this time Cabal have 3 players stacked over here.
Yeah, and it's all outside, but no trophy systems yet for this position. So Rispy does get stunned. Prolu just a shoulder and locks down the shots, but a really good trade for Vic. That smoke not quite getting there in time. So we'll go 3v3, but a quick rotation on the way to B.
And not a single player from Cabal scouting on this side of the map, but they've already shut down the play at A. So it's relocating through mid. It's going to give them a lot of quick information, but by the time you gather this, how fast you're going to rotate back to the opposite side, because bomb's already going to be planted.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, and on top of what makes this tough is look at the position that Cammy has. So you can set up your post plant on hard focus towards Grandma's house and ice cream. Cammy will get you one trade. Oh, nearly not. Oh, and Trakes will drop up top here. So now Caps going back to the play, able to find Flames quickly. Has an SMG though. Is the angle taken away by Vikram? No, instead he's going to run forward. And it's been seen. Caps damage in. Lots of damage in, but Vic's able to win the battle, and there's plenty of time to get back for the defuse. Cabal's going to take an early lead.
Oh, and that's a round that looked to be unlosable there from Bush. But 2 players just get caught on one-on-ones. Cammy is great because he gets his first one before getting traded and gathers the information. There's 1 player on this side of the map. But Vic somehow, on the opposite side, is able to isolate the first one onto Trakes and then just be the aggressor. Like, this is what this guy does. This is the confidence that he plays with. He understands Capsules is trying to stall out the game clock. So I have to rip them off of a gunfight where majority of the time the chances are most likely going to be on his side. But he rips Capsule off the heady, and that's Cabal taking the first defense.
Nicely done. Here we go. Possible engagement early at A. Drake's trying to get aggressive, able to find the timing. Wow, that's just so well found. And yeah, dude, it's just the balls to just make this play. Not looking for more. There's nobody who can help. And so 4v2 for Bush. Huge response round here.
Drake's already finds 2. And now Cabal outnumbered. Looking to try to make up for it with someone locating someone out of position. With 45 seconds left, Flames has a sniper, slots out 2 players, and doesn't connect onto a shot.
Yeah, that's tough. And now you know that the pressure's on because you need to try to find a way to win a site somewhere, and the B1 doesn't feel great. Flames will give it another try. Damage out. Pro Loot wants blood. No immediate follow-up, but here's Trakes. Easy peasy, leaving it down to Rispy. This would be a 1v4.
25 seconds left. Instantly going to be cut into a gunfight, and Bush have a response on defense. And it's all due to Trakes, man. The fact that this guy continues to shine in this game mode, because right now in the Elite, he's at like a 1.7 overall S&D KD, which is #1 in Elite Stage 4. But those are the plays that he's able to do. And he does it with the utmost confidence. Like there's no one else around him besides him. He just always is able to find the opening. And always puts himself in an advantage position. And has the confidence to chow every single gunfight after every single gunfight. Yeah, Trakes is getting away with murder in S&D.
So now 3-2. Can you put 2 together here? Pro Loot. Damage out. Stun will connect. Doesn't dissuade this defense from holding on the front side of it. And wow, dude, it's just another 1v1 that is a 50-50, or so it should be. Trakes just comes away dominating. Caps avoids a lot of that incoming damage from the nade. The smoke makes things difficult, but Pro Loot's able to assist, and now you get the last one on Flames. Yeah, it looks like Bush have kind of figured out how to use Trakes' potential. Another first blood, and Bush will have the close plant. Now he gets you 1, but nothing more.
Yeah, you just send Trakes in like a firecracker, man. Light that thing and throw it up in the sky, because the guy is making fireworks whenever he's making plays. He's unbelievable with that NPC. Gunfights that you think are 50-50. No, if Trakes is going for that chow, they're about 75-25. The guy is unbelievable ever since the meta change. And he continues to shine in the mode, even as the newest guy on the squad. All tied up now at 3.
Clean. Really, really clean. So, can you find a way to move this into a dominant moment? Because it feels like they're really close. First blood again. Pro Loot this time through mid. And they're trying to get a trade, but here's Capsule behind the play. It's just, as soon as you see pressure on one side, someone else hits from the other, and it just turns into multi-kill after multi-kill.
Bro, it's like Bush are one of the best teams in challenges at making those mid-round adjustments. And a lot of that is due to the leadership on Pro Loot. He's been one outstanding search and destroy player ever since he's graced the screens here on Call of Duty. And just the mid-round adjustments to whip out the NPC, to allow Capsule and Trakes to be their full form at just being the aggressors in through showers. And just being there to match your team's energy through the middle of the map. 3 rounds in a row now for Bush. They got the lead.
Scope out for Caps. Different look. Almost able to find Flames. That would have been a huge statement. But now that kind of moves this defense around just a touch. Flames is sniping. Vic's able to find a car bomb at a Pro Loot for first blood. It looks like Bush are going to try to put pressure on the Flames, but that's not going to work.
Yeah, it's a good shot there from Flames, and as soon as he connects on that shot, it's a 1v4 now for Trakes. Already going to be spotted. Forced the one-on-one.
Yeah.
And that's ideal if you want Trakes had a chance in that round, but he had the advantage connecting on the first couple of shots. CABAL stopped the bleeding, tied the game again.
Stopping the bleeding is important, and I think more importantly, besides getting a round win, keeping this at a tie game, it's you establish that Bush cannot get away with whatever they want with that late swap into Capsule sniping down street. Forces at least something to consider on the next attack for Bush, who are banking on something new. And yeah, this moment right here, just trying to get Flames out of position, but even if he does, there is so much help nearby.
And not all tied up. Back on the offense here for CABAL. They go for a 2-2 split. You open up the players over at Showers, can cause the distraction to open up this B site. For Pro Loot, not going to get caught lacking, throw a tremendous amount of shoulders. It doesn't matter, though. You got to reposition because your teammates just lost mid-map instantly.
But you get one in response. You regain some presence at mid, and
Wait a minute.
My goodness, he's going to find the timing on the bomb planter, but can't find the kill. Pistol is out. Help is on the way. And now you look to Cammy. Long route behind this play. Dimension is the one trying to watch it.
He pushed him back. Oh, Cammy, if he could win this fight, at least check the corner. But Pro, all that time that you were able to stall, it's now all on you. 1v3, bomb is yet to be planted. They spot you across to the corner, and they commit for the team, Chow. CABAL now at game point.
Yeah, that's just a moment that if you find that kill in the bomb planter, the whole round feels very different. But once you miss that chance, the player in the back feels that they have to make a play to stop this plant from coming through, or at least to give you some control to contest the site. And it's being watched. 3v2, numbers advantage without question. So tight rounds.
It's a big plant spot, though, from the bomb planter there. Just gathering the information and able to stay alive gave your team the best chance at closing out that round. So now on the defensive side you go if you are CABAL. You try to tie this series up at 1 apiece. Answer the car early into this one. And it's an all-out bloodbath in towards the showers.
Yeah, bully ball. Trophies are down. Nades moving through. Careful through the smoke. Hard to find these defenders. Quick pinch on the way from Nemi. And he's going to find the kills. Oh, wow. Bush tried to hit him with a haymaker, and CABAL just delay and get the right read. They get this to a 1-1 map count.
Yeah, it was literally CABAL to start off the game, going up 3-1. Then Bush responded with 3 rounds in a row, but then in the closing 3 rounds, it's all CABAL, led by the aggression. Right there, if you were Bush, you had the play call that you wanted. You got your SMGs in the spots that they needed to be to contest those early gunfights. Just a smoke grenade came into play, and it didn't really allow the initial fights to go your way. CABAL, just take care of business, stay on the search and destroy, get the revenge. They're on gridlock and tie the series.
Yeah, huge. And it's just one of those, like, the bounce back is really impressive, only due to the fact that it looked like Bush were getting away with everything. But that one round where Capsule tries to get the scope off onto Flames feels like that's where things kind of changed. It looked like CABAL from that point forward said, all right, they're not going to be able to get those offenses through the threshold by that method. So let's just anticipate in that round 10 that they're going to try to hit something hard. And the smoke delay is everything. You just can't find the kills if you're Bush, which was not the story of the first 5 rounds. Trace was getting everything in the opening 30 seconds.
Yep, and in that final round, just such a great teamwork aspect out of CABAL. The fact that it was an all-out bloodbath in towards the showers, but we weren't going to be the aggressors. We were going to allow them to run into us, and if they did, then we were going to give the comp to Nemi to start to work that late pinch. Just so coordinated in this game mode. And finally able to show it at a crucial moment of the series. Tied up at 1, because the next map is going to be Gridlock Overload. We just watched CABAL play this map. It didn't look too good, especially the first 3 minutes of that game. So if you're up Bush, an organization who has struggled in the game mode, it always relies on a break off. Whenever I talk to ProLoop, man, he said we can't go down early, because if we do, then it forces us to play with our head cutoffs. We have to be the team to score first.
Yeah, man, you're absolutely right. So it's going to be Gridlock and Hacienda and Fringe with the 1-1 map count here in the best of 7. Den Raid waiting for 6 and 7 if we need it. And you're right. I think it's just based on what we just saw out of CABAL. They were put into the blender early, and that leads to immediate recovery now needed. Because otherwise, like you said, Bush, not maybe the greatest overload team in Challengers, but it seems like there's a window here.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. And at least for this elite stage, they have figured it out in this game mode. Because, like I said before the series started, you got Prolu, who's number 2 overall overload KD in the elite stage. But then right behind him is Cammy. Like, both of those guys are sitting at a 1.2 in this game mode. And a lot of that is due to the fact that they have the insane amount of SMG pressure between Trax and Capsule that allows your ARs to just dominate these lanes. So those two guys are going to dictate how the game is going to be played, but Trax and Capsule are going to be the reason why they win.
Like that. Okay. See if those numbers come to fruition, if those numbers will show up and give an advantage here to Bush, or will CABAL find a way to make up on the mistakes that they made just a moment ago in the lower final and take the edge in this series? We will find out. Here we go. Bush from the left side of the map. This is the side that often leads to huge spawn traps. So like you mentioned, the break-off needs to be good, and all the nades in the world land on Capsule's forehead. Trix also drops, and now Kami's in trouble.
Yeah, Kami's got to slow it up. As long as you keep that EMP safe and sound on the top of the truck, no need to worry. Now we need to make sure we're filling out the lanes. Thanks for the last man standing now. It's going to be Flames. We're already off to another great start and another respawn at 3-0 before getting shut down, but Bush have fought their way back through the map with their slaying presence.
Yep. Okay, so good stabilization there for Bush, considering the breakoff looks so good for Cabal. We're not done yet. Vikram possibly setting up a bit of an opportunity to make his way through hole. The defense of Bush, though, if you want to call it that, is waiting for that play, and it leads to a 2-2 exchange. No one in any better condition to possibly grab the EMP early. Shots.
Yeah, just a battle for mid-map right now. Flames eventually is going to get traded, but Drake finds 3. This is the moment for Bush to potentially get their first score. Can he grab that EMP, bring in showers?
Yeah, but the problem is Prolute is the only one here, and he's being chased. And they may not know that he's been seen. Trakes wins a good gunfight. Now it's what can Prolute do? First is their damage to the second. That will lead to the score. Huge moment between Trakes and Prolute to guarantee the first.
Yeah, it just comes down to a sequence of kills, and it is Trakes who's able to fly on in and locate 3, and just somehow, some way, has the snap of a god. Just wins gunfights he's not supposed to. But you desperately still need him to be alive in this scenario, because Cabal have slayed their way with the great pinch route out of Nemi, and have now put the EMP in their possession, working up a streak.
Yeah, Vikram takes Nemi's position after he had fallen. But shut down, trying to play over towards the pinch at A. Nemi now back into the fold, 1 and 6. But Respi almost able to get all the way there. Follow-up limitations are good for Prolute. Flames is tagged. He's trying to wait as long as humanly possible for this route for Vic, but it will not get there in time, and Bush have a chance to control.
Now Prolute's on 5 in a row. Gonna continue to try to push this forward, but now the EMP carries the last man standing. Thankfully, he hit such a great route, because Vic was thinking, all right, I got a freebie. We can trap him. This is a guaranteed score. But he works on the outskirts instead of inside mail, and now you put that EMP in a spot where your teammates hold the respawn and keep it safe.
Or that's the intention. Capsule's going to get here first. Decides to go up top into Grandma's. EMP going to wait. How long can you wait here? Maybe a little bit longer with that kill. Flames able to find one to stall the play towards A. Trakes just looking to slide on out, wins the pistol battle. Can you get help from your teammates? Kemi gives you 1. Trakes trying to wait for the regen, but not going to be allowed to. Rispy saves the day with 3.
Now Cabal with 2 minutes left. Gonna try to push it right back up A Street. This is the perfect play, folks. You have the advantage on this side of the map. You need the initial kill to go your way, or a Nemi and a Vic just come their way through that street side. You're going to turn it into a one-on-one, and Capsule wraps back at the right time. So another goal line stop there for the Bush. Now we're rotating over towards Showers.
Defense is here, though, and look at Flames behind this play. If you can get a kill or 2
Gotta
from
go.
the front, Flames could be the lead blocker, but now it's just down to, yeah, Vic and Nemi, and they will find eliminations, and now Flames is in a position to do the dirty work towards B.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Triggered this one out of Vic, because he allowed the first player to walk on by and then shoot the EMP carrier first, and then get the jump for the second kill. So you're going to turn this into immediate offense as they have slayed their way on through the kill feed. All tied up at 1 with the minute 15 left to go.
Yeah, really nice route there. It just works out thanks to the defensive pressure, turning into immediate counterattack with Flames forward. Rispy looking to kind of keep the punish on because, yeah, look at the defensive spawns. It's all the way down towards A. They're able to win 1 gunfight, but is it enough? Maybe. Hard to say. Do you get around the corner if you're Rispy? Yes, you do. Quick relay. Everyone will drop, so maybe a chance for Bush to get a late score, but damage done here by Cabal.
Yeah, and that's a situation where Bushes need to get on the same page. There can't be 3 players wrapping back, 1 player working the AoE. If you had all 4 players doing the same exact thing, that probably leads to another stop. Now Cabal have a 2-1 lead. 40 seconds remaining on the half. Nemi already behind enemy lines, trying to keep his life as much as he can, but he couldn't get taken care of, and now we're back to the battle of mid-map.
Yeah, 1 here by Bush. Under 30, though, to play. Route from Rispy. No one's looking for it. And that will lead to 1. Prolute's nade and the trade maybe still keeps the opportunity alive, but as Trakes drops, now you might have to just be sitting and waiting for overtime, if you can even do that, because Nemi's able to get some space over towards B. Watching over the EMP is Prolute. He finds the first. Teammates coming off spawn will watch for Nemi. Or they should be. They should be. Nemi's got 3. Chance to grab it just before overtime, and we've got a chance here for a Cabal 3rd score.
Yeah, because look at where Flames is. He's already pushed that up through the A Street, and now your SMGs are continuously keeping this cutoff alive, but Rispy doesn't win that fight. And now if you are Nemi, you're just going to go out on your shield. You notice you're going to be overwhelmed with the pressure, but that is a fantastic half there from Cabal to not start off the way that they want, but to end the half the way that they want, up by 1.
Yeah. Really, really nicely done. And I think even in that last overtime moment, like, I get it because trusted that you're going to be able to win space through mail and get into the front side of the zone here at 18. Feels, you know, not super confident. So Nemi takes the long route back through Ice Cream, and he's just not there, even though his teammates do actually provide a couple of kills that could have maybe led to a final score. But advantage to Cabal, we swap the sides.
And now you can change your pace up a little bit if you are Cabal. Your main focus at all time needs to be making sure that that EMP is safe and sound in the dead center of the map. So we cannot be dying in sync. Value your life, camp your corners, force Bush to check everything to clear on out.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Flames gives you the opener. Shots to Cammy, great. So break off win here by Cabal. Prolude still hanging behind these trophy systems to defend the EMP, or at least that's the idea, but Nemi gets the first win. Flames is stunned, but is able to keep his life, and the follow-up from Rispy is nice. Just not quick enough to keep the EMP in the hands of Cabal.
Yeah, Flames is trying to push it forward because his team is off the respawn, working up through the A street. Instead of wrapping it back through showers, he gets caught in the middle of the map. Now Bush looking to turn this into immediate offense. Capsule with an insane double there. Only leaves one player alive. It's going to be Rispy. Cammy effective on the trade, but perfect layering out of Cabal. Still give him a chance at this stop.
Well, follow-up from Cap. Gets the numbers advantage back over to Telluride Bush, but Flames shuts that down. Nemi another on the opposite side of the map. And in a 2-1 count, there's a chance to possibly get this thing up to A. 3:45 on the clock. Flames shut down very quickly. Caps gets a second. Vic, the last one standing with Nemi, are both going to fall. This could lead to a very quick push right back up the A street.
Yeah, we got to go. But you only have one lead blocker if you are a Prolude. Everyone else on your team is going to be behind you, so you're just going to fly on in and basically give it your life. Hope to God that your teammates can get the trade, and they do just that. Capsule finds 3, Cammy finds 2, and we're all tied up at 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
And the pressure on spawn is now becoming formidable. Although
Nice
Caps
read.
falls overpass, Cammy provides one trade, but is going to need to do more than that. Double chow out, Cammy caught on slide. Drake's in some trouble, not the weapon you want, but he's able to switch to the pistol, find the kill. Problem is, EMP is already moving over towards B. Forces Capsule have to win this battle versus the pistol, and he and Cammy will do just that. Everything resets.
Yeah, EMP carry just wanted to get as far away from his face as he possibly could. Now allow your teammates some space to work with off of the respawn. But Bush now have switched up their pace tremendously. Cammy is running a consistent third NPC and just allowing his teammates to keep up with the pressure to match the pressure on the opposite side.
Yeah, really nice. Prolude's double gives the EMP breathing room to move back and set something up towards A. Drake's working over towards bus stop, but they don't get the read onto Vic. So now numbers here for Cabal, but they can't find the key. Gunfight wins. Cap's last one left with the pistol, able to find damage, but should be overwhelmed here, and he is. 2-2, 2:15 on the clock.
And how the Cabal side to play this, because they've already taken a lot of space up through shower side, so EMP's going to be on the rotation. How can you play your life if you are risky? You take a risk and it comes back to bite you because you had it all set up in front of you. And now with Trake's working behind enemy lines, look at the spawns for the other two players on the side of Cabal. The two guys at showers, they drop, and this is an instant scoring opportunity here for Bush.
Should be able to get through. Capsule just push and get the score, and they will.
Wow.
Minute 45. It's just the straight slaying presence of Bush coming through when it matters most. But at least Cabal are able to free up some space in their spawn. Minute 40, still a chance to regain here, but Capsule is still playing his life out nicely.
And so is Prolude. Eventually, he is going to get cut down, but that allows your teammates to dominate mid-map. There's only one player who can potentially stop you, and Trax isn't going to take the risk. Just want to allow his team to dictate the rest of this game. Controlling the EMP is your #1 best friend, and you also got Prolude, who is slaying them to bits. Locates 2, can't find a third or towards the 18 Willa, but here comes Cammy.
Oh, and Trace wants the long-range battle onto Flames with the pistol. Cammy around the back, able to find one, but not enough. Caps the wait. Hold on a second. Trace off the regen. He knows the player's nearby. Could he just slip by and find a way to score? Try to dive in, and he will find a way to get the 4th score. Unbelievable for Bush. Now down to 50 seconds to play, and they're still cleaning up the kill feed.
What a second half here from the Telluride Bush boys. Matching the pacing, slowing down the game when they need to, and Prolude still dominating in this game mode. 35 and 21. Choose the right direction before you tell them. Because even though that leads to a 4 dead, there's only 30 seconds left. Cabal, you gotta go.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Cabal trying to make a way over through Ice Cream. Wait a second, they find these kills. They may have created space to move over towards B. Prolute up and over. Needs to deal with the EMP carrier, but Capsule beats him to the punch. Now he's going to win this last 1v1 versus Vic, and he's able to find it just before he slips away. That will do it. Little keep away right here.
Man.
And yeah, Prolute 37 and 22 taken over. And Bush will take an edge of the series up 2-1.
Yeah, he was the number 2 KD in overload going into this map. Without a doubt, after that stat line, he's got to be number 1. What a performance here from the Bush boys. Just be down 2-1 on the first set, but then to go into the second set on the better side and understanding we just need kills to go our way. How are we going to do that? Maybe let's whip out an extra NPC at certain points. That's going to allow us to keep up with the pace. And it was just too much to handle for Cabal. So many situations where they're just getting juked out of their socks or just can't find trades into the most important player. Bush come back at another respawn and are now up 2-1 in the series.
It's a tight game, though, and it just comes down to Bush slaying, I think, to be able to get that third score and then follow up with a fourth. Cabal was doing everything you could possibly want them to do in terms of adjusting to where they failed in the lower final. They're getting better map presence. They're getting long routes developed. They're getting some spawn presence and moving Bush around, but Prolute just keeps picking things up. We're talking 38 with 26 non-traded, top damage in the lobby by a pretty healthy margin. And he gets 3 carrier kills for stops. So, I mean, he's just doing it all.
Yeah, he's waiting for the call, man. Somebody got to give him a ring. That's 2 respawns already where he's showcasing what he is able to do. He does it with the AR. He does it with the NPC. Prolute has just got this winning mindset at the perfect time to find it, too. Because he gave his team so many chances there. Providing his slaying presence, a lot of shutdowns at the goal line, making it more difficult for Cabal to even think about the next step. And Prolute just continues to one-up his gameplay, even though I think he's already hit max level. This guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, facts. He's reached Super Saiyan levels unseen before. Well, we've seen it before, but in this current stage, at the end of the year, yeah. And especially knowing that Trace is on this team too, like, yeah. He's a show stealer.
Yeah.
So.
He's the only one on that Bush lineup who hasn't been in the CDL this season, man. And right now,
True.
he's been their hard carry. At least in the opening 2 respawns, man. Going into a Hacienda hard point now where we did see Cabal play this earlier today. They were just a step ahead, and that was due to Flames having an outstanding start to that game. We're talking about winning the P1 and the P2 chain, and then off of the ending of that P2, giving yourself a hellstone that you can use at the P4. You can't allow that to happen if you are Bush, because that's how you allow a map to get away from you in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, and again, just kind of talking Huntsmen, never in a position to really control the map. I know it's like easy to say because like it could apply to just about anything, but a lot of it was spawns turning into hill presence. So we'll see if Bush can do that. We'll go to break real quick, come back with Hacienda right after this. All right, Hacienda. Let's get things going. Map 4, Bush trying to take a convincing lead in this series, but Cabal really solid in the lower final on this map, looking to get this thing back to a 2-2 count.
Yeah, this is a must-win in my opinion for Cabal, Al. No doubt in my mind. For a team that's relied heavily on Search and Destroy to get them in this position, you need to be able to take away a respawn versus the likes of the Bush. And at least off the case, again, Flames having the hot start already at 3-0.
He just does this, man. I would love to just watch his POV on every breakoff because it feels like he just knows exactly what he needs to do. And he turns it into straight domination. 3-0 start. Hardpoint opens up, though, as Bush are able to get themselves involved. Flames putting the pressure, trying to get some control of staircase side. Good help here from Rispy. And Flames will get to 4, and the spawns will start to move.
And this is a scary situation to be in, man. Because if Flames has this start off, you know he's already going to put himself in this to find a couple freebies around the rest of the map. Make it kill number 5 onto Pro Loop. Now got to put himself in position to get towards the time. You just got to make sure you get past these guys that side door because Bush are right here.
Yes, they are. Can they work around for 2 things at once, though? Cammy gets Rispy in the back, trying to hold and lock. Is Vic help here for Flames? Oh, not able to get the win on Trakes. Trade.
Oh,
not
my
gonna
God.
Be there. I mean, he must have been 1 HP. The ball's still able to get 1 player to spawn behind, though, and that's largely thanks to Bush still spawning out, so they will make pretty good amends to that play.
Yeah, big shout out to Trakes for almost making a big time play there for his team to flip the spawns out, but with Cabal having the numbers, still allows them to spawn over towards driveway. Perfect start again here for Cabal. They left Huntsmen at 4 points. Right now, they're leaving Bush at 12. But it doesn't get any better than this. Now Nemi's on 6, and he has a Hellstorm. Like, these guys love this map.
I know it. I know it. It's just every time you look to somebody do, they're on 4+, it feels like. Nemi trying to fight for Office, shut down by Caps. Rotation still under pressure, though, as Vikram gets up top to Office. And sees Cammy down low. Nice shots. Clean, too. On top of that, knows there's one more there. Pro Loot will drop, spawns will move, and Cabal are doing the same thing that they did to Huntsmen.
Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. You need to be able to stand your ground if you are Bush, especially at this hard point, because you know Cabal are going to fight this one all the way to the very end, knowing that they have that Hellstorm for the early break at the P4. But they are just simply not losing gunfights right now, Al. They are putting Bush in a very uncomfortable position, forcing them to hit long routes because they know they can't go through the front.
There's just no spawn control.
Oh,
Not
man.
even a chance to block or push anyone further out. Cammy from the front gets you 2. Neutralizes some of the Cabal time. Nemi trying to force that final gunfight gets punished, and there will be a chance here for some scrap for Bush. Not inconsequential, especially with Trakes moving up the middle of the map, and you still have Proload at new.
We saw Bush, at least in the opening Colossus, which hit 2 very impactful Hellstorms to get nothing out of it on the side of Cabal. So you might find yourself in another situation already to try to lock this one down. Vic and Flames combined for 2. Hellstorm is getting invested. And Cabal could blow the game wide open because now they got some trophies.
Yes, they do. Here comes the hit for Bush, all of it from the front. Cabal are fully present for this, but the trophy actually gets deleted. Nade comes out, Trakes try to double up, Caps try to follow behind. This has a 1v2 in front of him, but it'll only get the first, so... Now Vic is on 5, Hellstormer. It's just, I'm telling you, dude, every time you look to somebody, it's a high streak with potential Hellstorm on this map.
Yeah, it just allows Cabal to keep on dictating how they want to play this game. You test for the final 10 seconds and then lock up the money hills. It's going to be a 50-point difference as we go to the end of our first set of HPs, but Vic not willing to give this up. Going to hit the water out, even though it's for 5 seconds. It's not going to allow Cammy to be ready for this gunfight. And that already gives you a lot of presence through the hallways where you just didn't have it.
Well, Vic finally loses a gunfight, but we're dealing with a 60-point game. We're not out of the picture, though, and that's just another one, like, it feels kind of like Colossus, where the initial start for Cabal is so good, but somehow you look to the scoreboard, and you get 1 good hard point. If you're Bush, you're right back in this game.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard to get a good hard point because Cabal are influencing them to spawn in a certain spot that is not going to give them the rotation that they want to. And at this point, you know you're down by so much at the P1. But it's the long routes being hit from Cabal, forcing you to draw your attention on one side. Eventually, you're able to get 2 kills to get him out of time. But we need to get in a hard point and flip these spawns if we want to stand a chance at a comeback.
Yeah, route here from Trakes. Nice shots. No one else in a position to trade. So spawns will be blocked here in the last 8 seconds. But Trakes wants more than that. Oh. Does Flames catch info? No, not quite. Now he does. Pops out as the stun was tossed. Bush now has to try to hold this from the front. Vic gets you caps. And it's just on the last two players, Brogan and Cammy. All 4 players for Cabal trying to make their way over, and they will clean things out nicely. Quick route, though, from Trakes. Could put pressure down. Crispy seems to be aware of that, and they will find the kill.
And they also allow at least one player to spawn alongside you, but they quickly take care of him, secure the back spawns again. And if you give up this time to Cabal, they might be able to finish this map already. You need to contest this 30. You need to get them out of this time. Because you got Hellstorms galore to get you out of the rest of this, the rest of the hardcores going in the rest of this set. But Bush give it one last hurrah, and at least it works out for the last 20.
Okay. You win this rotation defenses, maybe. But Cabal are now going to a hard point where these Hellstorms could be called for the next 2, honestly.
Yeah, they're not going to use air.
I mean, they've got rotation win right now, so there's no reason to, but you've got tools.
Got frags, you got NPCs.
Yep.
You even got M15s playing an appearance as they find 3 off the rotation. All that hard work that Bush just did is for no reason now. You're still keeping the lead. You're finessing your life so well if you're Nemi. And you just keep on running up that score.
So annoying, dude. I mean, the SFGs for Cabal just continue to finesse, get away, don't be traded. They just feel like the hardest kills in the game over and over again at these hard points. So now the game's getting out of hand. About a 100-point game, 90 to be exact. And Bush have to win this back 30, have to win the next P4, and survive through Hellstorm. Doesn't feel good.
Yeah, and Cabal are probably going to challenge this all the way to the very end. Knowing that they have that Hellstorm in the back pocket. Knowing that Bush have to be sending early reinforcements off the rotation for them to even start the comeback process. Now you're only down by 70. It's going to turn into a massive one-on-one. Vic trying to finesse. Dancing around the rock. Eventually gets gunned down by Capsule, but stalls out time. Teammates are here.
Teammates are here. Nemi can't get quite up the mantle, though. Now numbers for Bush. Flames will fall. Pinch on the way. But Rispy is late. And that's a 4-man feed. Opportunity here for Bush to get some good time on the 4th hill.
Yeah, you use the Hellstorm, though, if you are Cabal. Don't allow them to build any momentum whatsoever. And allow your stuns and nades to have an impact here to potentially find the opening kill, but it's Proloop who gets the first. So you have the early numbers, and now you don't because you're turning into a 2v2, but at least you're in a time.
Chance to contest, though, as the Hellstorm hits. Breaks will drop. And the rest of the hit from the front has to find success. Cammy gives you the double. Help is here. It's Prolude who's still in the hard point with them. And you get some reinforcements from Trakes. Big win there for Cammy now on 3 in a row. 13 seconds of scrap time. Starting to look pretty good for Bush all of a sudden. And there's a lifeline now involved in this map.
Oh, yeah, just like we saw in map number 1. Don't matter how many Hellstorms you got, Bush are going to keep themselves into the fight. Now going into the 3rd set, your biggest focus if you are Bush is to not give up a lot of time at the P1, but finally win a rotation over towards P2, and that's not a kill feed that's going to help you. A clean 4 dead for a Cabal, everyone spawning over towards fences for Bush.
Yeah, not what you want. Trying to make this play back through Office. Demi not quite able to find the perfect timing on that pinch. Vic also in some trouble, but gives himself the space for Flames to come over and help. And every point just feels like a dagger right now as Cabal once more to stop Bush from rotating. They're finding the kills they need, and they're going to be in position to win this game here on P2.
Yeah, they haven't flipped the map once. Every time they go from this P1 to P2 chain, Bush can't get the spawns. They can't get them out of the time, and it's still a 60-point difference here for Cabal. But look at Trakes. He's banking on his teammates to not give up any time, and he hits the early rotation, and this is such a crucial moment in the game for potential comeback here for Bush. You need to lock this down.
Yeah, Caps needs to get this elimination, and he does. Hit from the front, though, gets Rispy in. Help on the way. Caps can't get into the hard point.
No
Timing
way.
of that play not quite great enough. So now Rispy trying to show some pressure up close, but Trakes will put that to rest. And now you got, for the first time, some spawn control and hill control for Bush.
Vic is in a water route. Can't hit the movement to hit the damn wall bounce to get up top. But a stun is able to connect. Vic's just desperately trying to get into this damn fight. Finally hits the wall bounce. He's up. Flames finds the opening. And they're pressuring the front door. But Vic, all that movement leads to nothing. Cammy with the ball bang allows Bush to still hold it down.
Help is on the way here, too. The only hit here for the side of Cabal from the front. Rispy's able to give you 2. Still a couple of players left in this last 15. Trakes for 1. No follow-up. That's key scrap time for Cabal. Gets them to 224, but look at the minimap. Cabal are going to be late to new, and really, if you're Bush, you just have to set up and you have to hold this.
And it's always about the first gunfight, man. You are so spread on your setup. Everyone is locked down on their lanes. Vic applying pressure through top. Plat sets up Rispy there for the kill. Thankfully, Trace ready and waiting with that SMG. Responds with 2. And Bush have shut down that first wave. The comeback is on.
Where spawns at? Oh, they get blessed with 1 around the back, but Pro Loot will drop backside 10. Flames found, dealt with. Cammy, Capsidal, doing
play.
it all themselves. Playing
Okay.
outside the lines is Cap. He has had a slow start, just 15 and 30, but a key 3-piece. Now his Trake set up to stop the playthrough well.
You know it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Capsule, this is a perfect time for you to get hot. You are allowing Bush to start this comeback, to basically steal the souls from all the Cabal fans who are watching this map. They are leading in the slaying now. Final 10 seconds, you're only down by 8. But it's a battle for the rotation. Who's going to get there first?
Cabal will have the numbers first. And they get Rispy into a pinch position that needs to be dealt with. Trake's trying to do the same thing on the
Good
other side.
route
He
out of
gets his win.
Trake's.
Cammy stunned, still alive and kicking. Oh, only for a time though. Here comes the slide chow. And that's not going to be enough. Trake's on the flank, able to get the one. But you need more than that. Help is on the way, but it's coming from the other side of the map. Trake's just going to back away. You can't wait for too long. It's 242 to 222. Here comes the play. Trake's going to get double. That's going to lead to the break.
And Bush are now in. They know exactly where Cabal are going to be applying their pressure from. It's going to be over towards Lambo side.
Oh,
Capsule
no.
loses a big one-on-one gunfight to Vic. And now there's pressure from mid and Lambo.
But Cammy Proluke get the first big turn from Cammy. Oh no, Nemi gonna try to come in. He's able to find 2. Is that a lifeline here? Numbers are gonna be here for Cabal, but can they get
Gotta
here in time?
go.
It's all through checkers. Trakes wins 1 from the front. He gets
Oh my
an
God.
land over through checkers side. Trakes is calling game. 248, 249. No one's gonna get here. Another huge comeback for Bush and 44 out of Trakes to help that.
Man, what? This guy is getting away with murder, man. Like, Trakes is doing God's work. This is unbelievable what he is doing for this team that he just walked in on the door 3 weeks ago. He is 44 and 26. Capsule got like 17. This guy just literally did it all there for the Bush Boys on an insane comeback. And now up 3-1 in this series. Yeah, damn, man.
What is Miami doing, brother? I mean,
Jesus Christ.
how many times do we need to see stuff like that? 4,500 damage, 30 of the 44 go untraded, 13 objective kills. Unbelievable. I don't know if we've ever seen a map quite like that. Where you're down 90 points at one point in time late into the game. And it's just, it felt like continually. You know, I said it at the beginning of the second rotation, you look up at the scoreboard and like, you're only down 60. Then it gets to 90. Then it's back to 60. Then it's back to 40. And it's just these takeover moments that you're going to see in the replays to get back to this deficit are just unbelievable.
Yeah, it all starts with the P2, man. The fact that they're able to finally win a rotation towards a muddy hill and get a good chunk of time off it, forfeit it in the final 10 seconds to win the road over towards new, and then allowing Trace to just start to pop takeover. Everybody else is hopping hill time, throwing your stun, just giving the guy communication because this was the Drake show, man.
Yeah.
I ate the oatmeal. It doesn't come that easy. But when you got a superstar in the making, yeah, that's what it's going to look like.
Next level. That nade landing is so critical too.
Bro, and
So
also
that moves
staying
the
alive on that
spawns.
side of the map, too.
Yeah. Unreal. 250, 242. That comes after the comeback on Colossus as well. 250 to 238. Now we go to Fringe for the search and destroy, where Bush are trying to clean this one up in 5. Any thoughts here, Jay?
Yeah, I just don't know how Cabal are able to put this one together, man. They desperately needed their search and destroy to be clicking. So far on the day, they have yet to lose in that game mode. But it's just the way that you were losing these respawns. It continues to be devastating blow after devastating blow. And now you're going into a Fringe search and destroy where we have not seen them play it a lot, but you gotta be expecting them to be prepared. The same thing could be said for Bush, but Cabal backs against the wall now, desperately need this one.
Yes, they do. Plus the Den Overload, plus the Raid Search. We know what the Overload has looked like. I mean, we saw it in the gridlock. We also know that Bush typically have a bit of a soft spot there. But can you get through Fringe Search and Destroy? We figure that sniper rifles are going to be pulled out for both teams. And we look at kind of how the bracket has also gone on top of that. And map 5 in the winners final, like you mentioned, it was on gridlock and it was like a 6-1 beatdown. So CABAL are looking way better in the search right now. Haven't lost one yet, in fact, but can you get one here and extend this series?
Yeah, you need this one, man. On a map like Friends, someone has to whip out the sniper. I know you have the aggressive SMG playstyle mindset, but this is a game mode and a map that you need to be able to slow it down and have those mid-rounds adjustments come in very quickly. Because for players like Trakes, who just had himself one hell of a performance and is the #1 S&D KD right now in this elite stage, even though Friends seems to be a little bit big at points, Trakes is going to manage to make it really small, so you got to shut him down.
Have to have it. I mean, he just continues to baffle, legitimately. We'll take a little bit of a break. Map 5 coming up on the backside. Don't go anywhere. We've got stage 4 grand finals right to this. Back into it, map 5 Fringe. CABAL, opening attack. Going to kick us off here. See if they can manifest 3 maps in a row. Flames are already going to snipe up top. Won't see much, and actually it's Capsule on the cross through both. Or pardon me, Trains for 1. Rispy trades, and now it's down to can Trakes, get one and get away, but no, it's down to a 2v2.
Ahmed's going to be down, though. Of course, the mid-map, and Prolu's putting down shots, just backing down Vic from his position. Cammy's going to be put into a one-on-one. Just the slight advantage that he had with Prolu hitting those shots allows him to win that one-on-one, but now it's the vet versus the vet.
Yep, Prolu versus Flames. Prolu taking the bomb heady, predicts the timing perfectly, and Bush will get the opening round with that gunfight win.
Yeah, CABAL try to catch them off guard with a very aggressive round to start with no trophies. This is that train. The Capsule with the right gun for the occasion starts off the engagement by finding a snipe through small room. And then Cammy winning such a big one-on-one there versus Vic. This allows his teammate the advantage because Fames was still weak from his previous gunfight. No, actually Regens, just Prolu had the heady and is able to secure that one-on-one for Bush to get on the board first.
Opening snipe playing a factor for sure. Caps looking forward again on the cross through small, and he lands onto Rispy. So now an early numbers advantage again for Bush. Flames, has he been seen on this back rock position? Stun comes through. Follow-up will reveal Flames is nearby.
And the bomb is getting planted, though. So you know Flames is back there. Bomb planted to get out with his life.
Wait, what?
It's instantly going to fall. Doesn't check his corner, 3v3.
Oh, man, we're getting some team damage in, but Prolu still with the fine one, not enough. Cammy setting up this 1v2 over the top of Barn. Freebie for the first. Does he get a read on the second? It's a sniper rifle. Pistol shots come through. Nemi is low, though. Cammy going to take away the bomb heady again. Looking for timing on the route. 15 on the clock, and now Cammy can just eat grass and sit here and play the clock. There's the scene, and Cammy's going to find the 1v2.
Yeah, like, if you're Nemi, you can't play him with that much disrespect. It's a one-on-one. There's so many gunfights that go down around trains. There had to be a gun in the vicinity. But you missed the snipe, and the vet is able to make you pay for it. What a clutch there from Cammy to take the 1v2 and keep all the momentum on the Bush side.
.2-0. Sniper rifle for Cap still in hand. How do you change up your look here if you're CABAL after getting to the early pick? Looks like they're going to move towards mid and A. Why not? Cap looking for the cross through mid street down low. Not going to see much, but nades will be heard as the offense tries to develop some pressure on the A site.
And Cap gets a switch at the right time. Good air Trace taking so much space up through trains. He's giving the comm to his team. It's just no one at B, guys. Wrap back to Bricks. And Capsule now with the right gun for the occasion. He just has to use the timing wisely, but a stun is going to connect and bomb is going to be planted.
Oh, they're trying to use Cammy's position to bully their way back through the side alley, but Rispy meets that for 2. And now Cammy has to try to work his way through Bricks with an AR. Not what you want. Smoke out. Drake will drop. Nice slide, no problems. Easy follow-up for Cabal.
Yeah, it's a good round there from Cabal to slow the game down. To allow them to dictate how the round was going to be played. Usually Captain is running a sniper, so he's probably not going to be in towards Bricks. And he's not showing any presence over towards trains. You take that A bomb site for free. You get it planted, you control your junkyard. You're able to find good trades through the back alley to keep the numbers your way. Cabal off of the back of Rispy. Pretty sure located 4 on that round. They get there first.
Yeah, he gets the first 2 really nicely, just kind of isolating. And then, yeah, just once you get the SMG up and A control, it's easy. Cap's able to see 1 on the cross. Flames. Ooh. Cap's not quite able to find the small micro flick, so everyone will stay alive. Bomb leaning A. Dimensions will see that.
You see Prolo being the island player. Slowly working his way up through train. Just needs his team to take somewhat of positioning towards courtyard before he decides to move. But as he's moving, so is Rispy. But Prolo makes a more impactful route count, 1v3.
Yeah, and Rispy on 4 in a row is way out of the play. But, yeah, Caps is watching this. Alarm bells will ring, and Caps will win that still with the pistol. Bush now up 3-1. Pressure on the Cabal.
And it's a teamwork out of Bush right now on display. You send 3 players through 10. You gather information from 2 players playing on this side of the map. So you do your due diligence. Being able to put in a position to set up at least the first kill to go your way. Because as soon as the action starts to go down, that's when Prolude understands, all right, time for me to go. But as soon as he goes, Rispy runs right past him. Just there's no kill for Rispy as soon as he hits that route the way that it was for Prolude. Now Bush up 3-1.
Big round here for Cabal. Flames looking to scope in towards mid window. Nothing there. Maybe a late check from Prolude, and the shot comes up short. Prolude gets a read on the pressure. Elects to take a bit of a pistol fight, but then, of course, wisely backs away. Trake's trying to create some defensive pressure to the middle of the map, but he's in some trouble here. Needs help quickly. Not going to get it. Smoke allows an exit. Cammy on the pinch. Prolude gets one from the front. And they know that Vic is trapped. What a crunch from Bush. And now Rispy, last one standing. Really nowhere to go here. Good pre-fire for the first. He's going to get the regen, but the timing is not going to go his way.
And even though Trakes doesn't get a kill in the middle of the map, you see what he does for his team? He just draws all the attention. Everyone trying to take care of Trakes. And eventually that draws the focus so much on him that openings are created. Cammy pushes up on the pinch and is able to locate one and eventually allow his SMGs to pinch from the opposite side. Bush can do no wrong right now. Just a step ahead in the gameplay.
Well, now it is do or die for Cabal. You cannot go down 5-1. You just can't. 4-man hit for Bush. Well, pardon me, 3-man hit. Capsule is just going to watch from spawn, and he may get at least one here. Oh, and he swaps to the SMG as soon as he hears the sound cue, but doesn't get the second. Good nade from Vic. Connects, and now we've got numbers for the defense Cabal.
Trapped it towards the one area. Vic's just going to send it. Just going to send it all in. Doesn't matter. Doesn't care for human life. Doesn't matter how many players you have set up in towards the barn area. Just going to fly on and locate the final 2. Extend this search and destroy a little bit longer. Fantastic shots onto the first, but the Omni movement and the shots combined onto Prolude. Cabal get their second round.
Clean. It feels like at the moment, you know, Capsule has been, I would say, the X factor right now for Bush. He's been obviously switching between all 3 weapons. And it almost feels like maybe he's the one kind of quarterbacking what he feels like he could get away with. So what does he want to do defensively here? Playing inside of A. Trake's looking for info. We'll see Nemi. Bomb play for Rispy. Shut down. Trakes is trying to smoke himself to safety. Not going to work out. 3v3.
Still manageable here for Cabal, but a great nade from Capsule gives them the numbers. Now you can take some space over towards Trains and potentially gather that information that the bomb's going to be down at B. Because Cabal have completely reset the play all the way on the opposite side of the map now.
Yeah, but this cruddy corner from Proloot could just get you one and win the map. Although, okay, it's Nemi who falls first. Now it's just down to hunting it through. And Bush, your Atlanta Major champions, well, are finally able to get one here in stage 4. They will close out.
2-5.
Well, pardon me.
No, it's one more round.
5. Oh my gosh, I'm lost.
Oh, good. Bush looking like they're going to close it out, though, with the gameplay that they're putting on the screen. Just way too easy with the way that they're setting these things up. Great first blood there out of Trace onto the bomb. Great frag out of Capsule to keep the numbers on their side. But now at game point. This would be unbelievable from the Bush boys, man. For the new organization to walk into challenges and have this much success in Season 1 for them is very typical. They just need one more round.
All right. Apologies. Jump the gun. It's not done yet. Maybe now it's wow. Roll. Caps. Only able to get one. Nemi and Vic will trade that outright. Drake's looking to follow up to get this to a 1v1 quickly, but the timing on this route, not ideal. He'll keep his life, though. Slips away, and will get the health. I don't know. I mean, he is faster than fast, but will still get caught. Cabal's still alive.
Cabal keep on stretching it. There to match the aggression there from the push. They try to put a bow on the series, but just all out over towards the stage side. But Cabal matching their energy over towards the junkyard. Even if they don't win that first blood, it's Nemi with an effective double to keep the numbers on their side. They're now forcing it to go to another round. Back on offense.
What do you call here if you're Cabal? Do you try to get info from Flames with the scope? Sure looks like that's the case here in the opener. He's found this route in most of the offensive rounds. This time Caps is here. See the backside of him, but not enough. Proloot in some trouble. Has help. Not able to get out of there, though. Caps is now isolated, and he will value playing the 3v4 outside the site.
Yeah, and Flames puts away the sniper, too. So everyone has a gun ready for the fight. And Flames is working on this late pinch because you know Bush are prepared to stop you at A. But the more time that you wait, the more impactful Flames will be.
Here comes the route. Rispy gets you one. Flames behind. Cleans it up. Perfect from Cabal. 5-4. And really, since Bush's 5th round, these last 2 have been brand new. And if I would say reinvigorated Cabal, just how dominant they've been on both sides of the bomb.
Yeah, I just love the fact that they're not applying pressure over towards Trains because that's a 50-50 bomb site. If you can win Junkyard, you know it's going to be very difficult for anyone to stay alive in towards Bricks to try to contest that bomb plant. So Cabal using what will make them better, which is the aggression to stay alive in this search and destroy, now forcing round 10.
Crunch time. Cap sniping. Sees one cross. Flames up top. Doesn't look like he's got a scope. Caps will trade over to an SMG. And it looks like this is going to be an early feel towards B with the mute already in play. Info seen. Stun also locks. And Bush will back away.
Try to throw the first punch. But Cabal ready and waiting for it. So now reset, kill the noise, cause some doubt. Force Cabal to switch up their spots on their defense because now side door is open for Tricks to hit.
Smoke comes out. Alarm bells ring. First blood for Rispy. And he trades. Caps can't find him. Rispy is able to get a second. Flames provides the trade on the Cammy, leaving it just down to Caps. And we are going to go 11. Unbelievable bounce back for Cabal.
Yeah, you might have cast a curse them a little bit there, Al. Calling the game prematurely, but Cabal now starting to show some fight. 3 rounds in a row. Just allowing the plays to come to them has been the answer to success. This is usually a gunfight that Trakes walks away with about 70% of the time. But that time, Rispy gets the better of him and then also takes down Proloot just gives your team the heavy advantage in the numbers, and now we're in round 11.
That's going to be Bush on the attack. Cabal get a 2-2 split between both bomb sites. Bush looking to put pressure over towards the A side of the map. Vic is on 4. If he gets a 5th or an assist, he will have a Hellstorm. That could be win condition.
Yeah, he's going to play his life. No need to be the first one to engage, but you leave Nemi now last man standing. He's the only one trying to keep his life open towards the junkyard. No stuns and nades have yet to be invested on him, but now Vic is here to return the fire.
Oh, but he falls. Nemi able to get one, but he's low. Just trying to dance, trying to finesse. Smoke down. Trakes able to lock down the shots. Now it's just down to can you get into this A site cleanly? And Trakes is looking for more than that. Bomb carrier. You feel like he should plant, and he will. 3v2. Brispy? Oh, but wait. He may have just gotten an opportunity to double down here. Trakes off the regen. Smoke doesn't really block too much. Cammy is outside the play watching for the flank. They don't know that Flames and Rispy are both here together. Now they do. Trakes backs away, finds the first. Damage out. Now Bush are your stage 4 elite champs. Around 11 map 5 to get it done.
There you go. Cast the curse out the window. Bush are able to put the finishing touches there in the round 11. And it was like Cabal just got a little bit nervous on the teamwork aspect. Like Nemi puts himself in a great spot towards the junkyard. Vic is able to get back into the fight, but realistically, he should have never left his teammate for the first go-around because there was so many stuns and nades. Nothing is able to connect onto Nemi, but by the time Vic tries to wrap back into the play, they're already pre-aiming, ready to go. Bush clutch up in the search and destroy. Do not allow Cabal to win 4 rounds in a row. To take this one and extend the series a little bit longer, the team, the organization continues to find success, and they are your Stage 4 Elite champions.
Setting themselves up for what could be a historic end of the year, kind of the same company as your OMiT from last year, for instance. They've got everything going for them. I mean, you get possibly the most incredible piece of luck with Miami dropping Trakes. You pick him up, and he is everything. Although this map, it was the ARs. Cammy doing a lot of the work, or I guess I should say the sniper from Cap. First Bloods, 4 of them for Capital. That's absolutely massive.
It's big-time players making big-time plays in the big moments, man. Every single player from the Bush had a map today. Prolu had an overload. Trakes had a hard point. Capsule had a search and destroy. And Cammy was always there to provide the clutch whenever you need the vet to do the damn thing. Bush just have such a good 4-man squad, man. We talk about experience coming into play. When you're talking about the aggression that they need to match certain teams, they have it all in their bag. And this organization continues to keep winning. And Prolude's got to be thinking, all right, it's got to be my time soon, right? Like, it's got to be.
It definitely feels that way. We had that same conversation with him, though, at the end of the last stage. And he was very confident in talking about what he knows for a fact he brings to the table. So, unreal stuff from Bush. Really, I mean, for me, it's not even just the individual pieces, but how well they battle back when they're down. I mean, both of those hard points are next level. I mean, we're talking 80+ point gap late into the map, and able to do the thing that you need to do. Play good rotations, play good macro games. Someone usually helps by popping off, but still, it's just like your ability to never falter, even when the game starts to get away from you, is so key in terms of talking about things like challengers, champs, and especially things like EWC.
Yeah, guys got fighting, man, all the way to the very end. When you got teammates who have the grit, who understand it's never over until it's over, or until the fat lady sings. Telluride Bush boys don't hear nobody singing for quite some time, especially throughout this whole elite stage. They were able to be victorious in this best of 7 in just 5. I told you, Knicks in 5, Bush in 5. They had a lot of, you know, it goes hand in hand.
And a big comeback, not quite 27 points.
Yeah, just like the Knicks, baby.
Yeah, as they not, like, I don't even know what that number would look like in, like, COD terms. I mean, maybe 90+ points late in the game. Kind of feels like that's very
Hellstorms
similar.
too? Yeah, like, it's gotta be like that.
Okay. Who knows? They're rocking some of that Knicks energy. 4-1, the final count after the map 5 in yesterday's upper bracket final. Telluride Bush, your stage 4 champs, but Cabal getting second is really key in terms of their ability to earn pro points that will help them kind of establish a bit of a gap between all the other teams that are kind of floating in the middle. You know, your Bittersweets, your Falcons Green, Stallions Bush. Like, it gives you a little bit of freedom in the overall seedings, whether it be at Paris or in particular if they have to play through the LCQ.
Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to CABAL, man, for the team who was last to qualify with a bunch of players who nobody wanted to play with. You put it together and you get to the grand finals. Unfortunately, you fall short there. But just the battle to go from team to team, go through team and team. It doesn't matter. Game 5s, they had the ice in their veins. And a lot of these guys who just wanted on that final series earned a great rep going into the rest of the season. You needed those points to get a better chance of potentially making it to champs at the end of the year. But it's $20,000 going in favor of Bush again. CABAL, you take 10.
Not quite 7 figures, but working on it. You have to know that Dave's going to hear about that W right there. So Bush, your champs. Paris comes up next in terms of where we go. But before we close out, we're going to bring ProLoot back onto the air to give him another interview here because Byron, my guy, here we are again. You're still finding dubs. You're still doing it in heroic ways in a lot of ways. The floor is yours, man. Talk your shit.
I mean, I don't really have shit to talk. I feel like that was a really close series. I mean, those maps, we probably should have lost some of those maps. But it feels great to win, especially with a new player. We haven't really had time to practice. Like, it's been only like 2 weeks. And obviously, it's like the most important events of the year, like coming up. I mean, I'm just glad we got the win. I'm more excited for LAN. I mean, obviously, we won the last one, so I hope we keep that momentum going.
Dude, Byron, talk to me, man. Congratulations, first of all, because this is what? Your second elite stage win. You got a LAN win under your belt. This season has treated you unbelievably. But you still find yourself down here in challenges. I know right now the focus, all right, Pro-Am's already gone. We got Challengers Champs. We got EWC at the end of the year. But what is it for ProLoot? Like, what is the reason why you feel like teams are sleeping on you? I don't understand why, because you keep on winning everything.
I'm not really sure. I feel like people have this opinion about me, and people have talked like about me in like a bad way. But I mean, I feel like I've grown a lot since my last time in the CDO. And I'm not sure why, bro. I feel like I've been on a top team in Challengers. My teams are always winning. We're always competing to win.
You have been, bro.
So like, I don't really get it, but I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Hey, man, maybe if the Bush boys get into the league, it'll stay your best chance, man. Because like to play for Sass, to play for Mook, and to play for Jerry, like what is it for you? Like why do you play so hard for these guys? And they just walked into the scene for year 1.
I mean, obviously, I've been waiting a while to play in the CDO again, and I mean, these guys are like outside of being the owners, they're like great friends, bro. Like they actually care about me. They want me to succeed, especially Jerry. I mean, I talk to Jerry the most, almost every day, and he really pushes me and he wants me to be the best, and he knows I'm the best. So like, I mean, I'm just trying to get wins for them, trying to bring the Bush to the CDO.
So far, you're providing in all the right ways. Bro, thank you so much. We'll see you as the year concludes. Really looking forward to the next chance you get an opportunity, whether it be on Bush or somewhere else, to square up with the league, because, yeah, you got it right now, brother. Thank you.
Keep doing your thing, bro.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
All right, there you go. Telluride Bush Gaming, your stage for champs, ProLoot, MVP. I think it's pretty much fair to say. Between him and Tranks, though, I mean, they both were up there, I mean, hand in hand. You're still leading ProLoot?
Yeah, I think everybody deserves an MVP for the Bush, especially the organization owners, man, because these guys continue to find the right pieces that fit perfectly for a W, man. Big shout out to the entire organization, including the players, man, because these guys continue to shine. Even though they're getting dropped down to challenges, they're still making the most of it. Bush are unstoppable.
Unstoppable veteran roster, now dominating in the challenger space. Everything you want if you're a Bush fan as we conclude the year. But that's it for the regular season portion. Of course, Paris Open coming up next, and then we'll have the LCQ before we get to Challengers Champs. So make sure you stay locked on everything going on here on the YouTube channel, and we'll see you guys this weekend for the final CDL qualifiers.